Why, hello and welcome everybody as we are here for day 2. Day 1 was a spectacular showing already for this Overwatch Collegiate Championship Playoffs bracket, and I am here alongside Kenobi, myself, Rich Rad, or Rich Dad, as some of you might have seen yesterday in some of the tagging down below. But you know, we're all here, we're excited, more opportunity for drops, more exciting gameplay, and it's going to be a thrill, Kenobi.
Yeah, I mean, you could be the collegiate Overwatch dad. That's like what
Yeah.
that's your moniker now. That's now yours.
I don't know about that, but I'll take it, I guess.
But you're right. We had a great day yesterday in terms of the games that we had. Only 2, and today now we get to have 4 games in that lower side of the bracket. A lot of do or die, so the stakes very, very high here for these teams we're going to be seeing today.
Absolutely. And again, we get to see and revisit at least one of the teams that we had yesterday, and then we get a new wide spread of so many others, and also some great storyline that we had in that video that came up earlier as well. But realistically, I mean, going into today, it's going to be spectacular. The fact that we do have the partnership and coexisting works with Collegiate from Blizzard and also Radiant is a spectacular thing to, again, have this show continuing to be promoted and allow us to get such visibility on this collegiate scene.
Yeah, I mean, also if you're here already, make sure that you're getting those follow buttons in, whether you're on YouTube, Twitch, Twitter. Just make sure that you're always following because there's a lot of great collegiate Overwatch. Those drops are also here that I bet everybody. There's a lot of people that are in chat that are always just exclamation point drops. So I mean, make sure that you're always here and ready so you can get those farmed up because there's a bunch of them. I think I got one already. I think I got the icon, and then now I'm just waiting.
I think I did too.
I'm waiting for the other ones. The Iliari spray I'm waiting for, and also the name card. Those are like the 2 that I'm like really looking for. So make sure you get those follows on all those socials, and you can keep up to date. But Rich, we got to talk about how we're here and how we got here. We do have the brackets coming in from yesterday, and what's kind of happened because we only saw those 2 matches. There's been a lot that's been happening off stream as well. So we can kind of give you an update on where we are and at in terms of yesterday going into today.
And we can take a look here at that bracket. Again, this is that lower that we get to see all of today, which is going to be exciting. We get to start off first with University of Washington, again, who you specifically had talked about, the grueling and intense 6 map that they had to go through, ASU that we got to see yesterday, so we get to revisit and see how they've developed since that time. But a number of others that we're really looking forward to continuing to see move into this, where they do get to face off against Rutgers, St. Clair, Fisher, and Illinois State University, all who dropped as well from that upper bracket.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a gauntlet for the losers teams that make it out of this losers round 1, right? I think that's going to be the biggest thing for me is that, I mean, the winner of University of Washington and Arizona State, your win is basically to go play what Dante said was the best team in the tournament in Illinois State University, which, you know, maybe after that upset that Maryville had, those ideas are turning a little bit, but you're right, for all of these teams in the round 1 lower side, it's do or die for them. And again, the stakes are so high for a lot of these teams, and even if you win, you have to play some very tough competition going into that lower round 2.
Ooh, it's going to be a good time. It's going to be a good time as we're going to continue to move through and just really keep you up to date moving forward into this. And ultimately, I think this first game is a really great opportunity for us to see how it continues to develop through this. As we want to go ahead and hop into the calendar and just look at that graphic in and of itself once again. We've talked about it yesterday. You've seen it in the video, but we're going to go through it once again for those that might be coming here for just the second day for the first time, where it all began back in April for that Swiss stage, then transitioning into the top 64 for group stages, and now we find ourselves here in the month of May, where it is the top 16 battling it out, where we are going to be able to see some teams being sent home.
And I mean, it was a not so insignificant number of colleges that were entering into this tournament, Rich. 355, I think, was the total number that we got when it was all said and done. And that's a large amount of teams playing throughout that Swiss stage and then going into the group stage. And we just trimmed down until we got our top 16. And I think the top 16 that we have, we talked about it yesterday, we talked about it in our video, one of the most competitive we've seen in the collegiate history.
And, you know, as we talk a little bit, not only about the calendar, we can start looking again at that prize pool that they're fighting for. We talk so much and heavily about the title at which that they get, but also, again, that discussion about the prize pool, which is so important. For so many of these teams, we really highlighted the fact that there are still some within this playoff bracket that are club-based versus having that consistent backing of, let's say, scholarship money, or where that is being distributed from the colleges itself and where it comes from, at least in their just overall school funding. But with 25, $1,000 for first place. That is a massive chunk of change. But even when it comes to those that are still in that, growth stage or looking to hit this main stage, like we talked about ASU being among 16, they still get to walk away with something, at least even in the 16th place. They're not looking to end there today, of course, but they're still going to continue leaving this with some kind of prize money for their efforts.
Yeah, and I think that's great, especially for those teams that are those clubs, seeing as well if there's like, players that are out there or colleges that are out there that only have a club and don't have the, the backing as some of our bigger teams. And you can already see that, like, hey, there are some clubs that make it far in this tournament. We've seen that in previous. This year, it's kind of been ASU, the main one, but there's always those teams that kind of sneak in that are just kind of running on the passion of those players and of the staff. So I think that's a great thing that they're going to still be rewarded no matter what, now that they're in the top 16.
And we can dive a little bit into the format as well here, Kenobi, so we can give some better. We talked about the calendar in and of itself, but now we can dive a little bit more in depth, and I'll discuss again about those Swiss stages where you and I were able to recap a lot of those submissions that came from so many schools. Again, those 355, which is a massive amount when you actually look at it in comparison to any other competitive esports, just that there are so many driven to participate in this type of tournament where they did work their way through, again, that team A and B going to the best of 2, and then transitioning into the group stage where we had that 64 remaining.
Yeah, and those 64, I mean, only 2 out of all of the 8 groups got in terms of the top 2 from those groups, and it was a battle for a lot of them. I mean, there were some tiebreakers that were involved. There were some grueling matchups, like we talked about the Washington one, where they had to reverse sweep a tie to get, or reverse sweep being down to 0-3, essentially, with that tie in their back pocket, then getting that win, which made the difference in them making it to the tournament and making it to this top 16. So it was a grueling group stage, and the top 2 only made it out, came to that top 16, and now, like I said, I think we have probably the best makeup of teams.
And then we can really dive in further into the matchup that we do have coming up as well. Again, for those that were curious, we talked a little bit about the maps. We can dive into that as we do go into that further, where it is not going to be what we've seen traditionally in the OWC, where it was specifically having the predetermined maps. It was actually going to be the winners going to pick sides and losers going to pick the map. So that's a nice little consistency that we've seen throughout the absolute, collegiate sector, and that it does give them that opportunity to make those changes on the fly.
Yeah, and I think for Washington Esports, I mean, having that ability to win a series like that back in the group stage and then coming in here, it's really going to help them in terms. Yes, they didn't win their series necessarily yesterday, but they still took a map, and I think the same with ASU. They didn't take a map necessarily, but they took a couple of sub points and they looked good. I mean, there are some really good things to say about ASU from what we saw yesterday, and this Washington Esports side, from what we've seen from them, I think that they definitely have some Cinderella-esque run in them potentially as a dark horse throughout this lower side.
And we can now start looking at the roster for Washington. And again, this is a team that you very much highlighted when it came to the work that we talked about just ever so briefly at the top of the broadcast. That 6-map grueling battle that they had to do to find themselves in this position. And with this team and what they had to bring to the table, I'm actually really excited about it.
Yeah, the other interesting thing is that Delith is kind of their head coach, but also their support player. So I wonder how that's going to end up going, because it's going to be interesting to have the coach in the lineup specifically making those calls, potentially shot calling. I wonder how that comm structure is going to work. It's interesting how this team is going to maneuver around with their head coach playing in the lineup.
And just having that leadership type role amongst the squad in and of itself. As we take a look at their opponent, we already got to see this roster yesterday, but we get to see it once again, and some real standout highlights here. There was J-Man, who was attempting to compete quite heavily with Fisher, and they just unfortunately found a little bit of pitfalls here and there, but now that they've gotten their bearings, same thing with this combination and pairing with Aurora, who on the tank line on multiple occasions you and I highlighted how significant some of that kinetic grass play was with the Sigma, and even just understanding their positional awareness.
Yeah, and Aurora is no slouch in terms of just being, a great player. Top 10 was was the peak of that Aurora has hit in ranked. So definitely has that skill to be able to make a difference in a matchup like this. They, it was close in the first map in their last series yesterday against Fisher, but they kind of followed off a little bit when Fisher started to kind of really get going and really get their momentum back. But that's a series that they can look at, and there were some good things that they did. I liked a lot of their shot calling some of the times where they were very decisive. If they can continue to do that, they definitely have the chops to beat this.
And seeing these two compete one against one another, I feel that this one could be very, very close. Though, granted, at least Washington had a little bit more tape on ASU yesterday if they did want to go into some, VOD reviewing and understanding their methodology behind their play. Also how they, had some weak points potentially against Fisher. So there is that opportunity of gaining some advantage in that regard. But still, both these teams, again, I think are going to need to give it their all. They absolutely have to because, again, this is the lower bracket. So if you do not win this, you are going home.
Yeah, it's one and done here. And as we start things off on Antarctic Peninsula, this will be an interesting one because I think what we're seeing in terms of like the meta right now, we heard from some of the interviews yesterday that it's not really set, and there's also a tank change that's coming in later this week before the next weekend matches. So even what we're seeing today could potentially change as we go into our last weekend. But Antarctic Peninsula, again, where we start things off, this is very much a rush favored match or map, I would say, in terms of just like being able to have those enclosed areas. Malga, Ramatra, things like that, definitely going to be coming to the table, I think, in this. What I would be interested to see is like, where's the Mei integration? Because in terms of the DPS, we saw a lot of Tracer, but we've also seen some Mei, Sojourn. Cassidy is starting to become, for me, I think, a hero that we have to keep our eyes on because of how impactful Cassidy has been yesterday and just in ranked. I think in ranked, a lot of people are just playing Cassidy because Cassidy is so strong right now in the current state of the game.
It's a combination of strong, and I think it's just very reliable. It gives you so much when you go into these fights, as we're going to be entering onto Icebreaker, Antarctic Peninsula. It's cold, and why would we expect nothing less, at least from Anhu, who does actually bring the Mei to this. So they're right at home, at least in the temperature gauge.
And one of the things that we're seeing from Washington Esports is that Tracer instead of the Mei. So Noxian is going to have to play a little bit carefully here because if you walk runway a little bit wrong, the Icicles is definitely deadly against you. So we'll see how this Tracer is going to maneuver around this team fight.
ASU playing a little bit further back towards the engine room since Washington able to get to the point presence first, holding them at bay, with the shield going to deny a lot of that firing rate from Sneaky in the back, but finding some subtle windows to get that chip damage onto Ichi as well, who will, with this Ramatra, continue to play defensively up front. Sneaky very, very low, but there's quite a bit of depletion in health across the board until those supports can really start fueling them and getting them topped up. But what a great execution, diving in on this Tracer play, emphasizing it earlier. How is that Tracer going to meld into this composition? But J-Man wants to shut it down. Can't allow that to continue gaining value, as it's going to be ASU looking to try and regroup and push back into this, but unfortunately, they're going to be staved off.
Oh, I mean, Ichi's here trying to take some stragglers off, but it's Washington Esports who start this off, and I think Noxion played that basically as well as he could have. They're just waiting patiently, not playing too aggressive, and then once they find a target that's a little bit low, he goes in, secures that kill onto the Mei, and it's a win for Washington Esports, who do have to retreat a little bit because they don't have all of their members right now, and ASU should be able to take some positioning, but we'll look at the Tracer here with that Pulse Bomb.
Keeping a watchful eye on where that needs to be dropped, and the Immortality Field thrown this early. That is a guaranteed takedown. There is an ice block, at least for Anhu, but that still leaves that support vulnerable. Panther removed from this equation. It's all on Angelics now with this mobility and AoE effect healing that's going to have to sustain them through it, and that's a massive challenge to do. J-Man rotates inside with Aurora coupling forward, hitting them with a Fists of Fury, and actually take it back.
And that was all one off of Anhu, who had a fantastic wall. They're separating Karin away from the rest of the team. That means there's no healing, and then the rest of ASU dove directly onto that Baptiste, who had no immortality field, and once that Baptiste is down, it's almost a fight completely lost. And we're going back and forth between these two teams, but it's going to be a little bit difficult for Washington Esports to get in here, especially if they're going to be having to walk through the teats into the teats of this Blizzard from Anhu.
We'll see with the nice Blizzard locking them down. Quick movement. A High Noon isolated completely off to the side. It locks down everyone else, so they just have to completely tuck tail and run.
And they're definitely going to be happy with that trade. I mean, High Noon, not really the most valuable ultimates, but it's good for taking space. And in these matchups, you definitely want to have something like that, because now it's going to have to be a little bit difficult for Washington Esports to get in here. They might have to use their sound barrier to try and enter.
Noxion needs to be careful, looking to retreat. Again, once through the engine room, as that wall comes up, it's separated. Ichi, that they have to be careful, as their supports aren't nearly as close to give coverage. The sound barrier lands just in time as well to make sure that they give them some survivability, as the Annihilation both continuing to dwindle health as they stand literally on the point with arms crossed and hoping one will die first. J-Man gets the elimination again here onto this Tracer, making it super substantial for ASU to have the numbers advantage. The amplification matrix going to help quite a bit as this rotation from the support from Corinne is in the back, but it's still coming up ASU.
ASU are able to weather the storm there from Washington Esports, and you're talking about both of the Ramatras just standing on point, man too angry to die, just standing there with their arms crossed, and it ends up being a fight that, especially with the Mei and just that continued sustained damage, you really are able to find those elongated fights as a win because Naxion can't really enter as well as a Mei and stand in those fights. But Pulse Bomb again available. We've seen Pulse Bomb hit before.
Recognition quickly with the boot, giving some distance and separation. And the fact that they've at least spy checked that now with the Lucio gives them the opportunity to be aware of this flanking angle once again, guaranteeing you that they know that they have that Pulse Bomb alive and ready to be tossed. Noxion might be able to find something. That gets real dangerous, though, as the recall has to be active. J-Man now with the overclock, continuing to pummel them in the back, working their way through the immortality field, finding an airborne sneaky pick. And that will be ASU with 100-48, with J-Man cleaning up and unleashing the power.
Yeah, J-Man really playing well, and someone who I think deserves a lot of credit is Angelic. Angelic is doing a fantastic job at checking this Tracer. Naxion is not able to really enter into these fights because of how well Angelic is just kind of there, booping them back, making sure that this Tracer isn't able to just get free pulse bombs into the backline. That's really good understanding of how to negate the Tracer, and now you can kind of see Washington Esports switching things up, gonna want to go to more of that mirror style because they need a little bit more of that front-loaded damage with the Mei. Also, the utility of Wall going to be really, really helpful for trying to bring them back into this.
And now that they're going head-to-head in this sense in regards to making that adjustment, curious to see how it's going to change the play style for Washington to go up against this Mei v Mei. Teleporter instantly going to give them the advantage in position, pushing towards this, and will take this high ground position to compete before having to drop down below. But it's actually Anhu who opts to go into the Tracer this time.
Interesting that we're not seeing ASU just kind of run it back on this Mei. Maybe they have an idea of how to play around the Tracer themselves so they can play it. Anhu did a good job yesterday in this matchup when we saw it, so definitely something to not really shake a stick at, but already taking down great checking from Delete.
Yeah, attempting to do just as well as Angelic was in the previous one, keeping them in check, denying their positioning, and getting them out of the best and most advantageous engaging position with Leaf up top, looking for a boot, trying to separate Aurora, who's in the corner, has nowhere to go, and the supports are just being able to funnel small margins of healing and actually sustain them through it. But once again, Anhu goes down as they're brought back into this fight. It's chaos for ASU. J-Man's really the only one that's keeping it somewhat in their favor by eliminating the supports in the back line. If they can just get rid of this Lucio, they have no healing at the moment, but Aurora dropping below to keep it contested is unfortunately not covered quick enough by the Immortality Field to keep them going.
Yeah, Immortality Field just a little bit too late here. J-Man is able to take down Delete, though, which is big. 99% to worth that sound barrier. Now you don't have it, and J-Man is just going to have a shooting gallery right here.
Yep, Overclock came up swiftly with those first few eliminations, but Naxion gets that pickup, so they no longer get the extra follow-through and just the throughput in damage. This has been such an extensive contention that no side has been able to obtain any percentage.
Yeah, well, now the sound barrier, though, that should be the end of it. But as I say that, Naxion goes down, and that means there's no Blizzard. Sound barrier returns back in, and here comes this Ramatra taking names right now, and that should be finally ASU Sun Devils being able to finally win a fight, which felt like it went on for like 3 minutes, 4 minutes.
Eternity,
we just had a fight forever. We started off, and then we just continued to fight, and finally ASU are going to be able to win. You're going to be having, I mean, Washington Esports come back into this one with a Blizzard, which is going to be good because they can either just use it to take the high ground or try and win a fight on point and dare ASU to come down into the ground, into the teeth of that team, and then win off of that Blizzard.
I mean, the big thing, too, is I'm super happy that Washington didn't get overzealous here and commit both of those ultimates and lose the fight, so they can really look to this next one, like you mentioned, and see if they want to take point presence. Still some opportunity here with this Mei, keeping the high ground. Icicle's not quite landing, unfortunately, as the fight continues to ensue. The wall is going to block it off and separate the two so they can completely keep Aurora in this... instantly blown up, by the way, by the rail shot. There's no way that they're going to break that wall fast enough to give a supportive healing with Z-Panther, especially on the low ground underneath. Anhu does get rid of the Murmatra play, though, surprisingly, and there are picks that are still coming through. ASU, despite being divided and somewhat conquered, they actually recover.
it felt a little bit disjointed from Washington Esports there. Ichi kind of just goes into the teeth of the Ant Matrix and doesn't manage to find anything, no support, and you've got to respect the incoming damage from a Baptiste and especially a Sojourn there in that Ant Matrix. Ichi gets blown up, and a fight that looked like it was a great start for Washington Esports completely falls over. Anhu looking for a pulse bomb. If he can find this early, that could be just the map.
Who is the target for Anhu? Playing down below. They haven't really peeked forward just yet. Not really giving any harassment to Anhu. They're more focused on J-Man in the back. As you can see, the health bar continuing to just reduce and be chipped away. Now looking for potentially a triple dash onto the back line. Could go for the stick, manages to get it, and the immortality field is too late. The responsiveness from the Baptiste microseconds behind, but Ichi gets one at least, and it actually removes Aurora. There's the second now with the Annihilation. It's been held onto for 2 previous fights, and finally it pays off, but they have to get to the point, and they manage to keep it into the overtime.
Oh, and because actually J-Man was able to find a pick onto Karing, that means that Delay has to use the Soundbarrier kind of just as a way to force ASU off. So ASU are just going to be like, fine, we'll leave. We'll take a Soundbarrier for that. And Washington Esports are going to have to just sit on this point with only their DPS ultimates. They don't have any support ults, and ASU are so in the lead when it comes to that ult charge.
Sneaky with the overclock active. The wall has been removed from Aurora, sticking within the immortality field very early, mind you, so they won't have that as a lifeline. But Ichi and also this Maid play doing so well in tandem with one another, while Sneaky down below gets those shots, and this is another fight win for Washington.
Very important fight win, but at what cost? Because look at their ultimate charge, Rich. They don't have anything in terms of their economy, and you're coming in with Annihilation, Sound Barrier, and Ant Matrix. I mean, this has to be, realistically, Washington Esports winning this in the neutral with a pick somehow, or ASU have to misplay this drastically for this map to continue and for ASU to not win.
Some attempted contention down below. I like that Anhu is doing this because it is going to have to force Washington to make a move, and J-Man gets a pick onto the Lucio. They've lost the mobility and that area of effect healing, but still there is a lot of healing that can come from this Baptiste. The immortality field is already gone too. That's a moment for ASU to exploit them, taking shots for free. The Annihilation will completely reduce them to nothing, disintegrating the health value that remains. ASU cleaning this up in sub-level and will be able to take this first map with a 2-0 score and a team kill.
ASU looking really, really clean on those first 2 maps, especially with the way that I like that they switched towards the Tracer themselves, and then they played the May themselves. That was really well played in terms of Anhu being able to maneuver around that composition. Yes, it started off a little bit shaky with those 2 first deaths, but eventually it ended up going in their favor. A little bit disjointed, I think, from Washington University in some of those instances where, you know, we saw Ichi going in alone into an Ant Matrix, things like that. If that can be cleaned up, though, there were some bright spots, I think, when they were maneuvering with this composition.
Yeah, I think that they really, at this point, just kind of need to refine ever so slightly. You touched a little bit on the immortality fields and those types of things. I will definitely say that it's almost kind of like an itchy trigger finger. Like, you see that immortality field coming out very early. Like, you want to have that as a last and latest resort, because when a team knows that it's used, that is a hard shift. They're like, lamp, gone, go, instantly. And you saw it on both occasions.
I mean, the thing about Lamp 2 is that, especially when we have Sojourn in the meta, right, where it's like, if Sojourn can't like one-shot you anymore from like full health, which is a big deal, but you can still pump out so much damage with Rail that, like we saw in that last fight where you're talking about where Lamp got used so early. It's because J-Man, who was also playing incredible this first map, was just hitting continuous rail after rail after rail, and if you have to just give up your Baptiste immortality field for one rail shot, that's a trade you'll take every day, 100%.
And we can now see the cleanup here towards the end of it. Again, J-Man highlighted heavily into this, as that will be so far 1 map in favor of ASU, is where ultimately now we can start deviating away from control, seeing what that map selection is going to be for Washington and where they want to go for comfort. And since they have that decision, they can really start thinking about what maybe going to exploit some of the weaknesses from ASU that we saw potentially yesterday that Fisher were able to exploit.
Yeah, Fisher, I think, what did they say? They hadn't played Orisa this entire season yet. Now they go, or well, I guess this current meta, they must have played it at sometimes back in Swiss or in groups. But I think that, I wonder if we're going to be going into ASU, because I don't know if they're going to pick the same map because of what happened, and it looks like they won't. It's going to be Midtown instead, I think, instead of Numbani, which it was yesterday. we talked about it yesterday when we were watching that series against them and Fisher. It's like, you throw that map out. You just throw that map out. Didn't ever happen. Now they're going to just go on to Midtown and hope that things are a little bit different here. This is usually where we see a deviation of composition. They did bring out that kind of like old school World Cup Bastion composition that we saw with the Sigma. This is a perfect map for something like that. Sigma, extremely good on this Midtown first and even going through second and third. So I think this is a great pickup for them.
Well, and in addition to that, we have to also just think about how fast this decision was made by Washington. And they were just not hesitant in knowing where they wanted to go from that position, and they feel confident in this. And I would be curious if we're going to see the same type of methodology that you were able to see from, let's say, Maryville when it came to the Sigma play and their defensive hold, and how strong that can be, and what other opportunities they might be able to use to combat against such of those compositional selections like you mentioned with ASU.
I wonder if it's like they know that potentially ASU, because they do have tape of it yesterday and like how ASU is playing, and then, you know, going to this Midtown map, Sigma's still going to be viable, but is there going to be that Bastion play that we're going to be seeing from ASU? I think Washington Esports definitely have something up their sleeve if they're picking a map like this that's going to be moving away from kind of that rush style that we saw in our first Antarctic Peninsula map.
And as we hop in just a moment, we'll be able to see who gets to play on that initial defensive side, where I think you actually get to set the goalpost in the most favorable. Like, there's a lot of teams that particularly say, oh, I like to play on the attacking side first because we, you know, try to set that bar as far as we can. But some in cases really do enjoy the fact of, if we can just stonewall them here, it's the psychology and how you play against a competitive team in this type of nature.
As we go into our Midtown map here, we'll see what we're thinking.
It'll be ASU on the attack. Okay, so we got ASU first on the attack, with Washington again sticking to the Sigma like we touched on. But we do have a difference here when it comes to a support pick, and also something we haven't seen as much as well in the DPS lineup.
Lifeweaver is great here, though. I think Lifeweaver is fantastic, and I think this is the very like pokey style of I think the Lifeweaver, what Lifeweaver does really well is it pulls people. That pull is so important in just getting people out of those areas where it's like, if ASU is going to make a very aggressive push, you can just pull that player out. The pedal is also great for getting people into high ground in that defense. So I think that this is going to be an interesting wrinkle for this Washington Esports team on the defensive end. The Hanzo, we saw yesterday, Vision on this Hanzo absolutely took over this map. So on the defensive end, I think this is great. But I like this decision making from ASU. Bring out the teleporter just to start things off and get a little bit of positioning advantage before moving over towards that Cassidy. And now you can kind of shepherd your team over towards that left side and then go into that under area and the firehouse and see where you can go from there, because that's really how you have to maneuver around this point.
And a clean rotation is really ideal, but there's still going to be a lot of funnel damage coming in from that Hanzo up in that window. You can see just above market right here, getting that intel, having that knowledge of how many players are trying to move through there. So it's a little bit separated for the moment, and it's basically a waiting game until somebody pokes out and almost gets blown up.
Yeah, you have to wait patiently here. The Hanzo is still extremely deadly, even though it does have a little bit of nerf after a couple of the changes that we've seen, but actually being forced out a little bit right here. Nice movement, I think, from J-Man and from Angelic with that healing. Now you can see positioning is being taken by ASU, which is really good for them.
And you can see this rotation from Washington. They're giving ground to tuck underneath this archway. That's a big pick, though, onto Panther, losing that support, leaving it solely onto Angelic, since there is some time before they're back up into this. Washington gets a second onto the support, and now things are a little bit unfortunate because you're waiting for them to regroup, and Aurora's separated.
Yeah, this is actually going to... I think they could stagger out Aurora just a little bit here. They don't want to lose anyone, but eventually that Hanzo is going to be able to clean it up, and Naxion is kind of taking over the lobby like we saw Vision do yesterday, and ASU don't really have a range advantage, right? That's the thing about this, is they don't really have that ability to counter Naxion unless they hit like 3 headshots, right? They don't, with a Tracer and a Cassidy, you just don't have the range to match a Hanzo.
J-Man was just like, somebody help! Somebody help! I'm behind a pillar, I'm alone! Oh, they're going to take the Metro.
Oh, no,
okay, Dragon Strike! Oh! Can they block him in time? They're going to have to press into Ichi up top. So they are able to elude the Dragon, barely. As Z Panther now with this amplification matrix opens up just past the fire truck. Nice reposition with the grab from the Lifeweaver. As the ultimate Sunstruck might land, but is there no follow-up on the damage? J-Man actually denies it. So Washington is going to have to play even more careful now because it's solely onto the Lifeweaver, the tree into the corner, anchoring on that backline position where you've got Aurora flanking around, looking for the Flux, wanting to get rid of the Hanzo that's been a pain in their side. And they have now 1:30 to work with, but this is still not a clean fight for them.
Yeah, and there's a Grid Flux as well at the same time, and that's gonna, I mean, actually, somehow they're turning it back around. Z-Panther uses that lamp to keep himself alive, and actually ASU just completely wins that fight off of what seemed like a really good, at least, stall from Washington Esports, and now we'll see if Washington Esports even have anything to get back onto this point. It doesn't look like they're gonna be able to, and ASU bring that one back, which looks like a really shaky team fight for them, but they're gonna start seeing the second parts of Midtown.
And they'll be able to capture this now with 60 seconds remaining, so it brings it back up to 3.5, where you already have Aurora anchoring on that high ground, seeing where they're going to position. They'll get their way through this door and now start looking for the underpass.
Okay, now I wonder how the Hanzo is going to be able to operate here, because it's a little bit more open, and ASU have a little bit more avenues to move around, as Angelic makes a very, very shaky play there. If it was taken down in the head, could have been dangerous, but Hanzo not as strong as was before. As oh, this is another thing you can do with the pedal, just kind of go up here, see what you can find. Not hitting the shots just yet.
A couple of decent angles as well. You can go onto those edges where if you want to continue maintaining the high ground. Clever little tech there, working and pairing alongside the Life Weaver, but down below, Anhu still allowing that payload to push forward, and Washington can't get there to contest it. And they're breaking this pedal even so that they can deny that high ground presence, but it at least gives them a moment to escape and regroup.
I mean, the thing about Washington Esports compositions is with this Hanzo, you have to start finding picks, and they're just not there, right? Noxon is not hitting the same amount of shots that he was in that first point on the defense when it was working out so well for them, and ASU are just totally fine, just slowly taking this positioning, and now an Ant Matrix is going to be here on high ground to really make it difficult.
Very disjointed indeed. Now another Dragon Strike chasing. Happy feet for Panther, jumping out of the way, having a definite high ground advantage with that Pulse Bomb, also getting rid of the Hanzo, who really had to be the playmaker, and things are coming up very short. Well, now, here comes the Sunstruck. Aaron looking to try and land it onto somebody, but it really doesn't do anything. There's a sound barrier from ASU, and they're just playing this perfectly. With a Deadeye now going to isolate one. You're very low, but Ichi actually gets the pickup and denies the kill.
Gravitic Flux is available for both of these Sigmas. We'll see what happens with one on.
Nice
Aurora
stun.
getting taken down very low, but nice immortality field there.
That was clean coming from the high ground. Panther able to save them for the moment, but Angelic is going to go down, unfortunately, since this is still a very formidable Sigma play on the defense from Washington. Going forward, getting an accretion onto Aurora, and I gotta say, the Sigma play with these accretions and just positioning was on point.
Yeah, these fights are really scrappy, but in the mid-fight, it seems like these Sigmas are really starting to heat up a little bit, and you can actually see J-Man has gone over to the Hanzo himself, so trying to match up a little bit with that long-range potential. It's not going to be the same as like on the defensive end when you just have these angles to hold down, but now J-Man should be able to match a little bit with that range.
Damage onto the shield was also nice when you get that multi-shot quickly from the Hanzo. Anhu with the Pulse Bomb. Could look to try and do a triple dash as we saw before. Maybe when there's, again, there's no immortality field this time, so a stick will be much more detrimental. But still, patience for now with 40 seconds to go. Ichi holding towards the payload as they attempt to slowly maneuver it back to the underpass. And again, patience is a virtue right now with these 30 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, they're continuously trying to check where the Tracer is. The stick goes through. Nice shot from Nuxo, and the pulse gets absolutely nothing.
Beautiful attention to detail and reaction time with the Tracer dashing through. If Noxion can do this once again with these last 20 seconds, they're going to be in a perfect position because Anhu is having to rush back into this to try and get a full 5 to compete with only 10 seconds to go.
It is Anhu and it is the Tracer, so they will be here, but this Dragon Strike actually into this high ground enclosed area could be a wonder to just win this team fight.
ASU has been able to elude it twice before, but is the third time the charm for Noxion. Storm Arrows launching into the back. The Amplification Matrix is there. Has to play a little bit more defensively. They have the chance to give ground as the Dragon Strike now is on the point. Forcing them to go into it with the Sunstruck. Even if you get a minor portion of damage that might just be enough to cause the explosion. Both supports are down. Washington Esports, despite them giving a massive segment of this map, are able to hold strong before the checkpoint and deny this next completion.
Yeah, I think that was a lot of that last couple of minutes was all on Nuxon, like starting to really pop off on this Hanzo. We saw it a little bit on the defensive end in like those first 3 minutes where it was just a complete Hanzo differential, and then even when J-Man was going over to the Hanzo himself, Nuxon was still able to really have those moments, especially that one Tracer play. If that Pulse Bomb hits, that's potentially ASU taking that second point. They were that close, as you can see already where the card is right now, so really well played from this Hanzo player, and it feels like when we go to Midtown, Hanzo is just the name of the game, right? It feels like if you have that kind of carry Hanzo player, this map becomes like so much easier for you to operate.
I'm curious to see if ASU is going to look to try and bring out the Hanzo out the gate, as we saw already from Washington and in other cases like Maryville. But no, they're actually going to keep this Tracer instead. There's a lot of different angles that you can take with that back side alleyway, also potentially maneuvering up towards the top through the Metro, or even just keeping some decent chip damage underneath the initial train card as well.
Yeah, I don't really think you need to handshake like a Hanzo. Like, yes, it worked really well for Nuxon, but like if it's not going to work for, like, J-Man's Cassidy is like the bread and butter, right? And I think we've seen J-Man be very good at Cassidy, so if you want to continue to use that and kind of just be like, okay, there's going to be a Hanzo potentially on the other side, we just have to give that up and work around it a little bit easier. That's, I think, more favorable to playing it for your comfort rather than just trying to match what the other team is doing. Because if you're going to opt into a Hanzo matchup, Washington Esports is going to be like, yeah, sure, we'll take that. We have a very good Hanzo player.
And they bring the Winston out onto the field for the attack. This is where we talk heavily about coordination in dives. Sneaky gets dangerously low, but Anhu has recognition of the support. So low, gets the melee, completely knocks the Brigitte out of the equation right now, and it's solely left onto Corinne, who has to keep Ichi alive.
Yeah, that's a complete retreat from Washington Esports. J-Man's been able to take down Sneaky, actually, and I mean, I think the idea of this Washington Esports composition, I get it. It's like what we're trying to do here is we're going to try kind of doing what old Winston and Ana did, where it's like you farm up towards that Nano. I mean, look at Karin already getting towards 70%. Nano here is going to do wonders of just getting into this fight, right? That's really what they're waiting for. Even if they lose a couple of fights, you can't lose them like that. You have to like lose them slowly. If you lose like more than one member, it's disastrous for you. If Ichi goes down, it's even worse because you really, really need that Nano to go forward with this composition, and you cannot have those picks happen in the mid-fight like that.
Very dominant performance so far defensively by ASU, finding those very critical picks out the gate. First, it was onto the Brig. A second now onto this Ana or Noxion with the Tracer, so they can just go back to the drawing board with 2 minutes and 40.
Because now look at the problem. What happens here is like, yes, you have the Nano, but look at Aurora. Aurora has Greater Flux, so when Winston dives in with Nano, you just flux it, it gets no value. So that's the value that those picks will bring to the table.
Couple of offensive attempted shots here by Corinne. Now with that Nano boost up top, Ichi's going to be levitated into the sky for the moment with a small margin of health remaining. Nice top up though by the healers, keeping him going. A whip shot comes out onto Aurora, and the fact that the tank is still here for Washington makes a big difference. But the Deadeye, nice shield, attempting to get out of the sight lines. Buying a few more seconds worth until they can get into this, but this time is actually giving an opportunity for Aurora to get back in here because the point is not yet being contested. Now it's going to be a body block and a shield protection.
Great
what
whip
a
shot.
cover!
Holy
The whip shot plus the block on the pulse bomb. That was wonderfully done by Angelic. And then there's a shot by J-Man. This is absolutely in favor of ASU now and are starting to capitalize on this with a wild set of plays.
Trauma Rage is going to be used here. Yes, Angelic is going to go down, but it's not going to matter, I think, in the long run. That's just going to be a fight win. That Brigitte play from Angelic, absolutely absurd. That was a dead Cassidy by all rights. Blocking not only the Winston jump in, but also blocking the pulse bomb completely turns that fight around because Sneaky is able to, or J-Man's able to survive and just continuously dish out that damage. And Washington Esports, the experiments kind of failed here, right? They only have a minute left. Karin is most likely going to get one more Nano, but again, you cannot have a loss in these mid-fights, especially with all the poke that's coming in from ASU. You have to play this incredibly clean, but still play on the edge where you're at least taking some poke so Karin can get to that Nano.
Diving forward now with the rally. Ichi
what a stick!
Deleted! There's the pulse bomb from Anhu, who makes a massive shift in momentum right now. 50 seconds to go. This feels like Maryville ISU, but just with a slightly different compositional breakdown.
And that's a rally used from Delete that gets absolutely nothing in Washington Esports in dire straits right here. Delete's switching over just to that Lucio. 30 seconds left, last fight territory here. But this Washington Esports team, they're walking in to a rally and into a high noon. So again, when this Nano comes in from Karin, how much value is it actually going to get?
We'll see with these 20 seconds now remaining. The Nano boost going to most likely be tossed onto Ichi, diving in. as the shots go wide. Also with the kinetic grass to mitigate it, there is coverage for J-Man, but the bio-nade lands. That is absolutely a necessary pick. Ichi gets Angelic. The first time it was denied, but this time Angelic can't do it once again. The seconds are dwindling, the overtime is active, the numbers in favor of Washington, and they are just taking down the remaining few to guarantee that they can move into this street space, but Aurora just now looking to buy time. There is a chance with the Flux to get the pickups, really utilizing this flagpole in the architecture to the best of their ability as the numbers are starting to come back in. But Anhu goes down, couldn't get the partnership necessary as they force them away. The bio-nade lands, J-Man with an attempt, but it still comes up short as they shift themselves into the payload phase with 2 minutes and 30 seconds.
Yeah, MVP of those last two fights, Karin. Karin absolutely completely turned those fights around with those anti-nades that we saw. One was directly onto the backline, onto Angelic, who was using that rally, ends up going down. Same with Panther, and then at the very end, when there was trying to be a re-engage from ASU to come back in, another huge anti from Karin completely breaks that open, and now you can see Washington Esports get that second life for themselves, 2 minutes available, and with the Primal Rage, actually, they can take ASU off of this high ground where they want to be, and look at this range again, coming in from Sneaky, bringing in the Ash to the table, offers that AoE, but also has a little bit more range off of J-Man.
Ooh, nice takedown. I know, right? Cat got your tongue with that one. Primal Rage gonna come up now from Ichi again, trying to dislodge them from this high ground. The Immortality field is placed, but J-Man consistently being removed from its safety. But as I say that, is able to tumble back in and actually denies Washington.
Yeah, and I think this is going to be a dead Winston here on that point, and we're getting towards last fight territory with a minute and a half. By the time we get back into this fight, Washington Esports won't have that much time left, and ASU, I love what they're doing here, just playing a little bit aggressively, make sure Washington Esports doesn't have any of that positioning, rotate back onto that high ground, and Anhu is actually just kind of sneaky here at the bottom of this cart, maybe going to be trying to just proc the cart and find out if anyone's going to be here. It's just that Tracer.
Ooh. Another pickup, even though I know we're focusing on the TBT, J-Man gets a second takedown on the Sneaky and countering them. Ichi able to force back Aurora for the moment, so the high ground has been abandoned. ASU needs to give ground for now, but there's only 50 seconds left, Kenobi.
Yeah, and I wonder what they're going to be using the sound barrier for. I think they're going to use the sound barrier and just try and jump onto that high ground and take them off of it here in this last fight. There's no other fight after this one. This is the last fight that we're going to have here. The Pulse Bomb doesn't manage to find anything.
Nope. If that would have stuck onto the support, it would have been absolutely critical to take this fight. J-Man now within the midst of the Immortality field, able to get the shot and actually tumbles out. Has the extra fortification to survive through it. Now, Magnate onto the Tracer, gets the pickups. The health values are so low because, again, you lost the Ana so early.
Yeah, that was all on J-Man there with that high noon and then taking off the Ana's head directly after that. Now it's just desperation for Washington Esports here. Primal Rage is soon here for Ichi, but they got to get someone onto this card to proc that overtime. They're trying to figure out a way to do so. Can Noxon get there?
It's all onto the shoulders of the Tracer. Overtime is active now with Ichi up top with the Winston. Shield has already been active, but the Primal Rage is there. Had to use it very, very early when the health wasn't just as low, but didn't want to risk it. And now the fact that Ichi is going to be taken down. Z-Panther is just pumping the damage with the supports. The Flux now coming in to lock down the remaining few. ASU is able to deny them the golden box of victory to make this a 2-0 map score as they are finding themselves now on a match point.
A worthy attempt from University of Washington there, especially getting that first tick of the map, but unfortunately after this heroic play from Nuxo on this Hanzo, J-Man really stepped it up the second half of the map. Like on their offense, or on the defense rather, that Cassidy, like I talked about, there's no reason to kind of match up one-on-one with the Hanzo. You're kind of handshaking into what the other team wants you to do. Just play the Cassidy. We saw how good J-Man was at it. J-Man, even though you have a little bit of a range disadvantage against like some of the longer range things that were being brought to the table, J-Man still is hitting those shots, and if it ain't broke, there's no reason to handshake into that Hanzo matchup and play to the comfort of the other player, because you know you're that good at that Cassidy. You can still play it, and we saw it come to dividends right there.
And I'm pivoting away from the DPS, not to say that it's not important, but I also just heavily have to emphasize the support line that came out from ASU. Just the way that they were able to couple alongside that DPS and the way that they were playing that you really highlighted specifically and how you're matching up against it is also so critical. If those fights don't go to more afterwards, the time bank continues to be a lot more large and you have more wiggle room. But because you've got this great Brigitte play
yeah,
right
this
here
is
perfectly,
insane. This is the whip shot and then the block. It's so good.
Yeah. It's so perfect. Just the synergy that you have and the awareness and timing on so many things happening is vital to you being successful like this.
And I think that's just kind of knowing where your bread is buttered as like ASU, because you see all of these highlights that we're seeing J-Man like pop off on Cassidy. Who's next to J-Man in every one? Angelic is right there on the Brigitte all the time, making sure that this Cassidy isn't going to die, because if you're especially with like against a dive composition, Cassidy's very hard to dive just by himself in general. If you got a Brigitte there just procking Inspire, giving out cookies, it's so difficult to realistically take down someone like that. And if you're giving J-Man that time, J-Man is going to be able to get picks eventually in those elongated fights. So you're right. I think the support's really good understanding from them about how to really maximize J-Man in those situations.
Well, and the funny part is we don't get to see a lot of Reinhardt. So at this point, this is the closest thing that we get to, where now instead of him saying it, it's going to be a Brigitte saying, I am your shield. All right, we're going to get some confirmation, though, in the distance. It's going to be Esperanza as our next map. No surprise there, Kenobi. We've already seen it repeatedly, and this is a map I think that ultimately is probably never going to change for us.
Yeah, I think this is the best push map.
It really is.
I don't think that's a hot take, right? I think this is
it's not a hot take. Watch, somebody in chat will say, Kenobi, that's a hot take.
I mean, I think it's the best one.
Yeah.
I think Portugal is very nice, you know.
Oh, 100%. And the other part, too, is it's not only just, like, the best map. It's also, I think, just structurally and the methodology behind how you play it, a lot more viable than when we look at, let's say, others like Colosseo or, I mean, just, there's something about it that's very, very consistent, and it allows you to feel comfort, and versus compared to some others when you look at, like, New Queen Street, where you've got just that different channels and avenues and pockets and all the different areas you can play through.
Yeah, this is much more of a straightforward. I mean, the other, like, New Queens is, I think, Door calls it Swiss cheese, the map, because you can just kind of move around in all those areas with those flankers, and there's not really, like, an avenue to set up. This map is completely different. This map, it's like high ground. Those archways are just, like, where the map is won and lost. Control of those archways, being able to figure out a way to keep yourself secure up there and let your DPS and your supports potentially pop off. That's really where I think this map is won and lost.
As we just get a lovely pan through for the last few moments before entering into it, I'm so interested in seeing the type of composition that we're going to have, if it's going to still be the same format and structure from ASU, because we did get to see it yesterday as we're going into now this third map, and if it's going to be maybe some shifts depending upon how Washington is playing, and if Washington's going to maybe take a chapter out of what Fisher played yesterday to show how they can take advantage of ASU.
And I wonder what we're going to be seeing in terms of those tanks, because we saw a little bit of Mauga yesterday on this map. I think Winston still has a place here on maps like this, especially if you have like a very adept Winston player to kind of play patiently, maneuver around the geometry of a map like this. One of the things, though, is that ASU, if they are going to be bringing out the Ramatra, which it looks like they are, the thing about this matchup between the Winston and the Ramatra is that Vortex is incredibly important, right? Because if you Vortex the Winston, cannot escape. If the Winston dive in and you just use that Vortex, it's almost 9 times out of 10 a dead Winston, no matter what.
Yeah, you'll be a sitting duck. And it's going to be really, really on Aurora's shoulders to make sure that those are planted in the best position possible to deny that Winston from gaining value. As already, the neutral going to be dominated by ASU, with Washington observing from the distance and how they want to engage in onto this, especially with the Winston having to find a prime target. They recognize that J-Man is all the way in the back. You can see in the distance. No real clear shot just yet to get into it, since they have to coordinate. So Sneaky also really unable to pick the corner. There's so much damage being put onto both Ichi and Sneaky that Corinne is having to make so much swap for healing.
Yeah, but this is fine for Corinne, especially if you're on the high ground right now and you use that anti-nade. They're just trying to farm towards that nano, 80% and closing. As long as no one dies, this nano will eventually break this team.
As now ASU looking to draw back for the moment.
Yeah,
there is going to be the pause, since we did have the DC waiting for the fight to be confirmed at a neutral. Nobody going into combat, making sure that we abide by that rule, as we will give them some time to reconnect here. They have the opportunity to do so. And again, it's one of those moments, too, where it's almost best to have it in this specific instance where you're not gaining your ultimates, you're not late in the time bank, you've got a lot more recovery, so it's better sooner than later.
Yeah, definitely. But I think, I mean, shout outs to Karin. We were talking about how Karn always has to switch like POVs and stuff like that on hand to heal. Karn's hitting every one of those shots, right? And that's like the thing, especially with like Ana. Ana's like probably my most played hero, but I'm terrible at her, so I can't make those like quick scope snipes that and heals that currently Karn is doing every single time, and that's really farming up towards that nano, because if you miss a couple of those shots, that's like a few percentages that you're missing, and then
it adds up.
Again, if you're fighting against someone like this other team where it's like you want to play a little bit slow, give your team a lot of time in that brawl scenario, let J-Man cook, you need to get that nano literally as soon as possible, right? Because now I think it was 95% to nano. One more heal, J-Man's gonna, or not J-Man, one more heal that's gonna be thrown onto that Winston. The Winston's gonna go take all of that space, and there isn't gonna be really a lot to deal with it on the other side. Yes, you have the Vortex one thing, but that Winston's gonna be incredibly tanky, and it's gonna be a lot of target focus that's gonna be needed from ASU to be able to weather that storm of the Winston getting that nano.
And again, when you have 10 minutes worth of time, you can kind of give up this initial moment. Like, allow the supports just to get that valuable ultimate to then put onto the Winston, and then see if you can take that fight. Because you really have to play to your strengths and your strategies in this sense. And that's what we even got to see when it came to ISU attempting on Midtown. Granted, that wasn't a success, but they had to really bank their ultimates, make sure that they had everything set for this attempted execution on their strategy, and hoping that it does pay off in the end.
And I think the Lifeweaver is an interesting wrinkle. I think when I look at the Lifeweaver in that scenario, it's not an insignificant amount of healing, right? Lifeweaver, throughout all the buffs that they've had in the past, I think that when you see the Lifeweaver, it does offer you a little bit more of that healing output. It's not like a Baptiste or something like that, but one of the things it does offer you is that kind of like get out of jail free card with the pull, where it's like if someone makes like a wrong move in that scenario, you can just pull them out, make sure that they're safe, and then continue to try and farm towards that nano. But there hasn't been any mistakes on the defensive end for, I mean, not really defensive end. In the neutral, I'll say, for Washington, or not George Washington, Washington University, there hasn't really been any mistakes so far, so they haven't had to use that pull. And now when they take this fight, if the Winston does somehow, let's say, get caught by like a Vortex or something, just yoink the Winston out, you're totally fine, reset. The thing there would be, though, it's like, okay, now that we have that cooldown out, the Winston doesn't have the nano anymore, that's when you want to be a little bit more aggressive if you're ASU on the other side.
And again, you know, when it comes to the support line, we had Angelic specifically on the Brigitte. There was a lot more coverage utilizing the whip shot, or being able to have just that denial for those wanting to come in onto this, like we saw previously on Midtown. But you have that change up now where it's the Baptiste and the Lucio. So Z-Man needing to be very cognizant. Again, the Vortex, as you touched on, being a really great tool to deny the Winston. But I would say that it's not as, I think, beneficial, because if the Winston gets into, the Vortex is there and Z-Man can't get away from it, it's still soaking damage. Whereas the whip shot can keep that distance at least for, you know, a few more extra seconds for, you know, the tactical role to get out of that area or find a more protected space, especially when you're playing on that back wall where there are those couple of little channels that you can work through to the restaurants to give some extra coverage. Yeah,
boop is going to be important, especially from the Lucio, I think, when that engage comes through, because one of the other things about the nano that you don't want to have happen, it's like, you want to weather the storm, yes, but you want to weather the storm with as least amount of damage taken as possible, not just because you want to like survive, but also because you don't want to give that ultimate charge over to the Winston, right? The goal there is to just like take the space with the Winston, potentially find a pick, but also get that Winston pretty charged up in terms of getting that primal rage, so that like you can, if you, let's say, don't win the team fight, you can come back, reset, then go back in when you have your cooldowns, and most likely at that point you're going to get a primal rage anyways, and then team fights become a lot more disruptive, where it's like, if you're playing in a ball like this composition is from ASU, Winston just completely annihilates that, right? You just get someone out of there. Potentially J-Man is who I'd look for if I was the Winston. Just get them out of that fight, disrupt everything, force out cooldowns, and then see if you can find a way to win a fight through that. If they can't, if you don't win fights after that, then it's kind of like, it's kind of just a dud. Like the fight's probably just over, because then the Winston's just in the team, you can't get out. It's just a disaster. And also with the Bap and the Lucio, the other thing that's interesting is that there's no Suzu. There's no ability to cleanse that anti-nade. So a good anti-nade here in the neutral could just win a fight outright, or force out Lamp, which is, if you're trading anti-nade for Lamp, that's a trade you take as the Ana player like 9 times out of 10. It's just such an important cooldown.
And we saw yesterday how significant anti-nades were when it was towards the Maryville and Illinois State competition between the two of them. It was just always on the back of successful Bionades that there was a hard conversion to turn the bot back over or a fight to go into their favor. And even when it came to King getting that miraculous turnaround towards the end of it, those Bionades were landing consistently over and over and over again. So if you find that, especially with an engagement with this Winston, it will be very, very dominant. And it give them that opportunity to take this initial neutral and then start moving this card.
We'll see Nano Boost available for Karin here, and there goes the Winston diving in and already gets onto that backline, but the nice Vortex actually is able to keep him off of it in time. Noxon is able to get J-Man though, so that's a lot of DPS that's lost, and an anti-nade actually off the back end from Karin is able to take down Z-Panther, and that's a perfect fight right there for Washington Esports. Exactly what they needed to do. Ichi gets a lot of damage done, followed up great by the Tracer and Noxon, and look at all the ultimate charge that you got for Washington Esports now, just off the back of a singular nano.
Yeah, and again, when now Anhu connecting, attempting to get back as quickly as possible with the Tracer so they can compete against this, but Washington now getting a massive amount of space in this, getting the progression underneath and putting themselves in a prime position, but this high ground still being obtained, as we saw already from Karin. Bionade, and also the takedown onto Ichi, not really being successful, and that's going to force them back.
Yeah, Ichi got caught into a vortex there, and no one was really available to help. I think Karin and Delete just weren't really in the LOS to keep Ichi alive throughout all that, and just so close towards a Primal Rage. A good fight turns into a fight lost eventually, and ASU will take that one for free in the neutral, not really having to use ultimates, which is great for them because they were at a deficit, and now, because of that fight win, they now have a sound barrier relatively soon. They have an Ant Matrix on this high ground that's going to be so difficult for Washington Esports to deal with. It's really going to have to be Ichi, I think, going on there and using that Primal Rage to disrupt the high ground.
Big sad to lose as much advantage as they've gotten. ASU approaching. Big dive forward, but again, they're knocking him into the corner. The Vortex is also there, but still has a get-out-of-jail-free card as the juggle can... What a shot as he jumps out, waiting for the perfect moment. J-Man, despite losing his comrade for now, it's going to give a chance, but while that's happening, the bot is being pushed back the other way. It's a Maryville moment all over again.
Yeah, they somehow stole the bot through all that. I mean, the Tracer is just on the other side.
The checkpoint!
ASU, I don't think ASU is aware of this. I mean, finally, Anhu's going to go back, but this is just fantastic heads-up play from Noxon here. If he's not going to win the fight, but
okay.
I mean, that's easily could have been a checkpoint for ASU, and now Washington Esports are going to have to come back into this fight without a lot of ultimates to speak of, and they're behind a lot in the macro, but they are able to survive a little bit in terms of that meterage and get back into the fight, which could have been really disastrous if they had lost that and the bot was still moving their way.
Noxion saying, I can do king things. I can do king things. As now you go back in with the pulse bomb, does not quite stick. Recalling out, but unfortunately finds Noxion, who does have their recall, so they'll get out of this scot-free. Sneaky finding Angelic is not what you want to see, as you're going to lose that mobility. You have no ability to keep this. The Annihilation has been popped. Still some recovery tactics here because Panther is close and has the throughput healing from the high ground. ASU is actually able to turn this around. Magnate comes in with a fan the hammer, and they're going to keep pushing.
I mean, Ramatra, again, man too angry to die, just sits there, folds his arms in the Annihilation, and there was no burst damage available to take him down, and now you can see J-Man just pushing his luck, trying to move forward and take as much of the space away from Washington Esports as possible, as it's a checkpoint recovery here for ASU, and look at J-Man with the high noon available to him. It's going to be very difficult for Washington Esports to try and take space away, especially now that they're going to go back onto this high ground. I love this decision-making from ASU. Just take the checkpoint, just have someone continuously juggling down on that low ground, most likely the Tracer, and just keep the DPS up here on that high ground pumping out that damage.
Yeah, funnel it through the archway. No need to overextend. Big couple of shots already onto Ichi, who's down below. Needs to wait for the healing to come through from the supports in the back. But again, even if they peek out, they're vulnerable to potentially getting shot by J-Man. Also having the Deadeye too, so that's even more scary to have to work with as Sneaky attempts to take the opposing side through the windows. Shots continue to be traded. Ichi goes in. Fan the Hammer gets a lot onto Ichi, but will have to draw back for the moment, consistently dropping down below. There is some contention by Noxion, but Anhu is there to respond. Drawing back, the Deadeye doesn't get anything. Sneaky now has to get gripped out. Beautiful timing by the Lifeweaver as the fight still ensues on the high ground, with the Primal Rage having to be forced. Delete now going to give that Tree of Life for healing within the zone, but the fight has staggered away from the bot as Anhu gets Ichi, who's locked away in the back. All 5 players taking down the scientist, and now rotate back to push it again.
That was such good target slashing, using the Vortex and the Hinder Grenade. A double kill with the Pulse Bomb coming in from Anhu. Make it 3, and Washington Esports throw a lot into that fight, but they don't manage to find anything, and ASU Sun Devils are going to start moving this through the second phase here of Esperanza. Sound barrier at the ready as well, so if Washington Esports just decide they want to dive in, Angelic's going to have so much sustainability for that team.
And now, with 3 minutes and 40 seconds to go, we start getting into the critical stages of this map where it's a 2-3, potentially in some cases 4-fight win to turn it all the way back around. Karin now with that nano boost onto the back. Nice disengage from ASU, easily giving up space, no concern. The nano gets no value, and they're gonna once again anchor on this high ground.
And it's again a fantastic Vortex from Aurora there. Sneaky ends up going down. That's a lot of long-range distance that can't deal with J-Man now.
Angelic getting some decent damage and harassment. Stick.
Oh, good stick.
Oh, well, that's gonna be just, at that point, Angelic knew it. Like, I'm just gonna go back to spawn, friends.
Yeah, if Angelic had actually used the sound barrier there, that would have been a little bit sus, but we're going to be seeing a Annihilation used here from Aurora just to try and keep this positioning. Ichi actually goes down, and Angelic will be here eventually relatively soon because of the Lucio speed, so this is really well played from ASU at a deficit to try and continue just pushing their advantage.
Yeah, when you take out the tank like that, that changes the momentum, and it allows you to really now start to push forward because they have no front line. There's no protective shielding, there's no body to really mitigate the damage, and the ultimates are stacking up. The stick comes in, Karin is breaking down in the back, the tires are off the car, and now we're gonna have Anhu rotating within. The Tree of Life is thrown into this to try and get some sustainable healing, and Sneaky finding us ever so minimal window to get some damage, but no execution, and now it starts to crumble. The weight from the pressure of the Sun Devils, they are bringing down the fire.
That's all crumbling here for them. Delete is just going to go over to the Zenyatta just to offer maybe just a little bit more of potentially that Discord to just try and block some people out. Noxon is going to go down. Again, these Hinder Grenades from J-Man have been phenomenal throughout all of this, by the way.
1 minute and 50 seconds. It was almost a full completion here for ASU. We already said once a tall task yesterday, but this one even more so, as this is Washington's final moment before they are removed from this tournament. Pulse Bomb comes through. Anhu not able to get the elimination, but that is J-Man taking headshots. They're taking names. Put him into Rolodex because he's calling them over and over again as they overwhelm the front line. 1 minute and 20. J-Man now just continuing to take shot after shot onto the big man. This Primal Rage is going to gain no value as it's a Hail Mary of an attempt with Z-Panther cleaning it up. They've only got a couple of meters left to go, but Noxious is attempting to turn this around, giving them a second attempt and a new lease on life, but the timer has to come quickly as these picks still come through.
Yeah, I mean, Anhu's able to take down Sneaky, so that's a lot of DPS loss from Washington Esports. The Leaf is going to go down, and Aurora is just standing here with the Ramatra, just completely taking out anyone who gets onto this cart. Anhu gets another one onto Karin, and just the Desperation Doomfist here. Annihilation should wrap this up, and ASU are going to 3-0 their way into losers round 2.
And they are doing it with a statement, getting a full completion on Esperanza, which we've not seen often. So that just, again, gives them that reinforcement to know that even though they may be a club university program, they are still one that is going to bring the competition and is here to stick around for another match.
That was a nice one from Anhu. Anhu had some really nice plays throughout all this. J-Man, too. I think that was just a complete team effort. I mean, we saw that one time where the Winston went in with the Primal Rage and everyone got an assist on that one Winston kill. Like, that kind of was just like, if we screen capped that, that's like the kind of how the entire series went. Just an incredibly well-run machine of a team in this ASU Sun Devils who take a 3-0 victory. University of Washington, unfortunately, falling out of the tournament. A great run for them even getting to this top 16, showing their stuff on the national stage. But ASU Sun Devils, too much for them to deal with.
Treacherous storms indeed, and we highlight it again when you go to a map 6 to get yourself into the playoffs, and now you at least get to depart with that portion of the prize pool like we emphasized at the top of the broadcast. You should not feel bad by any means as we get to take a look at some of the recaps here. Focus probably on J-Man with some clean shots, but again, I'm really hoping that we get that stack like you mentioned of all 5 players, because that's really, again, just a testament to this group of individuals who are really trying to show that they are worthy enough to be, you know, supported by the university and that they can bring so much to this competitive scene. They've already on multiple events been able to claim the prize money to continue fueling themselves in their growth, and more tournaments ahead of them, and being able to get a part of that prize pool for this one to recontribute to their continued success is something that I think we can all really cheer for.
Yeah, I mean, they were just really, I think, throughout all of that, just in terms of cohesion, we saw a little bit of it yesterday, but they were playing, you know, against Fisher, who is one of the more like cohesive units in probably all of Collegiate right now, with them playing together for as long as they have been. But this time, I mean, even just going back to Midtown, we saw that one play where, you know, J-Man gets slept. Angelic is right there to block a Winston diving, to block a pulse bomb, and J-Man gets to survive. I think they really understand kind of the inner workings of how to run that composition, and they all just seem kind of on the same page throughout most of the time that they're playing. We saw it even yesterday against Fisher. So, I mean, again, going into the next couple of rounds that we're going to be seeing from them, they definitely have that kind of dark horse energy, I think.
Absolutely. I would agree with Dark Horse for sure. And we'll see what other teams they might be able to take out of the equation, as we do still have more games within this losers bracket. But before we dive into that aspect, we do have the opportunity of getting some interviews with them. So we're going to be heading to a short break. Don't go anywhere. We're curious to see how they're feeling after that one and what their goals are for the next. We're back, my friends, and ready to chit-chat with one of the players. But before we get to speak with them a little bit, Angelic specifically, we'll take a look at some of those replays again. We already got a little bit of the highlight, but now we can take a look at the big spectrum, and Kenobi and I can really dive in further to the successes that ASU had and some of the things still to admire from Washington.
Yeah, Washington had some good plays, and I think this first map was relatively close between the two teams, but I mean, this highlight package is going to be a lot of J-Man, and I think J-Man was really enabled by the entirety of the ASU Sun Devils here. No matter what hero J-Man was on, it felt like they were always in a position to be able to get those carry potentials, and even in fights where it felt like, you know, Washington Esports had very good starts to them, there were those times where ASU really, with like the composure, this was one of them, I think, particularly that was really good, where they have that composure to win in those fights and trust in each other to be able to bring fights back from a potential deficit.
And when we started to get towards this later portion, again, even with the, you know, sometimes shaky reconnect, you come in a little late, you're having to start getting back into the right mental. They never skipped a beat, being in that constant positive state, just playing their game and never allowing themselves to be affected. And as we do conclude those replays, we can now have a few moments here with Angelic, who I guarantee you is going to go back and look at that highlight that we were very much emphasizing. And so we'll be able to talk with them in just a moment, as I think they're getting their camera connected for us. But again, I think that that's where Angelic's going to be like, I'm going to go back, I'm going to take that highlight clip, I'm going to put that all over my social media, and then we're going to have everybody look at it.
That's a clip right there. That's a clip right there. I think Angelic... Oh, no, it was someone else who said I like making clip dumps, so that's... Actually, Angelic is playing with a fractured wrist, so that is pretty insane that you're still able to do that and get a clip like that while playing with a fractured wrist on Brigitte, where it's, you know, pretty necessary to be able to use both of your hands, I'd say. So
I mean, we were talking about me losing my hands yesterday, but I mean, at this point, we know for sure that somebody's fractured there, so that's definitely a compliment in and of itself. So we'll give them just a brief moment as they're about to hop into the conversation with us. But again, just overall with the way that they've been playing and how they've really just as a unit demonstrated why they are here and what they've been able to accomplish, as we've, you know, on multiple occasions talked about, that they really are fending for themselves. It's a statement that they can definitely now start showing to their university and what they're going to be able to do as they continue to look for the investment to grow, not just this club, but those that are around them who support them as well.
Yeah, and I think the entire team is kind of showing, if they don't even have like really a head coach or like a team manager or anything, I mean, it is just fully run on the passion of the players here at ASU. And I think that it's a great thing to have them moving forward in that lower bracket. But I think we do have Angelic here, Rich.
Yes, we do. Angelic, how you doing? Can you hear us, my friend? You there?
Yeah, what's up?
Hello.
What's up? I know we got to talk a little bit just the other day, so now we get to see you live in person here on the broadcast. So how you feeling after that one?
I'm feeling pretty good. You know, I think we were kind of expecting to win that one, but yeah, a win's a win. Still feels good.
So kind of like walk me through a little bit about, you know, you're from yesterday going into today. So like yesterday you have that match against Fisher, and then you kind of come down here into that lower bracket. Like, what was the mentality going like from playing a team like that was like really big and like Fisher, and like did you learn anything from that series that you brought down into that lower side to kind of like really put the oomph down on this 3-0?
Yeah, so I think when we played against Fisher, the biggest thing that we were like talking about after the match was actually trying to deal with the Maga. And so we were, you know, we've been doing some theory crafting and coming up with ways to deal with that since like you know, even in the Ram mirror versus Fisher, we won the one round of Koth where that happened. So you know, we figured if they just went Ram, then it wouldn't be that difficult and there wouldn't be anything that we needed to change. But yeah, and I guess that's what happened. So.
Okay. All right. Well, and I know that we had to talk a little bit, you know, before this, and you know, your history with the other players and yourself, and being able to take the local tournament that was there in your area, help contributing you to go to the most recent tournament that was at TECC, and then now being here. What does it mean to have, you know, this type of trajectory and being live on the broadcast here, showing your competitive nature and also just your teams on a massive scale of 355 teams across the nation that have participated?
Well, I think, yeah, I mean, it means a lot. You know, we try to practice as much as we can to be the best team we can. But we don't really get that much time to practice because I think a lot of us are mostly focused on school. So when we do win, you know, I think it means even more though. because yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't know. Yeah.
It's a little daunting
Yeah.
when you think about the spectrum of it. I could imagine, you know, and
Yeah.
again, like we talked about too, where you're saying, you know, you're playing against some of these teams with these names and just, you know, going against so many of them recently and competing at this level. It's a real testament to what you and your team have put forward.
And kind of like taking it back to the game a little bit, Angelic, when it feels like specifically in this series and even back in like the Fisher series, you guys are really crisp and clean with like a lot of the shot calling.
Yeah.
And I think you guys like work really well as a unit. Who is kind of the one who does a lot of that shot calling? Is it kind of by committee, or is there someone who's a little bit louder or like, you know, a little bit more focused on that aspect of the game?
The person who does it the most is probably Aurora, and then I do it as well a lot. And then, you know, of course, we always have like if somebody wants to make a play, they're they're always free to, you know, say their
Mhm.
plan, and then we'll listen and try to enable them the best that we can. But yeah.
Okay,
Okay.
awesome. So, you know, moving through this lower bracket and continuing to look at your competition forward, I know that it's kind of like, you know, you play your own game, you play in the moment, you allow yourself to play to your best of your ability. What's just the mindset and the conversation like between you and the team moving forward and the other adversaries you have ahead of you?
Um, well, I think our next match is versus was it like Redbirds, ISU?
Yeah.
Um,
Yes.
so I think I think we're not favored to win that, but you know, we're gonna do a little bit of odd. I think we're definitely a good enough team to where they can't just completely write us off. They're definitely gonna have to try. Um, and yeah, we're just gonna try our hardest, and you know, whatever happens, happens, I think.
That's all we can ask for.
Awesome.
Then just bring everything you got, and we're looking forward to seeing how that unfolds, my friend. Well, we greatly appreciate your time. Again, it's been an absolute pleasure hearing the story from ASU so far as for this part of the year and what you have ahead of you and what the rest of the games have in store. So thank you again.
Yeah, thank you.
Awesome. Ah, Kenobi. All right, so we've got one match done for today. We've got another, and then two more after
And
that.
two
There's
more,
so
yeah.
many. There's just a lot of Overwatch
Get your
today.
drops. I mean,
yeah,
just get your
right?
drops. Like we're trying to get the maximum amount. This was a 3-0, but like maybe a little bit longer of a 3-0. You know, we had a pause in there. We had some stuff. So
Yeah,
you know,
it's a disconnect. You know, it's okay. We'll ramble
we're
a little
trying
bit
to
here and there.
elongate it as much as possible for the audience.
Yeah, making sure that you're not only here for the drops, but also following on all those social medias, X, aka Twitter, and then we also do have YouTube, Twitch here, where if you haven't followed already, you absolutely should, so you're notified for tomorrow and then the following weekend as well. So make sure that you are following everywhere. That's just the best rule of thumb. But for now, that will conclude what we have for this first match, as we will be heading into our next after a short break. So don't go anywhere, friends, because we're looking forward to see how that next one shakes up and gives you even more drops. 1 game down, 3 more to go for today. So there's plenty of Overwatch for you to indulge in, as both Kenobi and I are going to be able to get into the second match before handing it off, but we're going to focus on the present now and look at our game that we have in store. Kenobi, I'm looking forward to this UTD matchup versus Illini Orange team, also because they have orange in their title. What else would you think?
Yeah,
I'm just gonna...
both of the teams do, so this is a great matchup for you in terms of your aesthetics, but I think in terms of what we're going to be seeing from the players, and these are two programs that we've kind of seen a little bit going back to last year, and UTD has been around for a while with relatively the same amount of players rather on the team. So I think when we look at both of them, this is going to be a great matchup going forward. And I think through that lower bracket, again, one of the things we have to be keeping an eye on is that it is a one and done scenario at this point. So you want to be like ASU, getting a quick one, going through towards that lower round 2.
Yeah, continue to work their way through that lower bracket. Again, really emphasizing on how they can continue to find their road to redemption. And they've got some tall feats ahead of them, as we just heard from ASU, knowing that they're going to have to play as best as they can against ISU, so there are many more to work through. But again, between these two, I think this is going to be another really, really great matchup. I know it was 3-0. There were some definite highlights that we can talk about from Washington, as we did before transitioning into this one. I think we can really emphasize both of these teams as well and some of their strengths as we're going to be going into this and seeing how that first initial control map is really going to start showing us what they bring to the table.
And I wonder what kind of meta we're going to be seeing as well, because I think when we look at the teams and kind of what we've been seeing so far, the meta isn't really picked out just yet. Like, I think there are a lot of teams that are playing more towards their standard. We saw last, last series rather with ASU, J-Man kind of only playing Casti being one of the things that he's the best at. Not really moving over to some of the other things as much. And I think that kind of that comfortability is going to be a big deal when we watch a lot of these players and kind of what we're going to be seeing that transition into the meta of like, are we going to play more rush? Dive is like kind of playable with the Winston sometimes, but it is a little bit more difficult to maneuver than something potentially like a Ramatra or a Malga.
Well, and even getting to talk to Noreen, the UTD manager specifically, there was just so much emphasis when I talked to her about how the adaptability, of course, we talk amongst all of these teams, but recently it's just been like that because with all the patches that have taken place, it's been an absolute roller coaster. And she's just feeling the turbulence from that and how the team has to, work through that atmosphere, through their scrim synergy and settle on what they think is most favorable to them. They now, with this composition and what they want to bring to the table, are ready for really a wide variety because each of these individuals do have a decent hero pool depth in what they can bring to these compositions.
And we can look at the roster for UTD Esports here. Derpy, Phone, shout out to Phone. We got some call representation, calling all heroes, which is great. She was on Vancouver Titans Blue, now here on UTD Esports, paired alongside Petal, who is someone who has been around for a very long time, a very, very capable DPS player, especially if Cassidy is going to be very prevalent in the meta. Potentially we'll see Petal going back onto that one. That's kind of where Petal made his name. And then we got Ishtar and Doi as those supports. So this UTD Esports team, in the lower side, but still a force to be reckoned with, I think, Rich.
And then when we take a look at the opposing side, who they're going to be facing off against, we've been able to see, as we've talked about, Illini being a very formidable school. They've had their own LAN tournaments as well, bringing a lot of those, specifically like ISU and other Illinois State schools amongst the Midwest coming out to participate in this. So they're very well known for being able to compete against those teams historically, not only in their own tournaments, but also here amongst the Collegiate Championship. And again, names that we should not be surprised by. There's one that I instantly look at, which is Chopper. And I was going to say, you and I both going to go right to it. But again, can't discredit these other players as well and what they're going to bring to the table and how they're going to synergize to compete against this team to continue working through this lower bracket.
Yeah, that's TSM Chopper right there. Shout out to him, who we've kind of seen Chopper for a very long time, paired up with the different DPS. It's usually mostly Rocket, but Arctic Shadow, Zoolander, Marble, and Silly Phil for this team. I think that Chopper versus Petal matchup and, the DPS matchup here could be incredibly important between both these two teams, especially when Chopper is as adept at Sojourn as, probably a lot of the players in Collegiate right now. And I think that and just in OWCS and in NA specifically, Chopper is one of those DPS that needs to be reckoned with. And I think this Illini Orange team again does have that ability to kind of make some noise if they do end up going through against UTD Dallas here.
Yeah, and again, since I've been able to see a lot of it, I being part of their team, hosting, and just being around a lot of their events, it's a really great experience to continue seeing their growth and how they're going to compete in this, and if they're able to work their way through this bracket, as we are going to be entering into deja vu, no surprise, Antarctic Peninsula once again, the frigid winters with the beautiful novas overhead.
Speaking of, did you see the Northern Lights yesterday?
No, I didn't.
No?
I was so mad that I missed it with the Northern Lights.
I didn't see it either. There were a lot of people who just like, it was crazy. Who like people in Ohio saw it. Like I was like,
I can't believe that it was that
storm?
visible. Oh, that's. I'll have to start googling it and looking at some pictures because
Did you know it was everywhere yesterday?
I know. I know, but I literally was so focused on this that I didn't even think about it. Just like all of you should follow. Make sure that you're here with all the supports of across the Twitch and YouTube. And
let us know
X.
if you saw the Northern Lights yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I saw the solar eclipse, so that happened. That was super fun. But yeah, no, I didn't see the Northern Lights. So
I only
yeah,
had a
all
93% coverage.
I was at a 99.8 totality. I drove all the way out to Indiana, and it was absolutely glorious to see it. So I highly recommend that for anybody in there. And again, a lot of those that are here are a lot younger than me, so you'll probably have a lot more time to be able to see it in your future. But it was something I definitely recommend for each of those. As we look to hop in now to our first map, which is looking like it's going to be Labs. And this one we didn't get to see nearly as much. So I'm liking that we get to start off on it. Again, just see the type of versatility and alternative gameplay that can come through with the compositions.
This is still one of those maps where it is a little bit more brawl favored, but this part of the map that we're seeing right now is kind of going to be where that like high ground is. That's really where this fight usually starts off for both of these teams on maps like this, and it's going to be interesting to see what DPS and what tanks are going to be maneuvered there, because this could be something like a May that we saw on the previous Antarctic Peninsula. Even though it wasn't on those like enclosed maps, May is still really good here to just like throw up that wall and make sure that the enemy team can't escape or just section some of each other off. So that's definitely a possibility that we have to keep in mind as we go into Antarctic Peninsula, that May is definitely much more prevalent here than probably anywhere else in the current map pool of Collegiate. But already a Reinhardt pick. This is just old school rush right here from UTD Esports.
And with Derpy coming out on the field, this is a very, very comfortable pick. Seeing Derpy on this Reinhardt can really take over a lobby, and it makes all those German Shield men players out there feel really happy like I do with Orisa.
See the Doomfist on the other side, so it's gonna have to be slow here for Illinois Orange, but they already lose Chopper to Petals Cassidy, and that's gonna mean that UTD Esports can take all of this positioning away from Illinois Orange, and they're gonna have to retreat, and eventually this point's gonna take over to UTD Esports, and they're gonna start farming that one up again. Illinois, I'm wondering how they're going to be able to get into this fight, because they don't have really any ability to block this incoming damage from Petal. It has to realistically be Chopper getting value and trying to get a few picks before the fight starts.
Well, and the big thing, too, is you're having to put so much damage into that shield from the Reinhardt, so they're not as easily able to gain, especially with how close Petal is playing to Derpy. Same thing with Phone as well. She's just sticking close to making sure that she can continue to put out those icicles.
And, I mean, you look at Zoolander, whenever Zoolander's going in, it's very difficult for him to really play, because you got to be respectful of that Cassidy magnetic grenade as well that hinders you. Same thing with Arctic Shadow. If you take one headshot here, you end up going down, and Illinois Orange, I think, are just waiting for that potential moment to go in with an ultimate here. This Kitsune Rush available for Marvel.
Yeah, Marvel gonna put it across the center. Bobs and weaves around the initial charge, but able to swift step their way out of it. It's a one trade down below, but many trade elsewhere, as Illini with Arctic Shadow coming out, just completely annihilating UTD.
And I think that's the way that they're going to have to win these fights with the Illini Orange. The thing is, it takes so much time, right? If they can... The problem with this composition is that you have to have at least an ultimate to engage onto this, like, death ball comp of UTD, or else you're just not going to be able to get kills. Now that they have some positioning, though, they have Arctic Shadow who can get something done potentially with this Pulse Bomb. They're also going to have a Sound Barrier soon, and Zoolander's going to have that extra life with the Meteor Strike to live once the engage happens.
No, Kobe! What a stick! What a stick! But an immortality field is there. Oh my, that would have been wild if that actually gets the execution. We're going to see now the Fire Strike from Derpy coming in, taking down Zoolander, and that Doomfist is sent backpacking as the swap sides over to UTD and continue to climb from 60.
And really well played from UTD, only just using that singular ultimate, that Ant Matrix, and just throwing those Fire Strikes in from Derpy, creating so much havoc in Illini Orange. The health bars were just too low for them to ever commit to any of those ultimates, and so now when UTD Esports have this next fight, they are going to be pretty much matched with Illini Orange in terms of that ultimate economy.
Blizzard too, such a massive win condition here if you have to press onto the point, because we're in this last 18%, so there is going to have to be pressure applied down below to keep it in contention. Phone, she's going to get picked up by Arctic Shadow though. Again, major value brought to the table by this Tracer, which is really starting to shift the momentum. Nice movement to knock Derpy to the side and then opening up into Chopper, who's getting clean shots now. It was first swap over from Arctic, but now it's going to be Chopper really making a name.
And that's really good for Illini Orange that they win that fight so clean in just the neutral. That was a huge pick onto Phone. I think that she wasn't aware that there was a Tracer on the low ground right now and just got instantly taken out, one clipped. And so now Illini Orange have that positioning again to work with. Arctic Shadows coming towards another Pulse Bomb, but UTD have a lot of ultimates to just rush onto this point.
And with again the High Noon leading into this, Petal pressing forward. Looks for the shot, but does have a sound barrier. Zoolander is denied. So this is going to start being very disastrous now that you don't have a lot of that heavy mobility and pressure around the map. Goes in for the charge, can't quite grab it as the Swift Step comes out to elude and get away. But there is an instant elimination afterwards. UTD is actually holding on to this as they take the swap back, and they're going to take the advantage, clean up the remaining players, and deny Illini the opportunity of taking this back as the overtime vanishes. No one is home, and UTD takes sub-level to start off on Antarctic Peninsula.
Illini Orange had some good moments there, but it felt like whenever the decision-making was being made by this UTD team, and they were the ones being the aggressors, they were the ones who were moving first, they always had a great understanding of how to get those first picks. And I think also whenever the engagements were coming in from Illini Orange, really good peel a lot of the time from UTD Esports there in that last fight. Zoolander goes in very aggressively, and UTD Esports, snap of their fingers, just completely turn on that Doomfist, take him out, especially with the usage of these Hinder grenades and the magnetic grenades from Petal onto the Doomfist, onto the Tracer, so incredibly impactful, and just combo that with the raw DPS that Petal is outputting. It's very difficult to maneuver a Winston around, or a Doomfist around.
And now that we do enter onto Icebreaker, we will see if Illini is able to change up their methodology and their composition to become successful, taking this to a third round. You can see Chopper on this Genji, and that is something I am very closely watching.
You offer a little bit more of just that spam and then dive potential into that backline. You can already see Chopper was trying to get something done, has to dash out, and this should be, I mean, UTD Esports being able to take positioning at the start, but once cooldowns are available, Illini Orange will most likely try and make something happen with the dive onto that backline.
Nice flanking angle, does not quite find the second set of shurikens to get the dash reset onto Petal, so they will regroup. He's doing a great job consistently diving back in, though, causing a lot of tension on this back line. The Immortality Field has been spent, so now will Illini look to capitalize on this? Still some patience. Yeah, they're waiting. Nice knockback, though, onto Petal. He gets out, though. Great healing from Doi to get that assistance with the amplification matrix. Might be tossed into this, still holding on to it. They don't want to quite commit it until they absolutely have a decent sightline onto it, and if anybody from Illini steps out, they're going to be blown to bits.
But now this is where Illini Orange is going to come back in. Once this amplification matrix is down, they're going to go back in with this dive. Ishtar not close towards that sound barrier just yet. If there's some way they can find it in the mid fight, that'd be great for them.
Zoolander blocked by the wall, has no way to get out. Beautiful Suzu for the moment, entering into the Meteor Strike. Collapses onto Petal, gets the Rocket Punch, and now repositions to the flanking angle onto Derpy, and is going to deny any more percentage gain from UTD.
And that's really good patience from Illini Orange during that entire team fight. They do give up 46%, which isn't the most ideal here. They are going to get some stragglers off the back end, but I think Illinois Orange played that as best as they could, especially forcing out some of those cooldowns early. Getting Lamp out was a big deal in that scenario, and then finding ways to get into that backline. Now they're going to have that positioning to work with, and UTD is going to have to walk into a lot of this spam, but UTD have that sound barrier to match the one coming in from Illini Orange.
Couple of deflects on the fire strikes. Looking to get some extra percentage as the blade is soon to be unsheathed. High Noon is active down below. UTD actually completely maneuvers into this position to almost stops it and actually gets the denial on the ultimate. Zoolander entering a second time here, but a little bit more defensively as they utilize the architecture to compete against it. Chopper breaking the immortality field. Overclock is active by Arctic Shadow, pummeling them consistently in that narrow choke point as Zoolander watches the side corridor and see if he can catch them off guard and maybe find a pick.
Yeah, we can see actually there was a really aggressive dive into the backline. Chopper ended up going down, but Silly Phil was able to take down Doi, so that's a lot of healing that's lost for UTD Esports. There is a Mage Blizzard for phone available. The Shatter comes in, hits 2!
Knocks Marble to the floor and capitalizes on top. That is going to be still a line I'm managing to get the percentage to get them to 64. Chopper looks for the blade to bring value. Even though they lose it for a few seconds, they still take it back.
And now this is going to be last fight territory here for UTD Esports once they get all their members back. They have an Ant Matrix to work with, but we've seen already one time where Illini Orange was able to maneuver around that and not have it gain any value as we tick up towards that 90%. Also, Zoolander is going to be able to have that get out of jail free card with that Meteor Strike, and also that Kitsune Rush is going to be causing a lot of trouble.
Meteor Strike almost available. Actually denies the entry. Regroups and falls back for the moment. Toy, he gets Chopper, so it's a numbers disadvantage. The Meteor Strike attempting to land onto the supports into the back. Only clips minor damage as the Immortality Field is active from UTD. They're going to capitalize on this position, take it back, and now really have the advantage until Chopper's back in the mix.
And with High Noon, they're going to actually go aggressively here. They're just going to try and take these stragglers down. Arctic Shadow actually gets pinned, and that's going to be the DPS lacking right now, and UTD Esports are able to get that fight win with Illini Orange using a lot of ultimates. They use the Meteor Strike, they use the Kitsune Rush, and don't get any value. Now they're up a creek without a paddle, it feels like, in terms of their ultimate economy.
And the seconds of opportunity will continue to deplete with only roughly 15 seconds to make a decision on how they want to enter into this. The Deadeye from Petal needs to be big, at least either to zone them back to find a better positional angle or get a cheeky pick onto somebody if they want to continue dominating. Going into the Disruptor shot, they're using the mobility. Everyone's fleeing and hiding. They're able to play a beautiful game of hide and seek, but rounding the corner, it's still a decent amount of damage onto Silly, and that's going to be Petal getting that follow-up with Phone to making the adjustment onto the Echo. She gets a pickup too, and there's no way that Illini Orange is able to get back to the point to contest with numbers, and UTD takes the first map of control.
And that was a great High Noon. I mean, it didn't get any value in terms of getting those kills, but just corralling the entirety of of Illini Orange into that small room with a Reinhardt, that's all you need for that fight win. I mean, High Noon very rarely gets kills anymore. It's just more of like a zoning ultimate in a good way, like in a really good way, especially when it's a fight like that where the Kiriko even got, you know, sectioned off from the rest of the team, had to TP into the rest of the team. Oh, guess what? I'm TPing into a Reinhardt. All of our health bars are dead, right? So that was really well played at the very end, just corralling, as a cowboy does, corralling everyone into that small area where Deerpy can just, you know, hit right clicks and just, you know, get everything done.
Yeah, I think it's called like team penning or something, where like you try and put like the cattle in the thing.
It's called
and, like,
what?
You go around the bear.
Called
it's
what?
It's team penning, I think is what
Team
it's called.
penning?
Team
Okay.
penning. Yeah, it's where it's like I think it's you and like
How
three
do you
other
know
people.
that?
Because my dad was an equestrian, so he was with horses a lot of the time.
I didn't know that about you, actually.
Yeah. So I grew up around horses, so I do have
You know
a little
how to
bit
ride a
of like.
horse?
Yeah.
Oh, no wonder you like Orisa as much.
What? I didn't even make that correlation. That's actually really funny. But
Centaurs
I mean, again,
are horses. All right, half at least.
This is true. You're not wrong. We're now going down the path of mythology for all of those that wanted to be educated today. But with the education that we see so far, specifically, is that Reinhardt can still be played, gamers. Reinhardt can still be played.
Yeah, I think especially on a map like this where it's so like enclosed, and if you aren't like necessarily comfortable with the Ramatra, Reinhardt's definitely still a perfectly viable option if you have the team coordination to play around it. I think against the Doomfist also, it's really good because the Doomfist can't really do much in a composition like this. Yes, there are times where you have that ability to get that disruption if you're charged up, but I think that it's so hard to pilot. Like, we saw a lot of good fights from Illini Orange when they had those ultimates to work with, but it's really slow to get going because if you dive into that clump, Petal just hits you with Hinder Magnetic Grenade, and you can't get out, and you die. And the focus fire was really good from UTD Esports, from basically everyone on that team, because there were times where Zoolander was diving in. I think I remember at the end of the first map that we saw, first sub-map, Zoolander dove in, and was trying to get sound barrier and trying to live long enough to get sound barrier and just gets instantly popped. And when you don't have a tank against a Reinhardt composition and you're fighting in a 4v5, there's almost no way back.
Well, and the other aspect of that too is that when you have that extra shielding, you were talking so much about the picks needing to come through, but when you have a massive shield like that mitigating a lot of the damage, and with the timing of the Doomfist coming in, you're always being able to refresh that shield. As we're going to be now getting confirmation of our next map here, you can see it on the screen. Goldshire Way is where we will see them enter onto Hollywood.
And I think I like this pick from Illini Orange here, especially because if they're like thinking we don't want to play against Reinhardt, this is the perfect map to go to, right? Reinhardt doesn't exist unless you're in third point. And even then, it's like kind of iffy. Unless you like really, really are good at Reinhardt, like if you're London Spitfire. But I think on this map in particular, you have a lot of that vertical mobility. If they're trying to play more of those divey tanks, play more of that Doomfist, being able to have that mobility to get onto those high grounds and contest very easily, I think that's going to be something that we have to look out for here. What is the tank matchup going to be looking like in a map of Hollywood like this?
And again, when we really look at the tank selection as it transitions, you know, we got to see Winston so significantly because they play on that elevated high ground, especially when you start moving into the streets phase, how to utilize that across the board and the synergy that it can bring to it. And I'm actually very excited because we've not seen Hollywood before thus far on this weekend to start. So we get really the first initiation of what can be brought to the table.
So like Winston, Doomfist, those are the things. Diva, I think at some point was like viable. I think she's always going to be viable on a map like this.
She will.
Because you have the ability to just get up to that high ground. It also brings some different DPS potentially into the mix. Sojourn can still be played, obviously. I think Ashe is very good on a map like this. Widowmaker, if we're really starting to get a little bit spicy. I know Chopper can play it for sure. That's something Petal also can play too. So that is definitely something we have to be looking out for, is what the DPS look like. I think Tracer is most likely going to be must played here, unless you want to go double hit scan, which I don't think we see a lot of teams do. So I think Tracer
there has been some subtle drops of the Ashe play, and this map does very much, especially on like the initial point, have a really, really good like added value to bring that to it before maybe shifting away from it potentially in the later portions. But you know, only time will tell as we're about to hop into this game and we get to start really breaking down what specifically is being taken. I can already hear a Doomfist as we do see the shift though when it comes to UTD, so they will bring in a sub and play more so on this Winston.
Yeah, and I think this makes sense because you don't want to really opt into playing Brawl in a map where the vertical kind of areas of this map are going to be difficult to play around. I like that they're kind of opting in for more of a divey style here, where it's like if you want to try and dive onto that backline, if Chopper's going to stay on this Widowmaker, which he's not, he's just looking for that one shot, and then now going over to that Cassidy. So realistically, what you're going to be looking for here is for UTD to kind of play it a little bit slower, try and get those antis in, see if you can force out Suzu. And if you're Illini Orange, you're really just trying to get into an area where you can dive onto that backline up there in that high ground and cafe.
Just keeping a watchful eye on how this frontline engagement is going to occur. Zoolander hugging the corner for the moment until they can dive in. What a sleep that comes in from up top, but unfortunately phone goes down. She's going to have to wait until that timer comes back up to get back into this fight. But point presence from Illini is swift. They are starting to capture this and now looking to just take it and transition into the streets phase.
Oh, another good sleep though onto this Doomfist. I mean, they gotta get onto this point. Here comes Petal actually trying to get back on. The health bars are so low for UTD Esports, but they're able to survive.
Yeah, that was a great Suzu when that burst of damage was coming through, keeping them sustained until they can get enough healing out. And Puggo is barely surviving by the skin of their teeth, but even with this attempt to rotate around, Chopper comes out with a two-piece onto Bolt to guarantee their takedown.
Yeah, I really love the play here from Illini Orange, just playing it so slowly at the start there and just kind of using their longer range to really make it difficult for UTD Esports to come out and play, because Marble is doing a great job of just transitioning between healing but also using those kunai, because the kunai are really adept at dealing with those backline members. There's no fall off damage. You hit one headshot on the Petal has to recall. You hit one shot on the Ana, nade has to be used. So this is really, really good, and now they have control of this high ground. Chopper's going to be able to hit from on high noon available too, just to get that space if needed.
Phone's got to be feeling the tension, too, from Chopper right now. Those shots are continuing to at least hit the body. There is a potential takedown onto Petal, but that minor microsecond too late allows Petal to get that takeout and put them back in spawn with the numbers favoring UTD for now, they're going to be able to hold strong and keep this high ground with the payload no longer moving forward.
Really well played from Phone and from Petal. They're just diving onto that Cassidy. Yes, you get a little bit of damage reduction in that high noon, but it's a little bit too much when there's a focusing beam, sticky bombs, and a tracer just hitting you, as we do have a pause here at the very end. And kind of if we look at the end there, what the ultimate economy looked like, it's relatively similar between both of them. There is no nano, though, for the Winston, but after that fight, Primal Rage is going to be available. Dupe is going to be something that's incredibly important here, especially because there's a lot of good dupe targets as well in terms of what you would like to choose on the enemy team. So I think going into this next fight, it's going to be a bloodbath of ultimates. And I wonder how we're going to be seeing UTD on this defensive side hold this high ground, because they don't have something that can kind of like stand and deliver as much. Yeah, they have like an Echo who has like some of that spam, but not like a Cassidy who can just kind of just like stand up there and just like continuously shoot. We'll see how exactly you enter if you are Illini Orange in this next fight.
Well, and you mentioned about just the number of different really added value duplicates, and that also I think contributes to the type of versatility that you have in situations where if you're going to opt a little bit, I mean, even in some support duplicates we've seen on occasion where that brings some value into it, but typically the tank is the most like added value, is that's what we see a lot of the time, where you can get that duplicate or even like some wild tracer
where you
get
really
double
good,
tracer.
Tracer's
really another really good one. So again, those are things that I think will be most at like the top of the tier of selection in what we do see here, but there is still some alternative options depending upon if the situation is a little bit more dire in one direction or another.
Yeah, I still remember when Echo could dupe and get full tank health bars.
Right.
that was nightmarish when that was happening. Yeah. I mean, that got Fleta an MVP basically during Overwatch League. So I think tanks, it's gonna be Doomfist dupe, which is like, I think if you had to pick a tank, that might be one of the worst ones. It's Ball is probably worse. Hog is also probably worse.
Unless depending upon like the utility and like comfort awareness that you have to use with it. Also, again, there's a number of variables. Like,
I'm trying to think. Maybe it's not that bad. Now that
I mean, I think just because of the sheer ability to maneuver around the map, potentially join in with like, you know, your other composition that might be able to get an elimination on somebody, surprise factor aspect, especially if you get the meteor strike as quickly as you can. You get a nice, really flanking reposition onto a support that's not maybe as ready or prepared for it. So there's a number of things I think that can make it viable. But I do agree with you that the Tracer probably has the most added value in what we see, and how you can gain an instant pulse bomb, mind you.
Especially against like this composition, you'll get pulse bomb instantly. Like it's free.
As we now hop back in, you can see the high ground taken by Pogo. 4 ultimates online for both sides. It is a display of fireworks soon to occur, with 4 minutes on the clock, with the payload still about midway, just shy of it, through this Hollywood stretch. Petal, though, really just continuing to put damage into Zoolander, and at this point, Illini needs to make a move. They finally go up to the top, but they just bob and weave back and really aren't taking too much of an advantage yet.
Yeah, they're just trying to soft dive here. That's brutal. That's
Can we get a rip in the chat for that one, gamers? Can we get a rip? Here's one that does work from Arctic Shadow. Brings down the brick play. And UTD now at this point a little in shambles after that one. I think everything just fell from the heavens.
Our phone is going to end up going down to Chopper as well. That was going to be either the coolest pulse bomb Petals ever hit, or it was going to be that. There was like no in between there. That was. I don't think I've ever seen. I think that was also a complete accident, right? I think the Illini, like I believe Marble just like hit the elevator, and just Petal was like, oh, there's surely someone coming up here.
I'm telling you right now, chat. You indulge in this as much as we are, but now that we allow that to settle and we can allow Petal that moment of relief, we're gonna get the sound barrier to come out, covering Chopper with the Deadeye moving into the open, almost gets the shot onto Pogo, but does have the primal to get out and recover, juggling them consistently. Chopper is the focus. Beautiful swift step though to keep them alive. And Zoolander goes down. Phone, she's able to capitalize with the focusing beam on Zoolander because the health value is below that 50%. Stick bomb comes in, moment for redemption. You at least get something for your troubles this time.
Oh, Chopper's still alive though and still pumping out this damage, especially with Marble being on the back end. Zoolander comes back in, and there's no DPS right now for UTD Esports. Pedal is going to eventually come back into this fight, and so is Phone. She's close towards that duplicate as well. Kitsune Rush, though, going to be a lot of incoming damage for UTD to deal with, and they don't have a sound barrier.
Arctic Shadow once again with another pulse. They go in for the dive. Gets the reposition and the pivot onto the pulse bomb. Both supports are down. Wonderfully done by Illini. Everything seems to have fallen from a random straight pulse bomb, and that's going to be Illini getting a completion here on this with an attempt to touch the point, but they will deny access from every which way.
Yeah, and I can see why Illini picked this map. This has just been their map completely from the start. It feels like the first dive that they had was absolutely phenomenal. They're playing it so slow as well. I just like the way that they're maneuvering around this composition. That's the biggest thing for me, is that when they're kind of making these slow dives, like, yeah, we're seeing Zoolander kind of do these dives that are pretty much soft dives, right? Where Zoolander's just going up there, seeing what's available, right? Not really committing too hard to the dive, knowing that if there's someone up here, I can just back off. It's totally fine. I don't really have to do that. And one of the things as well with the DPS composition that we saw from UTD Esports, no one can really deal with Chopper. I mean, Pedal can try, Phone can try, but Phone is kind of in the air. Chopper's really adept at hit scan and putting pressure onto that Echo, putting pressure onto that Tracer as well. So I think there's going to have to be a little bit more focus on to taking down Chopper, and potentially we could see a switch in that DPS lineup to make sure that Chopper isn't just sitting at mid to long range for free hitting the team.
And with the defensive side shown, gonna stick with what they know, sticking with the composition, nothing really out of the ordinary. And again, they want to keep this Doomfist. It's a very comfortable play, and with those soft dives like you mentioned, if they can continue to gain value with this Doomfist's presence, also how Chopper's been consistently playing the synergy between the two, and even on some occasions, not as much, let's say here, but Arctic in the shadows, no pun intended, is actually bringing a lot of value with this Tracer.
Arctic in the shadows. You intended the pun.
See?
Don't play with me. You definitely intended that. You definitely intended that. You can lie to chat, but you can't lie to me.
The cards fell where they did. You know, that's what it is. But now with this very aggressive play by UTD, Puggo jumps in with the assist from the supports in the back line, guaranteeing that they're already about to get this first tick, but reconvening back onto the point. Illini now, unfortunately, going to lose a player instantaneously. Both supports are down. That is game over on this first initial hold, and they will also take this with a swiftness.
And UTD did exactly what they should have there. You saw at the start of the fight, instantly they dive onto Chopper. Chopper gets completely obliterated by the amount of burst damage potential, and that's what UTD Esports is going to have to continue to do. Do not let Chopper beat you at this point.
Zoolander jumping in, saying peekaboo, and escaping for now. Just continuing to get some chip damage with those lovely auto shots. With 5 minutes and 30, a massive time bank to work with. Puggo up top, very punishing diving into that, but the healers are giving some great assistance to Puggo so that they will be able to dive right back in again repeatedly over and over as they move this cart forward. Illini not really being able to drop down to contest against the cart, though.
Going in Phone, makes the dupe onto the Lucio just to survive a little bit longer. It's totally fine. I think this is not the worst thing that could have happened. If you can actually find a way to get sound barrier, that could work out.
Yeah, give that coverage just before losing it. Still a few seconds to go. That's going to be able to give this adjustment in tempo. The high noon is active. The poop comes up from up top. Chopper can't get the positioning. Nice tumble away, but unfortunately you still see Marble crumble under the explosion. And that's 4 minutes and 40, and they're about to reach this checkpoint.
I think there's going to be one last reset here for Illini Orange coming back into this, but they don't have the sound barrier just yet. That's something UTD have a little bit before Silly Philly here. UTD Esports just holding these high grounds, seeing what they can do. Here comes the Kitsune Rush.
Oh boy, crossing paths. And you can see there is a lot being funneled into Zoolander, but jumps out of the way. Nice pickup on the back, but look at how electrifying Puggo is being onto both Chopper and Marble. A primal to gain the third. Synergy between the two, and they are guaranteeing that this is a team kill, a checkpoint gain, and a 5.5 minute time bank.
And that's another big difference between the Doomfist and between the Winston, is that in Kitsune Rush, Winston just completely annihilates members, and it's not really the best for Doomfist in those scenarios. So it's something that UTD Esports are using so well. In a fight where they lost Ishtar early, where that sound barrier wasn't going to be there, and if Silly Philly had gotten theirs off, maybe it could have been a completely different fight, but UTD Esports have a huge time bank going into this third point.
It's so much for Illini to have to work through on the defense, and since the momentum is constantly just being pushed against them. Beautiful Suzu, though, for Chopper to get the 2-piece, gets the 3, and just wants to keep tallying them up.
And we're going to have to continue tallying up team wins, or fight wins for this Illini Orange side because of the fact that it's a 5-minute time bank on the other end. Sound barrier is still available for both these teams. Zoolander can play a little bit more aggressively now with that Meteor Strike, create that positioning for Chopper to be able to hit these shots.
And now Arctic Shadows in the back, looks for the stick, gets a stuck, and
Oh, it's too
Puggo
late.
is down, and the sound barrier is only a fraction of a moment too late. Chopper picks phone out of the sky, and that sets them back. So what is that now, Kenobi? I believe that's 2 on the list of fights to win.
Put another one on the chalkboard, another dash there, but that's really, I mean, a very disastrous fight for UTD Esports because look at Silly Philly who still has theirs. Chopper ends up going
big,
down.
though. Big. So
He
big.
wasn't there.
No, it wasn't. And the fact that they now have this open space, the duplicate comes in, the Tracer, as we've highlighted earlier, chasing down, is blood crazed for the moment, attempting to get this pulse bomb for an elimination as it stacks up quickly, but the sound barrier is there, so it forces back. UTD attempts
stick.
to the stick when it's later, but they actually use the Meteor Strike, so he's able to escape, dropping up to the high ground, attempting to land on the pedal, but has a dash to escape. Sticky bombs now come in. Kitsune rush to follow. UTD in the home stretch with 3 minutes and 40. Chopper gets pedals, so they no longer have that flanking maneuver to try and turn it around. With UTD in these final moments looking to clean it up, they can't manage to do so. Chopper just taking control of this lobby. The Cowboy's about to tip his hat as he picks up one after another.
This is the definition of big iron on his hip right now is what Chopper is doing. I'm hearing the music in my mind right now. This Cassidy performance has been absolutely absurd so far. Whenever it feels like they need a fight win, Chopper just finds 3 picks out of nowhere, and Illini Orange are able to weather the storm of a fight that looked like it was a win for UTD Esports, and Arctic Shadow in the back looking for Pulse Bomb.
Oh, goes for the lob, goes wide. There is some chip damage onto Puggo. You saw with the Radical that they did get something, but there's no follow-up unless Zoolander says otherwise. This now going to tabulate up to 4 consecutive fight wins as they are attempting to guarantee that this defense is still held.
Fighting is still available. I don't think they want to commit any ultimates into this one, though. The helpers are low enough onto UTD Esports. Chopper is just hitting everyone with this 6-shooter. Phone's going to go down as well. And this time bank that UTD had, which was 5 minutes, has been dwindled down to only 2.5 right now. So they're not going to be able to get more time here than Illini Orange.
Whoo, boy. I'm pretty, I mean, it was like 4.5-ish, but we'll count it as 4. Pulse comes in, gets for the potential stick, but again, the cleanse, able to survive through it. Big dive, though, onto Chopper, who's far in the back, and that is a wonderful read by UTD, and now they're gonna juggle with the Primal Raid. Phone duplicates onto the Doomfist as well, so they now have the Meteor Strike also in the wheelhouse. If they absolutely need to use it, they're completely bringing down Illini. The close spawn is here. Chopper has the Deadeye, but with the short distance remaining, is it going to be enough? Flanking from behind, it's just going to be Puggo electrifying him for the whole time. And now Illini with a sound barrier, it's their hope and a prayer, a Hail Mary. If they can weather this for a moment longer, UTD might not be able to withstand the respawn timers. Zoolander onto the Malga, just under 2 meters. Puggo and Pedal working in tandem with one another to try and get enough damage onto those that are respawning into this, with the Kitsune Rush now active across the VIP. That allows them to complete it with 1:24 on the clock.
That was such a smart last fight. Pedal using that Pulse Bomb, getting that Suzu out in that upper fight, and then the turn, the call from UTD, absolutely perfect. They go directly dive onto Chopper, knowing that there is no Suzu to cover the Cassidy, and this Cassidy is going to get blown up by our incoming damage. Really, really well played coordination coming in that last fight that gets them over the hump with only 1:24 seconds, a little bit less than half from what Illini Orange have here. But if it's anything like these first 2 rounds that we've seen, Rich, on Attack, these teams don't play defense on first point.
Yeah,
so
they don't.
We could
They
see
kind of
this,
just shake hands.
This could be going much longer and getting those people those drops.
And you and I have seen on several occasions where it's a extended overtime payload push. We've been graced with many of those where we're like, oh, it's into overtime. They might not be able to do this. 3 fights later, 2 checkpoints done and are approaching the last one. So this could be a really wicked turnaround at the end of it, as we do have UTD on the attack first due to them having the lower time bank. So Illini will be on the defense here as they were prior and attempt to do the same type of work that they had, at least towards the later portion, but they for sure want to try and clutch it out and have a lot more tightness in the way that they play here to just reduce the time.
And what we saw in the first attack from UTD Esports was the reason they won because they killed Chopper instantly in their first engagement. So if they can find out where Chopper is, get that kill, actually Chopper's going to be a little bit behind the rest of the team. They're going to stay behind in this cafe area, not really let Chopper be that aggressive. They want to take as much time away as possible, make UTD Esports work for every inch of space they're going to try and get.
You can already see Chopper getting dangerously low and topped up. So that was the first set. You can... Marble's just trying to keep sightline.
Oh, Arctic Shadow
Arctic
lost.
Shadow is down, but Chopper gets rid of Puggo. They have to sustain through this now. They've lost the tank, so it's only onto Phone and Pedal, but they might look to try and reduce this engagement and focus on getting a full 5. Zoolander gets Pedal, and now this is starting to look dire.
Yeah, they're going to have to reset. They do not want to take this fight. They don't want to lose any members as well. You can see Chopper trying to find a pick in the sky onto Phone, but she's able to get out just in time. Illini Orange survive. Actually, Phone ends up going down to Arctic Shadow. They gotta retreat. They gotta retreat.
20 seconds. They need to get out of there, but this is where Illini's gonna throttle. They know they can take the advantage here and completely sever the team, picking them off one by one. Doi is down. Arctic Shadow gets the elimination. They can regroup for 10, and they're in the perfect position.
We got to see Pedal potentially try and make a play to get onto that point to proc the overtime. Lucio's trying to come.
Denial, looking to try and block them. They have to jump into it, but the health value is so low, and they don't yet have the Primal Rage, not even 0.5%, barely, as a Pulse Bomb goes wide. Chopper gets the elimination again. Pulse Bomb wide. They can't take anything now. Illini on this defense has absolutely run UTD into the ground, and it's just unfortunately off the back of multiple staggers and great aggression.
Great positioning as well coming in from Chopper, knowing that the last time that he played a little bit over aggressive on that balcony area, ended up getting instantly killed and they lost the fight. They're instead playing more back towards Cafe, making the rest of UTD kind of go into that open space where really the Cassie is going to be able to pick and choose where he wants to shoot. Really good positioning from Illini Orange, and now 3 minutes to just get one tick. It's going to have to be a Herculean defense from UTD Esports, and even if they make it happen, and it's only a tie.
This is UTD. We're phoning Mount Olympus. Can we get the power we need to do this? Alrighty, now, as we can see, the composition. Ooh, okay. Phone's gonna take a different approach. She's gonna opt to go onto the Sombra for this one.
We haven't seen too much. I mean, it's not... I think if you're trying to just kind of like, especially against the Doom, I think it's very, very good against the Doom. If their focus is just, at this point from UTD Esports side, if their focus is just to take down Doomfist, nothing is better than Sombra. Right? Sombra will just, you hack Doomfist, Doomfist is not a hero anymore. So I think that this is a good adaptation for them, and if it does show some signs of working, even if you lose this particular matchup, if the Sombra ends up working, it's something you can potentially see brought into the next couple of maps.
Trying to cripple the Doomfist and make them bring no value. With now the 3 minutes on the clock. So much to work with for 33%. And all eyes on the Sombra hacks to see if they can get an early takedown. She goes in instantly onto the Doomfist, as we said, but Zoolander is able to escape, and they go back to the drawing board for another attempt.
Cooldowns were used as well here. Zoolander gets hacked again, but is able to be cleansed out of it, but still taking a lot of damage here. Arctic Shadow has to use the recall in this fight.
They already have half the percentage for Illini. Chopper takes down Phone, and if Chopper is left to do what they do consistently, he's just gonna control the remaining space on this point. With 2 minutes and 13 seconds remaining, they just had a calm, cool, collective push on this map of Hollywood and now make it a 1-1 map score.
A worthy attempt there on the defensive end, but great scouting as well coming in from Illini Orange, being able to take down that Sombra, knowing that once the Sombra is kind of relocated out, we can play a little bit more aggressively. There isn't that threat of the Sombra coming back in, especially without the translocator. So really heads-up play coming in from Illini Orange, and we can definitely see why they picked this map in particular with the way that they were playing around that vertical areas in a map like this. The dive Chopper looked fantastic too as well. I think that the amount of space created for Chopper was absolutely absurd, and there was really nothing, I think, besides maybe some switches and DPS that really could have hit Chopper a little bit harder.
And again, when you just look at what they had to do defensively as a team, they took 4 fights, like 4.5-ish. We'll give them a half. But it's realistically, when you're taking down that much time off the clock, only giving a little over a minute for UTD to try and do anything on one attack, that's huge. And then Illini comes back tenfold and makes quick work as they did in the previous time.
Yeah, and I think UTD Esports had some really good, like, coordinated dives, I think, in this, but, like, the focus was a lot of the time onto Chopper, and their peel also, I'd have to give credit to Silly Phil and Marble as well for being able to get into position to keep Chopper alive throughout all of that. Is kind of like what we saw a little bit in our previous series, where we saw a lot of the focus being onto the Cassidy to kind of keep him alive and let him do the work. So I think Illini Orange have this ability now, take this map win, and now as we're going to be kind of playing this chess match, I would imagine UTD takes us to a map that's a little bit more favored towards Rush because they looked very composed on that. The question then becomes for me is, like, does Illini Orange just continue to play this dive, and is that how they're going to be sticking to it most of the time? Because I think in terms of what push maps we go to, if it is Esperanza, Doomfist still does work, right? That's not something you really could need to get rid of on a map like that. But if you are going against a Reinhardt Brawl composition, it's going to kind of look a lot like it did on Antarctic Peninsula, where you got to play it like slower than what you were doing here, where it was just kind of like on demand, dive on high ground, control high ground, you know, leave, do all those soft dives, and then
rinse, repeat.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, when it came to Chopper as well, the other aspect of it, not only with getting the peel and the support from the rest of the team, Chopper also just has this unique kind of high risk, high reward methodology where he looks for those off angles, like taking a deep rounded corner, or like playing a little bit more aggressive, or finding a chance to catch the enemy off guard. And I think that also really aids to just the play style that really isn't what UTD is ready for. A couple of the Deadeyes that came from an off angle that they're, oh, okay, he's over there, and that's what's gonna happen. So
I mean, if there's anything we know about Chopper, it's that he has supreme confidence. You know, us watching him throughout contenders last year, now having been in collegiate, Chopper still has that ability to carry teams, especially with the, you know, high mechanic value that this DPS brings to the table, and how good Cassidy is at the current moment. We've seen some of the Sojourn as well from Chopper, and I think the thing about the confidence for me is that when I look at this team in particular, it's like UTD on the other side, they didn't really have anything to deal with Chopper. Like, that's the thing. It's like, yes, you had like Tracer and Echo who can theoretically, you know, if the dive is correct, you can just instantly wipe out Cassidy, which they did a couple of times, right? We saw on the first attack for UTD Esports, they did exactly that. But if Chopper has like all of the cooldowns available to him, I think you need to have someone potentially be there to counter him at range. I think that's really what I'm going to be looking out as we go to our next maps, as we do go to Coliseum as our next map, which is, I was like, hey, guess what? We're playing Rush. Derpy's going to come back in. It's
Derpy's
Reinhardt.
coming back
it's Reinhardt.
in. Yeah.
This is either Reinhardt or like some sort of brawly style.
Yeah, this is 100% going to be Reinhardt. And again, talking to UTD, they know outright that if there is a moment that they can put Derpy in to play this Reinhardt, that's a really ace in the hole for them. It was so successful in their previous semester, and they know that it's still going to continue being relevant here. And with making this adjustment onto Coliseum where it can play to its strengths, I am really, really so going to be closely watching how that Reinhardt mechanical skill and just understanding of the tempo here is going to be played. And to be fair, when we go into our Coliseum podcast neutral play, there's going to be another additional shield just blocking a lot of those incoming shots.
I wonder if we're going to have it, because I don't know if there's going to be... I think it depends on what the tank is from the other side. If Zoolander's still going to be playing Doom, then I feel like as the Reinhardt composition, you can just walk forward, and there's nothing really they can do.
True.
Especially if there's going to be like a Sojourn on the other side, where Sojourn thrives in kind of that ability to be able to poke and prod in that like neutral podcasty area. Can't wait till the glass is removed. Shout out to Spylo.
Right.
But in this matchup in particular, if we do see Sojourn, if we do see Chopper on that, against a Reinhardt, it's going to be very difficult to farm up that rail shot. And it's not going to be as difficult for a Sojourn on the other side. And if you are playing Doomfist, there's not a lot of shielding available to you, and you kind of just have to go out into the open and really just hope that you out-hands diff the other team.
Over the course of 2 days, the amount of times that we've used hands as a reference.
I'm so surprised that you didn't know what. I mean, hands diff. You don't know what hands diffing is? Like,
no, I don't. Not
Okay.
the term. Okay. See, we learned that I don't know things here and
Yeah.
there, but that's okay. You know, somebody in chats is gonna be just like, "Oh gosh, Rich, how old are you?" And I'm gonna be like, "It's not that bad, friends. It's not that bad." As we have 10 minutes now on the clock, the door is open. Illini comes out with a
Ooh.
Torb and Hanzo play. Alrighty.
I think the biggest thing for me is that UTD is running this Reinhardt composition without a Lucio, which is
Yeah.
super interesting to me because that means there's not a lot of that mobility that you have from the Lucio. I think they just kind of want Derpy maybe to just stand and deliver with the shield and just have the poke come from the rest of the team, especially against the Hanzo that Chopper looks like they're bringing to the table. I think Chopper here, he's going to be someone to look out for if they're just going to have to play so carefully around these Hanzo arrows and with Derpy.
And there's going to be so much applied into that Reinhardt shield with this comp. As the continued patience, turret in the back, blocking and getting some intel. As Chopper reconvenes back towards the initial bot position, attempting to get rid of the pylon so it denies that increased healing to those that are towards the center position. And it's really just Derpy, slowly but surely moving inch by inch forward. There is some contention by Zoolander, but again, that shield is being pummeled repeatedly.
Yeah, you're trying to look for just a pick here between one of these two teams. Chopper is getting a lot of damage, and you can already see 79% towards that Dragon Strike. And this Dragon Strike in this enclosed area is going to be absolutely impactful if it does end up going off.
Only a few more shots necessary to get to that 100%. Blocked now for the moment, though. Shield starting to fracture, with Derpy waiting for it to charge back up, utilizing this corner and wedge himself into it to try and compete as the Ant Matrix is out. There is a beautiful pickup already from Petal. Dragon Strike from behind. Derpy getting chipped away in the health value and actually goes down with the assist of Zoolander getting to themselves.
Zoolander still alive and still just being able to pummel down that Reinhardt, and a fight that looked like it was a great start for UTD Esports is going to end up not being that. Petal going to have to go down here, and so will Ishtar if they can find and secure that kill. And Illini Orange bring that fight back. Really well played from them. That Dragon Strike from Chopper, it was beautiful. Didn't necessarily get kills, but what it did, it went right across that Ant Matrix, and you could see from Doi and Ishtar's perspective, they could not walk forward and get to Derpy to heal up Derpy and the rest of the people that were in that enclosed area, and then just a Ramatra just hitting.
Now, with Zoolander down below, has to be careful. The Annihilation being holstered for the moment. Separating Derpy down below, attempts to go for the charge, but the boot
Great
keeps
boot.
isolated for now. And the Annihilation now is online. Will they be able to deny the Sunstruck? Hit for one, pops Marble, and gets the reposition as well from the high ground, forcing the Torbjorn play away. Doi gets two, but the Annihilation starts to force the remaining few on the high ground back as Chopper flanks and takes down the names.
Oh, I mean, it's still a really scrappy fight that ends up actually, those two kills from Doi completely turned that fight around. That looked like it was a clear fight win for Illini Orange, but the clutch here from the Alari, I mean, you don't necessarily have the mobility from the Lucio, but you do have that ability to carry as a little bit more of a DPS in these types of fights, and UTD Esports will take back this card. They have a Molten Core to work with. There's going to be both of them. The big thing, though, is that Silly Philly on that Lucio does have a sound barrier, so you can be a little bit more aggressive if you're Illini Orange and just try and get onto that backline.
Curious if the Molten Core is going to be lobbed up by Arctic Shadow onto this balcony's edge to deny Chopper from continuing to put damage in from the high ground. Nice mag grenade for the moment, but we'll be able to get topped up nonetheless. Dragon Strike online a second time. Earth Shatter could look for a knock down onto two on the low ground, but it's realistically just Zoolander for the moment as the Dragon Strike forces them forward. Deadeye, nice coverage by the shielding. Great pickup onto Chopper. Doi gets another as the Molten Core is thrown, actually surrounding this UTD squad to deny any press forward, and UTD at this point is still the one with the numbers advantage as they go back in with the counter Molten Core as well.
Really love that Molten Core coming out from Phone. They're using it as a way to negate the dive because Illini Orange wanted to kind of bring that fight back throw down their sound barrier and get into the back line, but they couldn't do that damage of the molten core.
Nice attempt to rotate here to give coverage, but unfortunately the flank from Arctic Shadow was a little bit unaware with a cleanup from Illini. They still have the meter advantage, and that's going to put them back to the neutral and should be able to get towards where the Gelato stand is, with the regroup from UTD being on the archway.
Oh, and Phone is going to end up going down as well. That was really good understanding from Illini Orange that they had, especially with Phone going down that early, that they had an advantage of a 5v4, so they just overwhelmed the team with that incoming damage. Petal is on the Widowmaker just to try and make something happen, get a pick off of the end. Ant Matrix is going to zone the rest of the teams out. Doi's going to end up going down, and UTD are kind of just like flapping in the wind a little bit right now, and Illini Orange are going to be able to take the spot even farther in terms of that meterage.
Yeah, slightly disjointed, I would say. Attempting to figure out where their decision. I mean, their decision making.
Okay, they're swapping.
Yeah, they're swapping.
Okay, that's fine. If you could have found a pick there potentially, then like yeah, it works. I think the idea was sound, and if you are going to switch, it makes even more sense.
So we'll see with these adjustments if it pays dividends. Derpy dropping below, playing the flank, Annihilation active, diving quickly onto the back line, forcing the supports out. But Zoolander needs to be very careful as they work their way in. Gonna take down two, both Derpy and Doi down, and this is still meter gain and going to be able to push across the bridgeway.
Petal has gotten Chopper in this fight, and Zoolander is still just trying their best to hold this positioning, so respawns are going to be an advantage here for UTD. Derpy will eventually be back into this fight, and I think if you're Illini Orange, this is the smart thing to do, right? Just leave. You already have such an advantage. Go back into the neutral and fight here. Make UTD Esports work for that meterage. Don't just give it up for free with the team fight win on their side of the map, especially with Dragon Strike available from Chopper in this area of the map. It can get so much value done. But Arctic Shadow just hits a hot Cheeto right at Petal, and that's going to be Illini Orange taking control of this card again.
That feels like a spicy Cheeto to be accurate, as we now look to see this recovery. Big couple of shots though by Chopper, attempting to find the support in the back and gets it separated. There's no way that you can focus on the healing and Chopper at the same time. With the Immortality Field lobbed down below, Illini continuing to dominate here as they have over 100 meters on the board and look to continue doing so with 3 minutes on the clock.
The saving grace, though, is that where this fight is going to happen, Blizzard should get a lot of value here. We'll see how Illini Orange is going to opt in to deal with that potential. They might not even fight for it as the Dragon Strike comes through on the bridge, eventually separates them, and I love this decision from Illini Orange, right? Just don't even, they know that Blizzard's on the table, don't even fight in that area, right? Just don't even attempt to do it. You can just take the time away, make UTD Esports come to you, and then you're going to be able to take a fight more on your terms than what UTD would like.
And this is one of those maps where it's so consistent that you can do this, drawing back to the neutral. Nice pick, though, by Petal with the overclock. Jumping back into the high ground, taking down another. So that is a big win here for the overclock. But the Blizzard was also lobbed into this, and the Earth Shatter. That was 3 ultimates to use to take this.
But it's 3 ultimates, but they keep their supportive ultimates. That's the biggest thing right there. Because Marble wanted to be on a flank with Chopper there to use that Ant Matrix, but it was really well played to negate that from UTD Esports, and now they have their own Ant Matrix, so what the Ant Matrix does here is going to be able to give them a lot of time to move forward, most likely to grab that checkpoint. They need to make sure that Derpy doesn't die, though.
Drops down, gives up the high ground. Molten Core keeps them in check for now, and everyone from UTD has to run it back because they are not wanting to have their feet melted underneath them.
They don't have to use Lamp, which is a big deal. They're going to be able to keep that cooldown for themselves and now come back into the neutral. Ant Matrix still available here for Doi. With those fire strikes could be absolutely deadly here in this neutral, but only 1 minute and 30 seconds left, Rich. It's kind of do or die right now for UTD Esports.
They need to make something happen. And with how this went earlier, Illini was able to take the advantage, diving in onto the Ramatra. Zoolander will leave. He falls back with the rest of the team. They're clustered together. Chopper now with the Dragon Strike into UTD.
That's a big one.
Bone gets clipped for the moment, but is able to get topped up by the supports. Big barrier from UTD to give them coverage. Derpy half health and needing to be cautious. The shield about to break. The Immortality Field has been contributed. The Annihilation is chipping away at their health. And Derpy is still on their feet. But a flanking angle from Chopper almost brings them down. Arctic
help of
Shadow.
the solo.
Oh, they need to be careful. Arctic Shadow finds another flaming hot Cheeto to touch in the back and bring down Derpy with only 35 seconds to go.
Chopper's taken down, though. The Marble's really here trying his best to be able to make sure that they're keeping this tank up. UTD Esports will eventually come back into this one. Nice wall!
Big. Can they get the elimination onto
They got the
Zoolander? And they
kill!
do! The wall is there for just enough time. There's not enough damage from Illini to break it down so they can have an escape avenue. With 15 seconds to go, Illini has to completely abandon ship for a regroup.
Oh. Marble is actually not gonna... Is Marble gonna be able to get out here in this scenario? I don't know if they're gonna be able to. Looks like he is, and should be a checkpoint taken here for UTD Esports, and now this is so scary because Illini Orange has to walk into UTD, who have a Blizzard.
Now, overclock down the choke point, and Arctic Shadow gets it! It doesn't matter, the amplification matrix didn't give enough, but the Blizzard now isolates them back. It's UTD still in this. They're in the overtime, and they work their way through the checkpoint, and they're going to continue to press onto it. There's going to be one last opportunity here for Illini to take this back as Derpy just lines them up with the swinging hammer of judgment.
Molten Core is here from Arctic Shadow. Dragon Strike also from Spawn.
Oh, push him off the
not have the ice.
It pushed them off the point. The Dragon Strike divided them, so they were not able to stay on it. Phone abandons, and that allows Illini to take it.
The zoning ultimates from Chopper and Arctic Shadow. And Phone was only 2 seconds away from having that ice block. She had to get out of there to try and get back on, but the timer just ticked all the way down. And Illini Orange are able to survive a huge pushback from UTD.
Oh my. What is up with us getting second match crazy plays? It was the back cap or back push from King yesterday, and now a zoning Dragon Strike from Chopper. Both on push. Both our second match of the day. I feel like it's crazy right now.
I don't know what you do with your head there.
I don't know. I felt like I was one of those pigeons where it's just like the Okay, we're gonna let me just kind of have a moment to recover from that. But we can take a look at some replays and get me off the screen. That was so intense. It was awesome.
I mean, great comeback. Great comeback at time from UTD. Really, I think that the fact that they were able to get back into that one as hard as they did is like incredible. I think there were some really sick plays towards the very end to try and clutch that one out. That wall onto the Ramatra that even gave them a chance to get back into that one, and it just went back and forth because both those ant matrices come out. Petal is using his ant matrix, or Petal is using overclock during that, as we'll see at the very end right here, and how much it ticks down. The Dragon Strike, it's just so much zoning, and you can see 2 seconds. If there is ice block available for Phone, she's able to stay there, and they can probably weather the storm as the rest of the team, but unfortunately, it's just a matter of seconds, Overwatch, and it does not end up working out. Great attempt, though, from UTD.
A matter of seconds and a matter of inches, and all of that really does make a difference. And we're going to be heading to a short break before we go into this next one, but we want to remind you again, you've been enjoying the action. It is the time and place for you to go follow all of those that are down below, making sure that you are always present for thrilling action just like you saw. So don't go anywhere, because I'm hoping that this next one's going to be the same thing. we are back to continue on in a series where we didn't bring you a 5 yesterday. We're hoping that we can bring you a 5 today. But at least we get 4. Worst case here, as we do get to see now that it's a 2-1 score line here in favor of Illini, who, at the end of this, had a miraculous zoning pair of ultimates that completely turned things on their head, even though it's UTD putting forth a significant amount of effort, as we actually are going to be heading now into our next map, which is going to be New Junk City. So we got to see one variation yesterday of Flashpoint, and now we get to see the other today, as we're going to have that first initial point be the Hammer Mill.
Yeah, I think this also makes sense in terms of like what we're going to be seeing from compositionally from UTD. I believe that Derpy is still in the lineup and we haven't had any changes, and that tells me Reinhardt potentially. And a lot of the flashpoints that we have on New Junk City are very enclosed, right? Very up front. You need to have that brawly potential, and we saw the Ramatra actually not work that bad for the other side of Illini Orange, so that tells me that they are confident to play it against this Rhine style. We'll see if anything changes as we go to New Junk City and what we see from essentially the DPS, potentially when we see from the supports as well, because I think we've seen a lot of Kiriko here, but it seems like Lucio Bap is necessary. I don't think that we'll see the Iliari. Maybe we will, because I don't know if you necessarily need that just like instant engage momentum from the Lucio if we're so enclosed anyways, especially on first point. So we'll see how that's going to go and how they want to up into running a composition like this. But I expect brawl.
I would agree with you that at this point it's something that's going to be consistent, and since we haven't heard any shift of Derpy leaving, Ryan is going to be the pick, and that's what just has been UTD through and through. When Derpy is here, it will be Ryan. No questions asked, no alternative, because it's really been a massive payoff for their squad and what they've been able to do against their opponent. And Reinhardt not being as often seen gives a little bit of a cutting edge in that sense, to where teams don't know exactly how to potentially maneuver or play around it as much.
And I think I would prefer to see the Lucio against the Iliari. I think the Iliari had some good moments, and you do get a lot more of that output healing, right? Like your healing output is so much higher on Iliari than it is on Lucio, which, I mean, Lucio doesn't have like the highest output of healing. You can heal a little bit, but you really want to be able to have that availability to just completely maneuver around. And it actually looks like Puggo is in the lineup, so it's not Derpy.
Oh, okay.
It's going to be a Ramatra mirror that we're seeing here with Phone onto that Torbjorn. That's going to be an interesting pick, because on the other side you have Illini Orange, who's running Arctic Shadow on the Tracer, and one of the best counters to Tracer and the flanking potential is that Torbjorn. So Arctic Shadow has to play super carefully, because especially against Torbjorn and a Cassidy, you cannot make a misstep. You make one misstep, you're taken out instantly.
And Phone reads this really well, anticipating that Arctic Shadow, who has been consistently playing this Tracer, is going to still bring it to the table in this one. Phone and Doi getting very low. The Immortality field was on Doi, but it didn't cover Phone, so that was a takedown. But Silly Phil losing their support from Illini is not going to be favorable, especially when you don't have any way to escape, and Marble has no sightlines onto Zoolander.
Oh, and this is going to be a dead chopper as well. Petal starts that off with a great pick onto Marble. With Marble not there, it's the worst thing that could happen, because not only you lose your Baptiste and you basically guarantee that you're going to lose the first fight because you have no healing. The other thing is, now you are significantly down in ultimate charge for Ant Matrix. That's going to be one of the things, and you can see Arctic Shadow. This is kind of what Arctic Shadow has to do, is just play in the shadows, haha, like you mentioned earlier. But again, you're always being checked by someone.
Already 30% of the way in, and again, with this percentage gain just slightly faster than a normal control, it is imperative that you make things happen quickly, so you don't find yourself having to just either give up the point and look to the next, or have to look for a re-engage. Phone moving very far forward, gets the Torbjorn turret to have some extra firepower, holding through that side ramp, and also with the elimination onto Arctic Shadow happening, another pickup. It's deja vu from only moments ago, as Illini crumbles under the pressure.
Yeah, and you can see, I mean, this is really smart from Arctic Shadow. Pulse Bomb was available, and it's one of the best ultimates in the game, but Arctic Shadow knows that there's like no way I'm going to be able to get this off. And even if I get it off, it's probably just for that, or for Immortality field, so it's not worth it. I need to go to something that gives me a little bit more of that flavor of being able to stay alive throughout these fights.
Nice re-engagement though underneath, attempting to take a different angle, but the Deadeye is going to force everyone back. They don't go for the contention. It takes down Zoolander. And now this is where things get really, really rough, because the staggers that are going to come through here it's going to just allow UTD to take the advantage in the next position, even if it's this one that's across the way.
I think the good thing about this, though, is that UTD got out of, or Illinois State got out of that fight getting ultimates out. You got out High Noon, you got out Ant Matrix, which are two very key ultimates. Now when Illinois, or Illini Orange come back into this one, they're going to have their own Ant Matrix. They're going to have Rock, or Chopper, who can just shoot through it with that overclock. So I think that this is not a terrible position for Illini Orange to be in. Yes, the first point was really disastrous, but now you can kind of bring it back here.
Disruptor shot zoning for now. Big pickup onto Puggo, so you have completely taken advantage over UTD, removing the tank, and they recognize it. They're just going to give it. They have no need to stay here.
Chopper's actually trying to see if they can find a way to get a shot here, and actually, wait, Soundbarrier was committed by UTD Esports. They want to try and win this one back, but it's not going to be able to do it. Illini just kite back out of that one. They don't want to take the fight, and now Silly Philly can come back in with his own sound barrier. UTD potentially getting a little bit over-aggressive there, Rich.
Yeah, I think just maybe some miscommunication in how they want to take this, and the fact that it gives a lot more than what you would have originally anticipated for Illini as they fall back to the point and look for a Deadeye potentially to lead into this. Oh, Amp, though. Instant coverage by the Immortality Beetle, but the second it's gone, Paco's gonna rush back. And that protective barrier from Silly Phil, it will not withstand the damage.
The sound barrier was just a little bit too late for Arctic Shadow. Was just standing and delivering, thinking that there was going to be some help there, but the sound barrier not able to hit, and all of that ultimate economy advantage that Illinois Orange had is just completely out the window now. So these next fights we're going to have to play in the neutral. Yes, Chopper and Marble are going to be a bit quicker on their ultimates, but with how good these two DPS are in the neutral, it's very scary to run through here.
Puggo gonna take this high ground position for now, looking for a flank. Big dive forward.
Great engage.
Make absolute minced meat of Illini with that flanking position and completely capitalize on the weak, as this is going to be another point advantage. Only 25% remaining, and they're in a beautiful position. Overclocked by Chopper, does get one, but I think at this point, they don't have the ability to come... Well, okay, I was going to say,
it's
that's
a big
another
one.
pick.
It is a big one. Petal is a big deal getting that pick, and it's able to give yourselves a lot to potentially try and get back onto this. But actually, they won't be able to.
Yeah.
Silly Phil doesn't even make it in time to proc that overtime. And again, UTD just at the very end of it are able to clutch it out and now have a 2-0 lead. Illini Orange have to play pretty much perfectly from here on out. And UTD Esports, I mean, look at their ultimate economy coming into this one. They have both their support ultimates. Most likely, Petal is going to have that High Noon just to create that space and zone. And again, walking into a composition like this with so much spam at your back is so difficult.
And with it unlocking in 10 seconds, there's only a few more moments before it can be easily converted over. Petal crossing very quickly with that movement from Ishtar. Deadeye zoning. Illini off the point. They should be able to get it. More than enough time to do so. And they put themselves in a prime position with the Ant Matrix now. Chasing down below. The health values from Silly Phil are constantly being dwindled to nothing.
You played that so well.
And that
so
was
absolutely
wonderful.
Perfectly. I mean, the High Noon kind of the zone around, forcing out cooldowns from the other tank in Zoolander. Then, as soon as the High Noon is over, you take point, and then you Ant Matrix on top of it. Really, really smart ultimate rotations coming out from UTD Esports here, who are in prime position to take this in a quick 3-0 and take us to a map 5. Illini Orange will come back into this one, have an Ant Matrix of their own, but Sound Barrier not necessarily quite there just yet. Chopper has actually moved over to the Cassidy himself, so trying to match up with Petal.
And we'll see if taking this off angle on the high ground from Chopper is able to yield value. Now, they are in full knowledge. UTD able to hold the amplification matrix to funnel a lot of damage, but they've completely just bypassed it, so it won't gain the extra damage. But they come back in with Puggo. Great sound barrier, giving protection. The Annihilation is almost online for both sides, but Zoolander cannot get it quick enough and re-proc that defensive capabilities.
Wow.
And that's going to be a 3-0 map for UTD on this flashpoint, and that was a convincing performance to bring it to a map 5.
Insanely convincing performance. I love just the decision making at the start, coming out on that Torbjorn, knowing that Arctic Shadow has been playing a lot of Tracer throughout all of this, and just making that first point a complete win for UTD Esports, the Torbjorn really just getting a ton of value, and even in these mid fights with the Molten Core as well, kind of just throwing it onto the clump. I think it was a great little wrinkle there, and we're getting a map 5, so I bet everyone in chat is happy that we're getting maximum Overwatch here in our second map, especially for those drops that are going to be coming through.
No, it's okay. Chat's going to be like, yo, you couldn't have given 2 more flashpoints so that we get the extra, like,
okay,
2
but
and a
like,
half
you know,
minutes.
I
know.
mean,
pick your battles. Bibbidi
yeah,
bobbidi.
pick a struggle. Pick a struggle.
We're gonna use our magic voodoo-ness, which is bibbidi bobbidi map 5-ity. That's gonna come right back now, and we're gonna make sure that we give you as many maps as possible. We couldn't do it yesterday. I feel we were a little off our mojo, but we're gonna hop into some replays and highlight, like you were mentioning, just the sheer overwhelming play by UTD in this. Like, it was just daunting to see them perform.
I think the other thing that you kind of have to look at, especially when we're having a mirror with both of these teams, is that when you look at the compositions, especially with Ramatra, when you have that shield, right? If you look at UTD Esports' DPS, so much spam.
Yeah.
Like an insane amount of spam. You're getting Torbjorn turret spammed, you're getting just Torbjorn spam just by the virtue of Phone being able to just left click, same with Cassidy, and the shields are dying a lot faster, which is really good for being able to take that position away and force back the enemy composition. And when Chopper's on Sojourn in that kind of instance, you're not farming your rail that quickly as well. And Chopper has a really good last 2 couple of maps, this time not really being seen as much in that kill feed. So good understanding again from UTD on a map like that. No wonder they picked it. I mean, that makes total sense to me. And it's interesting also because now we've seen them play the Ramatra and play it like with Puggo in the mirror. So now whatever map we go to next, I believe it's Escort we're going to be going to finish things off here. It'll be interesting to see which Escort map we end up going towards, because this is going to be a pick for Illini Orange, and they love playing those more mobility heavy, dive heavy compositions, especially giving back to what we saw in Midtown. So maybe something like a Route 66 is possible here. I think they want to play in a position where they don't let the brawl come to pass, because the 2 times that we've seen UTD won, it's been on brawl. It's been relatively convincing. So I think if you're Illini Orange, you avoid that completely. You just don't want to deal with that.
Well, and the other part of it too is when we start to look at, again, Illini having Chopper, going to longer sight lines and being able to give that type of visibility, that's another thing that kind of rises to the surface for me in a thought process of what that might look like. Because Chopper, if given the opportunity to have that type of space and to find those types of shots, can that really stifle the situation? Because it's not like we're rotating back to a control where we can look more for that brawl aspect of it. There are some potential distant opportunities that can be gained from Chopper if positioned well enough and given space to do so.
And I think when we have those longer sight lines for Chopper in particular, I think Chopper thrives when he has space. And a lot of the times during the maps where we've seen Chopper struggle a little bit and not be as prevalent in the kill feed or just impactful in the lobby, is that when UTD was doing a really good job of just like being the aggressors, right? That I remember that one rotation on the second flashpoint where they saw that there was like a little bit slow of a rotation, instantly just dive the back line, take out the Baptiste. And once the Baptiste is done, the composition kind of just falls over. So if UTD can continue to kind of be the aggressor and go first a lot of the time, that's how they're going to win the series. How I think Illini Orange wins the series is if they weather that storm and let Chopper just be the star DPS we know him.
Yeah, and we've seen it plenty of times before and have made some serious updates as we do get final confirmation, and it is going to be Watchpoint Gibraltar as this map that we're going to. So it'll be exciting to see this one. Again, has been some time for you and I, but it's one that I think really does highlight a lot of different dynamics that can be brought to the table from every respective checkpoint throughout this map.
And this is like where, if we were going to see Widowmaker, it'd be here. If we're going to see like long-range DPS, it would be here more so than any other map. It also is great for the verticality that it looks like Illini Orange want to play with on a map like this. You have to be able to control some of these high grounds, especially if you're going to be there to give that space to Chopper. So I think this is a great decision to try and win this map 5 and continue through that lower bracket.
Oh boy, I'm also curious to see who opted to go on which side. at that point? Like, which did they opt for? Is it more of an attack that they want to maybe set the pace, or a defense to try and see if they can really hold the line and adapt as they move through each of these segments, and really just what that mentality looks like for them as we continue to pan through this again with those adjustments? I still always have to think about it with the changes that they had on the doorway and how it manipulated the map structure and how you look to enter into that specific
You can just
point.
say how it made it better. Like,
Yeah. Okay. Well, yeah, how it made it better. There you go, friend. There you go.
It did. I mean, I remember playing it, and like the first time I was like, oh, this feels like so much better.
So much
than it used
better.
to. But I think that's where kind of like Ashe, I think, is probable on a map like this, where you just have the ability to spam down dynamites into those corridors. UTD Esports going to be sticking with Pogo, which makes sense because of the fact that this is not a map where you can play like Derpy and play more of that Reinhardt style. Petal going to be... I think Petal going on to Ashe would be very interesting here because of the fact Chopper is on Cassidy still.
Yeah.
Cassidy does do a good amount of damage, but is outranged and out-utilitied, I think, by something like this Ashe. So if UTD Esports can figure out a way to set up Petal in good positions, that's going to be great for them.
Yeah. They're actually going to bring the D.Va into this, a little bit more of that on-demand high ground control that comes through. You talked a little bit about D.Va being viable with the kit and what we've seen, at least when it came to the Hollywood aspect of things, but now we can see the usefulness of it here, as there's already some decent engagement onto Ishtar, but still some slow tempo to look for these initial shots.
It's also great for peel. That's the other thing that D.Va does really well, especially when you have a Doomfist on the other side and you have a Tracer. The ability to peel for your backline if the dive comes in is great, and that's a nice ante from Doyi to start things off, and that's Chopper and Silly Phil already gone. And with where the bot is at the current moment, they're going to start pushing this one underneath the car wash. Zoolander does manage to trade back too, but respawns are going to be closer for UTD, and they should be able to regroup and get back into this one. But a good start to this by UTD Esports with that nice anti-nade from Doyi.
Well, and the big thing too is they were able to get enough out of this that they get the cart from out under the car wash, that you're not just sitting there having to always dive in to try and push it. Now, with this chase, Pogo wants to bring down Zoolander again, but the Suzu is there. Beautiful bio nade to come in from Doyi to guarantee there's no way to recover and top up the Doomfist. So this is, again, smooth sailing thus far from UTD.
Yeah, Pogo played that super well, being able to peel away because those DPS on the high ground there were really low. You can see Pogo going into the backline, taking down the Lucio, eating the post bomb.
Oh, man.
Pogo is everywhere right now.
Yeah, and it's such a sight to see when you have a really well-rounded D.Va play. We've not had the luxury of seeing it thus far, but Chopper does at least get rid of one, but they make the checkpoint nonetheless with 4 minutes and 45 seconds. This chaos continues to ensue.
And now for Illini Orange, I wonder what they're going to do, because they're getting run over right here, and I think that there needs to be a discussion about Chopper if Chopper has to go over to something like an Ashe or something, because there's not really that availability to just stand and deliver against kind of the pace that we're seeing from UCD Esports.
We'll see if that continues to have the momentum. Nano Boost online to be unleashed, forcing a recall already on Arctic Shadow, who's continuing to play this counter side. Again, Chopper gets a pickup though onto Petal. Again, you mentioned about how it's a little bit shorter on the totem pole, but Petal managing to take it down is something of big value with the Kitsune rush across the center. Pogo about to be D-Mech, but still looking to do a worthwhile amount of damage and displacement with the boosters. The supports are absolutely keeping Pogo in this fight. The rally committed as well for the bash stun and also just the area of effect armament to keep them going. This is a intense scuffle between the two, and it's UTD coming out on top with Phone as well, taking up duplication on the Doomfist. She has to flee though as she's chased down by Chopper, who cannot get the elimination, and UTD once again reach another checkpoint with 5 minutes on the clock.
I mean, based on what we're seeing here, you'd think UTD picked this map. This has just been an absolute complete annihilation so far. And it's because of this. I think Pogo specifically has been playing fantastic and just being able to peel, getting in the face of the DPS of Illini Orange. But also Petal, because of all the space that's being created by Pogo, is just free firing right now. And you can see Chopper finally has gone over to an Ashe just to try and win that battle because the Cassidy just simply does not have the range to deal with it.
And the only time that the catch-out happens is on mainly a fluke, where Pogo was not present and went elsewhere. So now with 4 minutes and 20 seconds working up this rampway, holding the high ground, there's the self-destruct, unfortunately, due to the D-Mex. So Puggo's able to get right back into it, but Petal gets a
Petal.
two-piece onto Bold DPS. This is looking dire for Illini. They have the close spawn advantage, but even with Chopper making these decisions, he can't quite find out what he wants to bring to the table because he's being stifled in the doorway. It's only 4 meters left to go with 4 minutes on the clock. Petal is absolutely throttling this lobby right now and just taking names as we've seen time before.
Petal just, I mean, that might have been one of the best Ashe performances I've seen in Collegiate. That was, I'm completely just taking over the lobby. And to be fair, like, didn't really have too much dealing with him, right? It was the Doomfist was diving sometimes, but I think Puggo, if we're gonna give like a Scottie Pippen award for like best assist, it's Puggo.
It's Puggo,
but
absolutely.
Petal was absolutely just taking names that entire round. Dynamites were on point, headshots were on point. Just knowing that, I think the thing for Petal is that you have to respect someone who has this much knowledge of playing hit scan, and if you're going to play Cassidy, you've got to respect the range. You have to respect the range. And to be fair to Chopper didn't really have a choice.
Yeah.
Like, Chopper didn't have a choice because every time Chopper's trying to be somewhere, phone is in his face, Puggo's in his face, and then if he lives through that, Petal has so much space now to work with that there's really nothing he can do.
It's in a rock and a hard place. And then at that point, it had to be given into. And the moment that you do make the swap like that, there's already so much space gained that Petal could actually just set up camp. Literally just have the tent, the campfire, the marshmallows, the chocolate, the graham crackers, and just sit there being like, all right, fam, I'm gonna take these headshots and also have a lovely s'more.
You know a hot take? I don't know if this is a hot take. Hershey's is only acceptable when you're eating it on a s'more. Any other time, it's like the worst chocolate imaginable.
I actually agree with that.
Okay,
this is one of the first few food items I think that we have come to a mutual agreement, because in most of the time we don't.
Yeah, no, we're not talking about pineapple pizza on this one. But what we're going to be talking about is Chopper on this Widowmaker. So it does have that long-range potential one-shot. It doesn't really match necessarily with the rest of the composition, but you just kind of had that threat of this Widowmaker, but already getting beaten out by Petal. But I love this positioning as well from UTD Esports. They're really respecting Chopper's ability to hit those shots on Widowmaker, but the card has still been moving throughout all this.
And just look at how patient Chopper's finding these shots. Almost landing it. There's the one we want to see. Phone clipped out of the sky. The wings have been brought down, and now it's just flee, flee, flee. But Petal actually still gets one with the Viper, or the Couch Gun.
And I mean, as we're fighting here down on this low ground, Petal is taking down very low, but the peel is really good. Ishtar has to get out of there, though, getting incredibly low. Has to respect the incoming damage coming in from that Winston. Chopper, a very aggressive position, has to get out. Does not want to take a position like this against.
You can just see the duel. The duel of the fates right now on the high ground. Yeah, right? I was doing that for you. Oh, man, Petal gets it. That's so rough, as now you can still see free firing on the high ground. Illini needs to wait for the regroup, but I'm not sure that UTD is going to give him the time of day.
Yeah, and I mean, Chopper kind of just going to forego the Widowmaker and just try and... We're back in GT Dive, just trying to brute force their way onto someone on UTD's backline, potentially get the Ashe, potentially get one of those supports as well. Nano Boost used onto the Diva, and that's going to be so much damage.
Kitsune Rush also across the center. Marvel at least does get rid of Ishtar, and Zoolander makes some space, jumps up to the high ground, and now knocks back Petal, so they don't have the sightlines. He's got to get back into this, though, along with the assistance of Puggo. They've not been able to hit the checkpoint yet, and the self-destruct is available, deflecting a lot of the incoming damage, but also mitigating it back with the defense matrix, pushing back to the high ground to give some coverage for the team. Zoolander being punished for the moment. Chopper is brought down by Petal, but it's a trade once again. Zoolander onto Petal, managing to bring that DPS out of the fight, with Phone duplicating the Winston. Having that massive tank alongside Puggo will be able to outmatch and outwill Illini before they reach the checkpoint with 1:25 left.
And that was everything in the kitchen sink from Illini Orange there. They have nothing really to work with. They have 1.5 minutes about left in their bank. That's potentially enough to get this Dragon Blade from Chopper, maybe a Kitsune Rush, but all the other ultimates are not going to be here in time. And you see Doi getting towards this Nano Boost that you can just throw onto anyone to save him from that Dragon Blade when it comes through. Petal here back onto the Tracer just to get in more dive potential.
Oh, big damage onto Zoolander. They get out just in time. Phone drops down below. She's able to recover. Supports hyper fixated on keeping her alive. With Puggo diving in big bio.
Oh, Chopper.
Will they be able to survive? That's the question that only time will tell. As it's 40 seconds to go, you have Illini looking to push back into this. It's a trade now. Zoolander is down, but the supports have been completely eliminated, so it's now all onto Puggo and Petal. It's a tall ask for 1.10 m. Self-destruct to zone them back, but there's still 30 seconds. The spawn advantage about split between the two due to how close it is to the checkpoint. So Phone goes onto the Reaper, attempting to get back fast enough. Pulse Bomb not yet contributed. 15 seconds to go. Arctic Shadow goes into the backside. The Pulse doesn't manage to land, but it still does some chip damage onto the body. With Phone close onto the point. That's a lot of shotgun shells and shrapnel into the Winston. Blade unsheathed, slicing through the back line, turning it back around into the overtime, giving another lease on life for Illini.
I mean, a complete another lease on life. This is going to have to be a perfect play here on out from Illini Orange to try and get back into this one with how well UTD did on their own offense. I think Chopper here is just waiting to see what UTD Esports is going to be swapping over to. Now going to be going over to that Sojourn. I like this pick a little bit more here because of the fact that you can get railed relatively easily against a D.Va composition like this and with the space created for you by that Winston.
Zoolander slept and bioed. Is there a follow-up? Primal Rage is active, juggling them in a very, very small room and knocks them out. There's at least an elimination onto Phone, so the numbers advantage still in favor of Illini. Chopper has a fraction of health, and Petal gets the follow-through. Puggo has to abandon up top onto the high ground. The supports are looking for a sightline onto it, but the further they step out, the more dangerous it becomes to get to the DMAC. And with Chopper down and Silly Phil, that's going to now be Illini having to regroup and fall back.
And Illini, all these health bars are so low you can see from UTD, but Illini just cannot secure these kills, Rich. It's completely detrimental to how they want to play. In elongated fights, they're going to lose because of what UTD Esports' composition brings to the table. They need to figure out ways to secure these picks. And there's one other
jump, big jump, able to get Chopper in a position. Zoolander slept once again, but no follow-up. That's the big thing. Able to come back into this. Numbers advantage. Both support ultimates are here. The payload starting to work its way underneath the cockpit. Now, Rowling, active, looks for the bash. Drops below. Sound barrier goes in. Zoolander picked up quickly because of the focus fire. With Puggo getting a second. The support is down. The Kitsune Rush can't be used. It's 50 seconds to go, and this is going to tread into that final fight territory.
And the sound barrier just a little bit too late to cover Zoolander on that dive, and that's an ultimate that goes completely wanting from Illini Orange. And now UTD Esports one more defense, and they're going to be able to take this back from a map 5, and they're going to be continuing through this lower round. Kitsune Rush available. Arctic Shadow also soon going to have that Pulse Bomb. Pulse Bomb on one of those backline members could completely save Illini Orange here.
Swift step on the catwalk, forcing everyone from UTD back, but they are going to give ground because they have the time to do so. Zoolander pressing forward, sticky bombs onto the shell, so it does not manage to chip away at the health value since the Primal Rage is not yet available. There is the self-destruct though, a zoning mechanism, as we've seen be critical before for many teams, and now with the time dwindling, it's going to enter into the overtime. Phone now having the duplicate onto the Winston, so it's a double tank, but Doi is down. It's all onto Ishtar. It's the Brig in the back who's being slashed to pieces, but Petal gets one. Marble now, the only one remaining. The self-destruct down below. The Primal is still active from the counterpart as there's 0.63 meters left. It's all on Illini Orange as Chopper ducks, dive, dodges, and dashes to get these eliminations, forcing them back into the overtime. And it's just the Tracer that remains as they reach the checkpoint and have one last attempt with 1:30.
Illini Orange have to basically use everything in the kitchen sink there to win that one, and only 1.5 minutes left for them. We'll see what Chopper's going to be switching over to. I think it potentially could be the Ash or something like a Cassidy now that you have that ability to be in more enclosed areas. Cassidy, it's going to be here, and this is going to be scary for Phone and for Petal because they have to respect the outcoming damage from that Cassidy 100%. Phone specifically cannot play too over-aggressive.
Petal could look from a top rope drop with a pulse bomb to pick up the back line. Still residing up here, getting that damage onto Zoolander, who is under 30%. Goes in for the execute and picks them up. They have to leave. The pulse bomb has been committed, but they'll have one last chance for Illini.
So much damage on the Zoolander, and just there's the DPS or the healers cannot keep up with that incoming damage from UTD Esports, and UTD Esports are just going to take whatever they can get here, take as many members down as possible, and make sure that this is the last chance Illini Orange are going to have here to make this one last push towards the end of the game. They have 2 support ultimates to work with. That's going to be the big thing. Kitsune Rush and Sound Barrier, very key here. Silly Philly cannot die before this Sound Barrier comes online.
The French horns amongst the orchestra begin to rise in tone. Marble with that Kitsune Rush leading in first. Chopper is low, but is topped up for the moment. Sound Barrier being held. Bionade onto 2. Chopper's been cleansed, so he needs to be careful as he's getting chipped away. He's got the Deadeye picking the corner. Now it's going to be eaten on the pulse bomb. Poggo reacts. The Sound Barrier is there. Silly Phil managing to give that extra support necessary. Boofing into the back onto the Yana, denying Doi. Poggo gets the self-destruct. Eclipse Zoolander. Bone is getting a double. That's the rest of Illini Orange being sent to the grave as it's UTD able to keep their lower bracket run alive and take this 5th map with a 3-2 scoreline.
UTD completely annihilate Illini Orange on their own map pick with some insane play from Petal in the first half, some great play from Phone in the very second half, but Puggo throughout all of it was there as that diva, completely wrecking everything Illini Orange wanted to do, and UTD Esports are going to continue to move through that lower bracket.
Wild and wacky turn of events at the end in the later portion of this match, but it was a sight to be seen. UTD fighting with every ounce of fiery passion that burns deep within their volcanic erupting soul to keep them moving on in this lower bracket. Congratulations to them, a worthwhile attempt from Illini, and my goodness, there is still 2 more matches for today, my friend.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder also what was said to UTD Esports at halftime, because we went from kind of, it looked like Illini Orange had completely taken over the rounds, and then at halftime we go into map 4 and map 5. UTD just completely took over. Like, absolutely dismantled Illini Orange in whatever they were running. That halftime team talk must have done wonders for them. Petal popped off so nasty in this map against a very good DPS play in Chopper. Illini Orange just falling at the very last hurdle here, and UTD Esports deserving, I think, of moving forward into that lower round 2.
Deserving of moving forward and recognition all around, because this was a map 5 that I think we've all been waiting for. And again, this is only day 2 of the total 6 for the broadcast. Playoffs are only going to continue becoming more amplified, and I cannot wait to see how it continues. And just also when we get the chance to talk to one of them after this game, because they have to be losing it as much as we are.
Yeah, I mean, that was definitely one where I think that if you... That's great for kind of moving forward in a tournament. Facing adversary what's that word I'm looking for? Adversity. There we go. If you're facing adversity,
wait a second.
Facing adversity in a tournament like this is awesome, because you just, now that you were down 2-1, and now that you come back from that, you completely wipe the floor with your competition in those last 2 maps. That's a lot of momentum that you can bring to the table going forward to play some of those big boys that are going to be in lower round 2.
And with us being able to take a moment of reprieve, we let the heart rate settle, we take a moment of breath. Also, I'm looking at all of you. You need to make sure that you follow those supports, or the links right down below to support everything across the board. Because if you're missing action like this, I have no idea what you find interesting. Yeah. So that's why you need to be here. You need to tell all of your friends. You need to tweet and post and X everything in regards to it, making sure that you're, involved for the rest of these 2 matches. Bring more friends here. We'd love to have an audience. So we're going to go to a short break. So we'll see you back in just a moment, friends. We're back. The game is over, but we've got some interviews coming up. Oh man, I'm just having a good old time, Kenobi. This is what we love to do. It's just
yeah. I don't know if I could ever be as happy as you on broadcast, but this is a pretty good series. I mean, all things considered, getting map 5, obviously great competitiveness between these two teams, very close. I think that when going into this, there wasn't like a team that I had as like a super favorite. I think this was definitely deserving of a map 5 when you look at the players on both these teams and what we saw from them. It was interesting though, kind of, I talked about it before the break, but the flip between halftime after map 3 and the last 2 maps that we saw,
yes,
UTD Esports just took over, right?
Yeah.
Like this was a very brutal loss, especially on this map. And then they go into halftime, they're down on match point, where your season's just over if you lose, and then they come out on New Junk City, annihilate, and then basically do the same thing on Illini's map pick at the very end there. So really, I think for them, showing a lot of composure to be able to win a series like this from the deficit.
Not only that, like, coming back from the deficit, but when you take a map so convincingly, like that Flashpoint, and then come on a map like this where you then have that type of just high from being so successful on it, it just shows. And they realistically just came out swinging. And even with a few of those moments where you have Illini starting to catch them off guard and really push them into the corner, every time they came out swinging and were able to take this 5th map.
And we do have an interview coming in soon. It is going to be with Petal, one of the stars. And
yes!
actually, you can see Petal. Hello, Petal. How are you doing after that one?
Hey, guys. I'm feeling good. Like, honestly, like, you know, I think we were down 2 maps and, you know, where everyone's like, oh, no, like, what are we going to do? But then, you know, it was like, we're just warming up. You know, we like to keep the show running. You know, it's, we're the comments. You know, we always got to.
Yeah. You looking out for
Exactly.
chat. You looking out for chat saying, don't worry, fam. We bringing this the whole way. We got a lot more to show. So it's
for the content.
It's been a pleasure to see you perform. And again, just overall, like going into this and the performance that you had, you know, Kenobi had even just mentioned during our replays that there was like that switching point. Was there like a moment between your communication or something that allowed you to just say, okay, like this is what we have to do to be able to successfully take down Illini? Or is it just something that organically happened as you were playing after you finished the Flash point?
Yeah, I mean, you know, the first few maps, it was like we were just kind of warming up. Our comms were still like really cluttered. You know, there was a lot going on. You know, more toward the ends, it was still the same, but it was like, you know, we had people checking in like, hey, let's just stay calm. Like, it's not over till it's over, you know, like it just, you know, you can't get like too excited over like one team fight or anything. Like, you have to just stay calm and, you know, think about the next fight, think about the next map. Like, what are we going to do? Like, how are we going to win? Like, what are they doing that we're not, you know? And it's like, as soon as we figured that out, you know, it started getting easier. So, you know, I mean, yeah.
I mean, so walk me through a little bit, because like map 3 is like a pretty heartbreaking loss, because I think you could have won that one if like a few seconds are like different there when you came back on that map. And then you go to New Junk City and it's a complete wash. Like, you annihilate that map. And it felt like from map 4 to map 5, you gained a lot of confidence, not just yourself, but like as a team, because you were battling Chopper throughout a lot of this series, and Chopper was playing really well, but you on that Ashe performance just felt like it completely took over the lobby. What was that like for you, kind of like having that space? I mean, you were playing against Cassidy for a lot of that, and you had range advantage, but you still got to, you know, make those free throws.
Yeah, I mean, for me, like, I've been playing Ashe and Contenders for like 2.5 years, so that's basically my one trick. So it's like, you know, even though I hate it, but like, you know, I mean, it's still like probably one of my best heroes of all time. So I mean, you know, once I went Ashe, I was like, okay, you know, this feels a lot more easier. But yeah, you know, like they played really well. They were playing around Chopper like really well. They adapted. But we were trying to like figure out like what's a comp we haven't gone yet, and then we were like, oh my god, we haven't gone Ram comp yet, and then that's it. I was the flip. That was the switch.
That was the turning point. That's the turn back moment. Well, and the other thing too is because Derpy was just, you know, being brought back into the team to be able to perform and to compete, and now having this Reinhardt, what's that kind of, you know, play style difference having the Reinhardt? Because realistically, we haven't seen that nearly as often and compared to so many others, because the Reinhardt just has a unique type of mechanism with the rest of the team.
Yeah, a lot of teams, like, I don't think any team wants to play Ryan because I think they're scared to match up Derpy because he has that much aura. But like, I mean, like, it's like whenever we pull out Ryan, it's like it's always like, you know, like you don't know what we're gonna pull out, you know. So it's fun to like bring out that like that composition and like that style. But it definitely changes how the match is played. It changes how we play, how the enemy team plays. So it's always fun to just change things up a little bit. Got to do it for the content. I mean,
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
So going over to your, because I think DPS show up in the kill feed a lot, but I think someone who deserves flowers a lot for map 5 in particular is Puggo on that diva. What was kind of the thought process on running that diva? Was it just like kind of like, I'm going to be able to peel for a lot of the dive that's going to be coming through? Because it must feel like you're immortal when you have your supports next to you, but you also have Puggo, who is doing a fantastic job of just peeling away and giving you that space.
Yeah, like we were thinking like, oh, like maybe like Winston isn't peeling enough with the bubble, and then we were like, what's another hero that peels? Like, oh my god, Diva, like defense matrix, that you're just invincible with that. So we were just like, let's just go Diva, It's like, and it made things a lot easier. So yeah, I think Pogo like is a tank to like definitely watch out for, because he played really, really well. So I think this team, I'm hoping to go far with them. So.
Well, I mean, I guarantee you there are other teams that are definitely keeping an eye out on all of you as we get to see you on the broadcast. So moving forward through the remaining portion of this lower bracket, as you continue to have this redemption round moving forward, is there any, team that you're like most like looking to try and either come back to, or like your next match, like kind of the mindset that you're having going into that one? What is it like as you continue this redemption
run? So like, I don't really know like the teams in playoffs. Like I kind of just show up and play. Like I'm kind of clueless. So
okay.
I mean, I think the like the teams that made it to playoffs, like they are good teams, like individually, like each have like their own trait that makes them like special in their own way, like with us with like Derpy and stuff, right? And but yeah, I think it's like every team is like you got to watch out for, like obviously there's the top collegiate teams, but like the rest of the collegiate teams you also have to watch out for, like you never know what's going to happen, so.
Well, awesome. We appreciate your time. Looking forward to seeing how the matches continue to unfold over the next tomorrow, of course, into the next weekend. And just wish you and your team luck and continue just to show this type of performance, because it's a wild watch, and it was thrilling for both us and those that are tuning at home.
Yeah, I'm glad everyone got to watch it. Watch out for the comments. That's all I'm gonna say. That's all I'm gonna say.
Watch out for the comments. Okay. We'll keep an eye out.
We seen you lean back in the chair like, yeah, that was just me. And
I mean, yeah, me and the gang. I mean, we're gonna go celebrate. I turned 21. I'm legal age, so I know what I'm doing tonight. So.
Celebration all around and nothing but safety. That's all we can wish for. So thank you so very much, Petal. We appreciate your time. Have fun, and looking forward to seeing what the next games have in store for you.
Thank you, guys.
Take care.
Thanks, Petal.
Oh, goodness. It's going to be...
Congrats on turning 21, Petal. Good job. Yeah.
Happy B-Day. We'll get that in chat. Chat, say Happy B-Day, Petal. Happy B-Day, Petal. Right now. I need to see it. I know I'm on a delay, so I'm going to look back in like 3 minutes. So yeah, make sure you do that. In addition to following all the socials, which we've talked about already, we're going to continue to do that because there's still more games to be had right there. You should not be you should not be you should be following. You should not be not following. I had to think about that. So the double negative was really getting in the brain. But Kenobi, I mean, today has been an absolute magical performance on both of our matches, and I think one that we can really feel good about. And before we hand it off to our remaining 2 matches, wouldn't you agree?
I mean, I definitely think so. I think one of the things that I'm going to be looking out for is that the lower round ones feel very competitive, right? Even though we had like a 3-0 to start, it felt like a pretty competitive 3-0. This match was absolutely competitive from top to bottom. I loved what I saw from both of those teams, and it feels like, I mean, what Petal was saying was right. I think you got to watch out for all of the collegiate teams that keep going through this tournament. There are a lot of dark horses, like we said in our video to start things off. It's potentially the most stacked collegiate has been in a very long time from top to bottom. So you definitely don't want to miss anything. Obviously, follow down below. Keep supporting Collegiate Overwatch and keep just being here because it's such a great tournament that we have. And we just want to keep doing more of them. We want to continue to have collegiate thrive in this space.
And all of you continuing to see some really thrilling Overwatch, which is the #1 thing that we love to bring to you. But that'll do it for us today, as it will be 2 others managing to take you through the rest of the evening. It is going to be both Nerdybird and Septilence bringing the action for the final 2. So it's been a pleasure to see you. We'll head to the break, and we'll see you next time.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Overwatch Collegiate Playoffs Spring. I am Septilence, joined by Nerdy Bird, and we're going to bring you not one, but two series here today. If you're just now joining us, you missed moments ago as UT Dallas went up against Illinois Orange all the way to map number 5. And while Chopper fought valiantly for the side of Illinois Orange, it was instead UT Dallas that emerged victorious. We're now jumping out of the frying pan and into the fire with another lower bracket matchup between Fisher Fiends and Georgia Tech Gold. Nerdy, how are we feeling about both these teams today?
Okay, so I'm going to be completely transparent. I'm leaning into the Fisher Fiends on this game. I do believe that they had a lackluster performance over the course of the previous weekend at a different event, and because of that, they need to come back into the Overwatch Collegiate Playoffs at full force, full capacity. I mean, you're playing from home, your comfort place. You're not in some random spot where you might get COVID-19. Like someone else who's currently here that was also at that event. So theoretically speaking, you have everything at your disposal that you could possibly want.
Yep.
So therefore, you should be popping off today, Fisher Fiends. I do not want to see a game of mistakes. I want to see a game of perfection.
I mean, Fisher Fiends coming in with a lot of space here. We know Fisher in the Overwatch Collegiate space. We know they are a program to be reckoned with, and this is the third Fisher Overwatch roster that there is for that university, for that college, excuse me, and they've got Momentum, a great player that we've seen on a lot of teams before, and I'm looking forward to seeing if Momentum, alongside Faded, who has been on 13 Tier 2 teams or higher just by himself, I'm really excited to see if those two can lead this team to a victory. But their opponents, of course, Georgia Tech Gold. It doesn't feel fair to call them a dark horse. It doesn't feel fair to call them the lesser team, but it's just a team that we statistically have not seen as much of. This is a team we've seen lurking on the upper 20-ish teams of Collegiate Overwatch for a while. And Nerdy, I'd love to say that this weekend could be a huge opportunity for them to come out and make a very loud statement.
I mean, I'm going to further lead into the fact that we can't consider any teams truly dark horses. I mean, Mikey is a player in themselves that we have seen in multiple divisions, multiple leagues. But then Killswitch coming in. Favorite take, yes, is Sigma, but I don't know if the meta is really favoring that Sigma. But then we have All-Star, Hayden RHN, which, by the way, I'm just going to be calling you Hayden for the sake of it. And then Regamoris also on that Ana possibly today, but again, not sure if we'll be seeing too much Ana based off the maps we'll have. But I think Mikey definitely is a player to be watching out for. Tracer players across the board have been able to make teams. They will be the one to push you across that finish line.
Yes,
they might be a tiny little British woman, but they will push you all the way to the finish with their tiny legs and that speed that they carry with them.
Yeah, and I think it's important to acknowledge, Georgia Tech Gold coming in. These are 5 very talented players, but they are going up against some very, very seasoned players on the side of Fisher Fiends. And I talked a little bit about a couple of them. I talked about Momentum. I talked about Faded in that tank role, but we can't forget Otis and Snowell and Atlas, 3 more unbelievably powerful players coming in. This is one of those rosters where if one player falls, the other 4 are there to fill those shoes in an instant. These 5 of them, I was doing my little research before, you can find an unbelievable amount about these 5. And on the other side of Georgia Tech, while I'm out there researching, kind of get the information on these teams, it was admittedly a lot harder to find information about Georgia Tech, and I think that's going to be an advantage going into this. This is a team where you're not able to dissect every single player and every single hero comfortability and every single composition, where Georgia Tech can really come in and maybe pull out some wild cards we're not expecting to see.
I mean, Septilence, I love numbers. I love data. And so, of course, if I can find players' information easily online, I love it. But when I'm gathering data to help support a team in particular when we're in the playing phase, not, being on the caster's chair, it makes my heart hurt a little bit when I can so easily find what tanks you're really good at or, like, what compositions your team really loves. And so with that in mind, it's like, you've given me all of this data on you willingly to some extent, so you better be ready for me to smack you as hard as I possibly can with counter compositions. But I will admit, yes, Faded is a tank that we see predominantly on more of the stationary tanks. I'm really interested to see Faded today possibly pull out that Winston. I think Winston is very strong in this current meta, but we are on Oasis University, so theoretically speaking, starting out on map 1, we might see the tried and true Reinhardt, but I still think possibly going for more of a Winston play would be better here.
Yeah, I don't think... I mean, we saw UT Dallas already. We got Reinhardt out of our system, and I don't think we're going to be seeing him again. I agree with you that Winston Overwatch is very much a strong hero in the game right now, and I think we could be seeing a lot more of him today. As you mentioned, especially from Faded, seeing him on that Winston would not be surprising. I know Killswitch likes to play Sigma as well, but you mentioned this already, Nerdy, that Sigma just isn't really hitting the vibe right now. The anticipation of tanks I expect to see today, Winston in that #1 slot, maybe some D.Va, and then my wild card, maybe some Roadhog. I think that's going to be possible, more likely in our second series, but we'll get there when we get there. And it is, of course, important to note that the winner of this series, if my information serves correctly, will go up against Rutgers University. So there is a little bit of, you know, local legend about Rutgers and Fisher and how far back they go, but Georgia Tech, that could be a new matchup for them.
I'm just excited to see what we end up seeing in this matchup. I mean, Otter, already, we're seeing a Doomfist pick. We saw Doomfist during the UTD game. I'm interested to see how this works out, considering we do have Faded walking out instead on that Ramatra. If you play your cooldowns right, these tanks both can be a extremely difficult tank to deal with. But then the other question comes in with, if we don't have Mikey going in with Killswitch, how quickly is Killswitch going to end up getting killed?
And toward the end of that last series as well, we were seeing a distinct lack of Lucio. I'm glad to see he's returning to the forefront here. An essential mirror matchup, except for that tank department. So it's really going to be up to Killswitch to live up to that name, to turn on that Killswitch and take somebody out of the way. Because if Georgia Tech loses the numbers advantage and Doomfist is in that tank department, it's going to become a lot harder to stabilize and stay alive in a situation like this. Killswitch down to half HP, able to make it out as Faded doesn't have the support they need, but Fisher Fiends with an early point cap have found a really strong chance at victory here in fight #1.
Not to mention they're just able to walk on, and because of the way Georgia Tech's comp works, they have to wait for the perfect opportunity to engage, and then that's just the response cooldown usage coming out from the Fisher Fiends like we see right now. We have Faded in that Nemesis form, throwing out some punches, using those arms, putting up, staying alive. We see Killswitch is going to get eliminated. Lucio trying to wall ride freedom. We're also going to use that the Void Vortex in order to prevent anyone from staying on that high ground zone safely. And we're now pushing forward into this double archway, that first initial choke point, to try and officially reclaim this mark, as we're at that 35 percentile point, which really is the marker of a team that has set their dominance here on a first point attack take. But now we lose Snow very early for the Fisher Fiends, going down to All-Star, and that powerhouse, the one-shot, kill-shot opportunities that are presenting in conjunction with this Kitsune Rush going across the point now from the Fisher Fiends to compensate for the loss of a player as they lose Otis. This could be bad news for the Fisher Fiends.
Is the Kitsune worth the support ultimate there? They're going to have to try and find out, but the All-Star will be traded by Snowell. We're now looking at a 4v4. Kitsune Rush out from Riggle Morris's Atlas is going to be the next to fall. Georgia Tech Gold in a player advantage here for just a moment as Mikey stabilizes, but an overclock gets nada. It is cooked out of this equation early on. Mikey once again, that Tracer Nerdy, as you said, carrying this fight right now in favor of Georgia Tech. Not only have they flipped this first point, they've gotten the eliminations to make it worthwhile. The staggers are plentiful, and as Hayden gives their life for the cause, this Ramatra making it out could be detrimental. Georgia Tech only 21% gained for all that effort.
Honestly, Mikey finding that elimination onto the overclock was absolutely huge. I love to see it. Now, Mikey, you've got to do that again, but All-Star coming in with their own overclock. Let's see. Are we going to have Atlas be the one to drop down a pulse bomb that is game-changing? Instead, we see the Suzu forced out early. That means, Atlas, you have the go-ahead, the green light. There's the pulse bomb, but unfortunately, it does not stick, and that is bad news for Georgia Tech. Faded has the annihilation online. The only response will be Hayden here with this... with the amplification major, with the beat drop. Beat drop goes through, but it's early. Faded, you now have a green light, but we lose Snowell. I'm pretty sure that's going to be a reset here for the Fisher Fiends.
Yeah, second time in a row that Snowell is the first one to go down for the Fiends, but it looks like Faded is not ready to tuck themselves away quite yet. An annihilation out, a questionable one if I'm being honest. It will create a little bit of space, but you simply didn't have the damage numbers without that Sojourn to follow up on the necessary eliminations. And ultimate that I think Faded is going to want back going into this next fight. I want to look at the Kitsune Rush from Otis on the side of Fisher Fiends, because that is going to be the win condition. It will be mirrored by Riggle Morris, so they have to take that Kiriko out of the way as fast as possible, or it could be detrimental for Fisher Fiends. Tracer falls critical. Curie almost taken out of the way. Killswitch now critical condition on their own. This is final fight already, Nerdy. And it's the Kitsune Clash center field. 2 players from Georgia Tech already down.
Faded comes in, finding 2 of those players, and then Momentum also has this beat drop online for the Fisher Fiends if it's absolutely necessary, but we're at 65% to 95%, and I'm going to keep it completely transparent here. Earlier, you mentioned it, Faded. hitting that annihilation without the Sojourn. Yeah, I question it too, but then at the same point, you got to prevent the team from Georgia Tech from claiming more space. You have to respect them in that moment, and the way you do that is like, oh no, we're down one. I need to pay an ultimate so that you cannot buy more space from me. Momentum, though, walking a dangerous line, getting almost eliminated as we watch Mikey peppering some damage down onto Atlas. It is a battle of the Tracers, the backline demons. Who is going to be the one to actually find the elimination? We have not seen... Oh, the Suzu gets forced, but the recalls have not been forced out yet. That's the pivotal point between a Tracer duel that you know one has ultimately won it out. But Mikey overstays their welcome, and Atlas will eviscerate Mikey, sending them back to the spawn, setting up currently the Fisher Fiends for success. Currently, his momentum drops to the beatdown, and we see Lucio go for that Hail Mary touch and unfortunately gets eviscerated.
That was the end. That was a tough moment there. It was that DPS matchup, Tracer versus Tracer, but now this is just a delay of the inevitable. Last series, it was Petal versus Chopper. This series, in the one stage we've seen so far, it was all about Atlas and Mikey. Both these players coming in, being those backline demons, I believe, as you put it, Nerdy, and really trying to make the difference for their team. That little overextension from Mikey was just the first domino in a very long chain that unfortunately put Georgia Tech in a deficit in the most pivotal fight of that matchup. Not surprised to see a couple of changes coming out on both sides here as we move into City Center.
Being aware of when you've overstayed your welcome. I mean, yeah, you could theoretically not have a cooldown used, but I think what caught Mikey off guard was the commitment of the other members from Fisher Fiends recognizing, oh, hey, Atlas, do you need a hand? Let me just pull a quick, 180, throw a little bit of damage, and that's exactly what happened, is we saw the kite into our own squad, and your own team is there to help you out. I think Mikey probably learned their lesson from that one and will not be letting that happen again. We have the double Winston swap, both going on to the high ground. I like to call this area the stage. Faded, unfortunately, is going to be the first one to disengage and also has to use the full cooldown to get out as opposed to just dropping down. All-Star is actually picking up the mantle of the Sombra.
Yep.
I love me some good EMPs, but the question is, will All-Star have the opportunity to do that?
Yeah, Artie, I'm glad you bring this up because Sombra, she's not going to be loud and flashy. Sombras typically are, but it's about getting into the back line like that. It's about forcing out Suzu in the way we just saw there for a moment where Georgia Tech is going to separate and force cooldowns from Fisher Fiends to be able to take them down. Unfortunately, they forget about Faded, and he's going to dive straight to the back line, take both supports out of the way, kill switch removed via railgun, and that's an easy fight win for Fisher Fiends.
Faded actually, I guess, made the smart decision to kite once again into his own team in that instance and just wait for the opportunity to re-engage. All-Star, 65% on that EMP. You mentioned is the idea that a Sombra is not as loud anymore as they used to be is true, but I think because of the chronic stealth that you are in and really opportunity to choose when the team knows about your existence in a certain location is why we see that 70% on that EMP opportunity coming online. But the issue is that unlike days of old with the EMP, we're not going to see it be able to shut down Kitsune Rush. It does not, I don't think it is as nearly impactful when ults are already online and ready to go. If you use that one moment of, I hear the Sombra, I see the Sombra, I hit my Q button just in case. So now this is a moment of, I need to do this immediately when I hit 100% on that EMP. And I do think that's what All-Star's looking for, but losing kill switch early and Rigor Mortis getting down to a single sliver of health means that this is a reset for Georgia Tech Gold.
Yeah, kill switch going down, I think, was already going to be the indication of that reset. But we saw All-Star and Rigor Mortis fall just moments later, and that was really going to hurt the chances. Losing 3 of your 5 players, 60% of the team going down like that. So right now, Fisher Fiends really starting to stabilize, feeling very UT Dallas for those that watched the last series. Maybe took them a minute to get warmed up, but after they did, they really just ran through their opponents. It's going to be All-Star on a great flank here. We're holding onto the EMP, looking for a spike, and all they need to find is one. Ideally, that Kiriko going to get detected in, jumps in and out. Going to find only 2. Chases down the Sojourn instead. The beat drop going to be able to keep both alive, and that EMP, I think the timing was a little bit off, and ultimate that, again, Georgia Tech is going to want back. I feel like a lot of what I'm harping on is going to be related to these ult usages as they continue to become increasingly weird.
Substance, that was a 3-fight commitment to get that EMP online nonetheless, and I think really it was the target chosen in order for that EMP to happen. Transfer kicking across the pillar was just not it, but we're going to try to shut down Snowl instead using that. Oh, the post bomb! No, wait, there was a momentum, I don't know. There was a Suzu, you should have lived. It happens. The gods of the game were against you in that instance, but now Snowl is looking to do some extra damage into that backline. In response, we see the beat drop coming out from Hayden and try and keep their team alive. Unfortunately, All-Star will fall to Otis. That's a Portal combat as we see the Swift Step come from the Kiriko to stay alive. It's plus the Suzu gets forced out and Fade's like, hey, you're looking like a snack.
Leave him alone!
And it looks like Fox is on the menu. We are going to take down the Kiniko. Now we're looking for that Tracer. Tracer gets dangerously low. I do believe that recall is still online, but we have our supports in tow for Faded currently. This point is going over to the Fisher Fiends. 100 to 0.
I mean, it's just one of those situations. You look at Fisher, you know, their primary varsity roster. You'd think, you know, okay, that's their best 5, so the JV might be a little worse, right? And then there's another 5, and then it's another 5 coming in. This third team that's really working well and doing a great job to emerge victorious in map number 1.
I mean, I wasn't looking at the percentile mark like claimed by the Fisher Fiends in this instance. Yep. I really was just so focused on the fights. I currently love the state of the meta where it's like there is no clear cut on certain maps when you're running like these really heavy dive competitions. There is not a clear cut okay, this fight is done. There is let's soft disengage, get to natural cover, and then re-engage when someone gets back into line of sight of us. And we're actually going to hop over here and take a look at the powerhouse of the Tracers. Mikey was able to create such a force to reckon with and just make Fisher back off here at point 1. It's just unfortunate that when we were really focusing in on those Tracers, we ended up losing Mikey once again.
Yeah, you know what? I've been pretty vocal about the ultimate usage that we've seen so far today. But you know who I don't think has used an ultimate poorly at all? All 4 supports. I think we have seen the support ultimates used exactly when they're supposed to be. I think the beat drops have been risky, but in a high-risk, high-reward scenario, the one we saw from Hayden, just like that. So the supports right now, I think, really dictating the way this series is falling apart. And with Faded on the Ramatra into the Winston, 2 tanks that he is notoriously very comfortable with, I think it really did end up setting Fisher up for a good map 1 victory there on Oasis. Now, moving deeper into the series, Nerdy, what map type do you think is there going to be a benefit for Georgia Tech, or I guess what composition we'll be seeing in our next map?
I mean, if we really want to force the issue here of playing more towards our comfort picks, which is not a bad thing, if you're willing to be the teams that are understand the current state of the game and are still willing to play your comfort picks, I still think any map that is not just that is not solely focused on one objective, i.e. just not a hard control. So I do think Flash is going to be difficult for Georgia Tech when we move forward into that area later on in the broadcast. I think, honestly, this is a team that could theoretically really shine when they're on the defensive halves of push, well, not on push, of payload, so of the escort maps, as well as hybrids, considering where the comfort of their tank lies. And yes, you are a solo player front line, so I always am going to be looking at you. Former tank player, now a support player. Septulins is pretty much in the exact same boat, which is why we love supports, and also why when Sep was like, the supports have been perfect, I'm like, I agree, but we're both looking at it through rose-tinted glasses in that front. So really, it's going to come down to, I think, picking a map that's going to balance around your tank's ability to adapt and be comfortable at the same time. But then you got to look at, you know, a player like Faded, who is someone we for a long time saw on almost Reinhardt only. And I'm not saying that's a bad thing. Derpy was the exact same way for a while as well, coming in from UTD, but then, you know, able to pick up the Winston. I feel like for some reason, if you can play Reinhardt, like most of the Reinhardts I know are also gods at Winston. So like a map that favors Ryan probably won't favor Winston on every instance, so you just swap the 2 around. So how do you counter Faded in these instances? And I'm like, maybe we go a little crazy. Maybe we pull out the Diva. Not saying I'm biased in favor of Diva. Yes, I am biased in favor of Diva. But, you know, going for a very, very heavy dive comp where your team is not going to be in a situation where one wrong move is going to get you killed. I think full commit, 5-man dive, bring it back. We're going to Hollywood, and I think Diva is very strong there.
Yeah, we are going to be going over to Hollywood, and I agree that Diva, while being somewhat strong, could be beneficial, but this map is quite Winston-centric still. I mean, especially that second point in particular, utilizing the high grounds into the low grounds. Winston can traditionally find a lot of opportunities to be that kind of charged leader, and I think another issue on top of this is Georgia Tech coming out, very talented roster, led by Killswitch in that tank department. If Killswitch wants to play Winston, there becomes an additional issue of now you have to do that better than Faded, who, if we were to throw up tank v tank stats, I mean, you would see that Faded really was leading the charge back on Oasis, especially post Winston swap. And if he continues to bring that Winston to play, that could be an increasingly large snowball against Georgia Tech.
Oh, all right. I have to get on my soapbox for half a second here. I understand Winston is powerful. I love the ability to use bubble and protect the backline or cut off healing from a tank, but the one thing I will say is Diva booster cooldowns. Whoever had the insanity moment of let's cut booster cooldown in half, I think was a Diva player who is struggling in the lower ranks, just saying. So I do think that is why D.Va becomes a little bit more powerful, because it is literally, you have peel on demand. As mentioned earlier, you want high ground control? Okay, I will boost her up and then drop down, and then literally as I hit the ground, I have the ability to go right back up to that high ground. Those boosters come back online so quickly, and mobility being such a high factor and so important on maps like this, I think D.Va is extremely powerful. Yes, the counterpoint to that is Winston. If you get bubbled off, if you get slept at the wrong time, you get naded, you get whip shot by a Brigida, and you go flying into the ether, that is where things get a little bit more cumbersome to deal with. But a good D.Va should be able to handle that.
The good D.Va is going to be the name of the game, and it's funny because, again, we've mentioned it, we saw it back in the UT Dallas matchup just one series before, where they end up swapping to D.Va. I believe it was Puggo in the D.Va department, 5.5 minutes, and Gibraltar third or something similar. So kind of making that swap to counter out of Winston could be the name of the game, but I really like what I'm seeing from GTG right now. They got to go and play that Brigida instead. So Ana Brig coming out, I think that's really going to enable the Winston, but the problem is getting somebody like Ana through this primary choke that we see on all hybrid maps.
In these instances, it's either, you know, you want to get your Ana up the stairs, or you have the ability to somehow get a pick early, you stage in through Cafe, and your supports are able to go through security, as Winston's actually going to look for going into Cafe, but it looks like the Biotic Nade is actually going to miss, so your sustainability inside this back area is going to be a little bit less than there for Kill Switch. Recognizing the issue, has to disengage, but remember, the Tickle Cannon goes through your barrier, Hayden, and we lose Hayden, and Ana gets dangerously low. Rigamora is also eliminated with All-Star in tow.
That is going to be a tough moment to be Georgia Tech Gold. I wouldn't be surprised to see a couple of swamps coming out from this team as we move into the latter half of the series. Just like that, or the latter half of the half, excuse me. Hayden and Rigamor's both right back to where they belong on the Lucio, on the Kiriko, and a Cassidy swamp from All-Star. We saw some powerful Cassidy gameplay earlier today in the Collegiate Spring Playoffs, and hopefully we can get All-Star to mirror just a fraction of the power we witnessed. Already a minute plus gone in Georgia Tech. The ultimates, except for Winston, somewhat lacking. Even for Tracer, we want that to be a bit higher, and All-Star gets all those shots taken right to the body and brain. Going to be going down in the blink of an eye. 5v4 Fisher Fiends.
These Suzus from Rigamorus are being forced out really fast when Faded is dropping in and dropping that bubble down on them to just block off healing across the team. We do see that there has been yet another swap from All-Star. Went to the Widowmaker when they got a little bit too close for comfort to the spawn doors, and then goes back immediately to the Cassidy. Theoretically, a well-timed hinder and turn from a team can eviscerate Faded, but Faded is at 85% counting on this Primal Rage, which means that during this next fight, it's going to be online. That hinder, if you do get Faded dangerously low, Faded is just going to hit a Q button in response. And we're also looking at Otis, who has that Kitsune Rush online. Mikey does have Pulse Bomb, and I want to see if Georgia Tech does find an opening, the opportunity to drop this Pulse Bomb onto somebody and actually open up this field, as we hear the Kitsune Rush from Otis instigated with the drop tag.
Homeboy was 5 HP at that moment, barely able to stay alive, and unfortunately, Rego's not going to have the same opportunity. Faded is going to Primal Rage their way right through not one, but two members on the side of Georgia Tech. We are down to 90 seconds left here on the clock. The Lucio, third player, almost inevitably going to go down. The body shot just too low, and Faded 65 HP, down to 0. Mikey finds a pick, and if GTG can regroup fast enough, they can take advantage of that within the next 15 seconds.
The Sniper Monkey almost came in clutch, but unfortunately, it is a body shot in that instance. And yeah, they have 15 seconds, but I don't think they're going to be able to gain as much space as they theoretically would want. However, we're coming up on two ultimates here. We have that Kitsune Rush, we have the beat drop online. The Fisher Fiends will have the beat in response. And Snell is going to open up using that overclock. Kitsune Rush, Rigamorus is going to unfortunately fall. The beat drop from Hayden in response to try and sustain the team. Atlas uses the pulse to pick up too. Hayden, kill switch, gone. Atlas finding All-Star, momentum finding Mikey. Everyone from Georgia Tech is eliminated.
Wow.
We have 40 seconds on the clock. We still have time left. We're coming up on 3 ultimates from Georgia Tech and only 1 for Fisher Fiends. The amount of committed ults from the Fisher Fiends in that one fight actually might have been their Achilles heel.
Yeah, Georgia Tech, 3 ultimates around the corner, but unfortunately the 2 we need, or the 2 we're not going to be seeing, both that beat drop and that Kitsune Rush utilized in the last fight. Neither able to find victory. Mikey already down. Georgia Tech's best opportunity here is to return to spawn, try to regroup as a 5, and Fisher knows that, so they dive in deep. The Winston bubble keeping momentum alive, who was able to get a pick of their own. Fisher going for an overextension here, but a calculated one at that. All they need to do is scare Georgia Tech away, who was able to find 44%, but unfortunately, that's not even half of this first point of Hollywood. So Fisher Fiends really looking for a full hold scenario. The dive comes out, the Winston leap in. We hear a Kitsune rush out from Otis, canceled by a Primal Rage from Killswitch, deep into the back line, looking for a Kiri, can't find it, has to leap up and out. Point tick will begin. Pulse bomb through, Mikey 41 HP, and everybody's still standing. This is possibly winnable for Georgia Tech until Killswitch is about to go down. Oh!
Well, it's not Killswitch, it's actually Mikey who ends up getting eliminated. We see a pulse bomb just on the corner of the map to be a deterrent, and Killswitch does eventually fall with 44.5% on the capture point here for Hollywood. I mean, Georgia Tech, they're not out of it. They set the win condition. It's honestly, though, sometimes I feel like capping some of the point is worse than not capping at all, because it's easier to draw when there's nothing, when you haven't capped it all on a point. So with that in mind, Fisher Fiends, your win condition is 1/3 and one whole check and a little bit more. Can you do it? Yes. Let's just hope that that you don't end up being your own worst enemy by underestimating Georgia Tech.
I mean, it's something we've seen before with hubris being an issue, right? Not Fisher Fiends in particular, just in the collegiate space. Sometimes teams get in a scenario like this, they go, oh, haha, we'll play Roadhog or something, and then it does end up biting them, and it gives the other team an opportunity. The problem is Fisher Fiends, they're not going to be a team to do that. They're going to be a team that's going to lock in. They're going to completely just play the comp. They've been playing all 3 times so far. They played it on University, City Center, and Hollywood. The only swap being faded going from Ramatra to Winston. So this is a comp that I think we're pretty darn likely to see for the rest of the series. And already, as you mentioned, they only need 44%. I truly believe that this could and most likely will happen in the first engagement.
Yeah. I don't ever really like admitting to the fact that it could be a one-fight win, and that's all you really need. But when you are sub 60% on a map take, that is what it is. You roughly get 30 to 40% on a map control for every fight win that you have. It's whether it's control point or whether it's a hybrid map like this. So as we see Georgia Tech actually, I think, going more in towards their comfort picks here, I think being a little bit more against what we would expect here on this map could be advantageous. It can make it a little bit more difficult. I mean, you have that rock, you have the whip shot, you have the hinder. I mean, you have the overdrive for Torbjorn to get out of danger if you need to, so you can just rotate a little bit faster. But here's where Sigma's coming in powerful. Look at this. They just wrap around, take the high ground. Momentum is eviscerated, and Killswitch is standing strong up here. Snowl is gone, and this comes into a game of let's play peekaboo and out-rotate them.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was the perfect way for Georgia Tech to play that, to go up with the Sigma shield. Torbjorn does an unbelievable amount of damage in close quarters with that Rivet gun, and Georgia Tech gold. They're able to stabilize that first fight. I gladly eat my words. I want to see this team bring out a strong defense, and they've done just that. They put Killswitch on the comfort pick. They put Hayden on the comfort pick, which makes you assume everybody else may have fallen in line here. The comfortable 5 with that gravitic flux on the side of Killswitch very soon. That could be the opportunity they need, but a hard time onto All-Star, who rolls out of the immortality field, barely able to stay alive. The supports rotate out, and now Faded is gone again. This fight could be over for Fisher Fiends unless they get an elimination in the next couple of seconds, but instead, Snowl may be eliminated. 51 HP drops down to 3. The turret not standing, but I don't think Snowl will be standing much longer either. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Gonna be sent to spawn, so say goodbye. Atlas is down as well. Otis eliminated, and that is another successful hold from Georgia Tech gold.
Okay, but the scary situation that we're now looking down the barrel of is ultimates. You got to keep in mind that when you have such little amount to capture on the point settlements,
it's a waiting game.
It is. It's a, I'm going to wait, I'm going to build my ults up, and if Georgia Tech hits Q first, we either all fall together, or we all disengage together, and we re-engage with more Qs than they have.
Yeah. And I think that's very much what's going to happen here. Georgia Tech needs to be able to see into the future in a play like that. They need to know not to use every ultimate. But a Molten Core in this small corridor could be really beneficial. Just like that. Mikey reading my mind. Snowl goes down, and that really kind of does stabilize the fight before it gets the chance to begin, especially if Faded goes down as well. So that is one ultimate use from Georgia Tech. They've officially put Fisher in a scenario in which there are maximum 2 fights remaining.
I love how I'm mentioning, you know, if you're Fisher Fiends, then you just don't hit the Q button first, and in this instance, Otis goes directly against what I'm saying. So I'm eating crows, thanks to Otis. And Torbjorn says, okay, you have a Q button, I have a Q button, let me eliminate someone in that moment as well. Georgia Tech, you've got one fight. Honestly, if you play your ults right in this instance, because we don't have pulse for Alice, we don't have that Kitsune rush from Otis, this could be the turnaround point for them. They could take away Hollywood from the Fisher Fiends.
Yeah, they very likely could. A lot of ultimates used early on, including that High Noon, a great spacing ultimate. Nobody finds the pick with Immortality Field there to stay alive, but that's a free 8 seconds burned off the clock, and in a scenario like this, every second matters. Gravitic Flux is through, Otis is gone, the beat drop is late from Momentum, and it's only going to be able to find 3 of the remaining members. Mikey gets taken out by Faded, but the trade is there. No supports for Fisher Fiends. Snowell finds All-Star, but I think unless we get a miracle, Georgia Tech should be able to hold on. The issue, Nerdy, the spawn is closer for Fisher, and now the water has begun to leak. They may be able to break through this defense of Georgia Tech.
To that I say I have Raid Boss mode instigated here from Hayden. We also have Mikey, who has the ability to shoot through an amplification matrix from Rigor Mortis, plus that the ability to in with the shot. Oh my goodness, the immortality from Rigor Mortis. Hayden, you better be thanking your lucky stars right now, but honestly, that Raid Boss mode coming in clutch. It allows you to create the front line, be the front line for that moment. Hayden unfortunately falls down to Faded, and now everyone's getting corralled underneath the shop. Faded will ultimately end up getting eliminated as well. It is currently without the front line, but without one of our back line and without one of our DPS currently for Georgia Tech. But Mikey is undefeated. Goes to the high ground, draws the mold core all over the point, says no, this payload is mine, this objective is mine. But in that moment, Snell says, okay, sit down, little man, and kill switch. Mikey, both gone. The percentile is going up. We are at 42, 44.5 is claimed, and that is map number 2 to the Fisher Fiends.
As I expected, as soon as I had seen that tank go down, I knew it could be the beginning of the end. We had to watch Kill Switch get back from spawn in time. They're able to make it just fast enough to be eliminated in the very same breath, and that opens the door for Fisher Fiends to emerge victorious on map number 2. A valuable battle fought from Georgia Tech. Moving into map number 3 here, Nerdy, they already find themselves with their backs against the wall, and they're really going to have to push themselves just a little bit further as we enter our 3rd map type of the series.
Okay, well, hear me out. You got to treat every map like it's map number 1.
Absolutely.
Like, yes, there is obviously pressure to perform well, but at the end of the day, I mean, if you put too much pressure on yourself, you're going to crack. That's just how it is. So focus up, be ready for the 3rd map type. Pick a map that you will find success on. I mean, in all honesty, I wish we had seen something more akin to what we saw on the defense here from Georgia Tech on their offensive phase.
Sure.
I mean, just the rotations, having trust and faith in your teammates to lock down angles, it was so good. And honestly, like, this is why I wish we saw Midtown.
Sure, and I think we're seeing a scenario in which Georgia Tech Gold bringing out Kill Switch on the Sigma was something that I earlier said, you know, I think that is going to be a pretty large risk, but Kill Switch very clearly comfortable in that Sigma situation. I wouldn't hate to see them at least try it for the first couple of minutes here on push, because whatever it might be, if it's Esperanza or New Queen Street, they feel kind of like they're played the same, but Coliseo is that weird one, and Coliseo, I do think of the 3 could maybe be better for Sigma.
I'm gonna actually lean into what I've heard from some of the coaches in the spaces I've been in, which is the only map that exists when it comes to push is Esperanza, and that is because it does allow for a little bit more dichotomy in the map tip pick, well, in the tank picking in that instance. Whereas you're right, Coliseo is a little weird, and you can pick kind of almost every tank, but will every tank work out? Well, your timing is off by a singular second on Coliseo on your first engagement, and I think, you know, either A, we're looking down an 8-minute neutral fight in the mid zone where bot starts, or we're looking at my ball does not roll in at the exact moment my tracer goes in, and we've lost, and there goes the first objective.
Sure, without a doubt. There's a lot of things on the line when you kind of allow yourself that space for exploration and experimentation. But as we jump into Esperanza, I think there could be a lot of ways this could go positively for Georgia Tech. I think trying the Sigma early isn't a bad idea. I think maybe trying to put a little bit of a faster DPS than a Torbjorn in the front pocket could also be very beneficial. There's a lot of versatility that could come out from Georgia Tech, especially when Fisher Fiends may have kind of shown their hand. I mentioned this halfway through Hollywood. We haven't seen them try a different composition. We saw Ramatra on stage 1, and then they have been running the same comp ever since. It only feels correct to assume they're going to do it again.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it, you know?
But, I mean, it got very close to breaking on Hollywood.
Yes.
I mean, it was broken on Hollywood, and other than a couple of well-timed eliminations, was going to crack under the pressure. So I am wondering if Fisher is going to take some risks here. They're up by 2. They can get a little more unexpected with it. They can feel a little more excited with it, and I'm eager to see if they're going to do that or if instead they're going to bring out that iron fist and just slam it into Georgia Tech once more.
I also think that Esperanza, just because of the nature of this map, does allow for a little bit more creativity come through on what type of compositions you want to go with. Yeah, I'm not saying you go with the London Spitfire comp that we've seen on this map in the past that gives me trauma. But, I mean, you still can run with the Sigma. If you really want to, you theoretically could run a dive hard. But are you feeling bold enough to do that right now? I feel like that's disrespectful on this map in this instance at this point in the game. So I think we are going to see a Winston Mirror comp come out to begin with. Originally, after you see the Winston Mirror, I would have been like, oh, we're probably going to see the Battle Cattle come out. But no, they decided to hit Orisa with a truck and then back over her and make sure that the job was done. So I don't think we'll see my horse here.
Yeah.
I'm anticipating a Winston Mirror matchup or a Winston into a Sigma with the Baptiste and the Brigitte to help circumvent any accidental mistimings of a rock against a Winston jumping in.
All I know here, no matter what the compositions may be, we know what the map is, no matter how the playstyles may shake out, this is Georgia Tech Gold's 11th hour. We are already in the lower bracket. There is not a lower bracket. This is the last shot. If Georgia Tech Gold loses this map, they will unfortunately be eliminated. And that's really what I think a lot of this is going to come down to. Do we stick to what the, in quotes, meta may be, or do we, you know, guns loaded, charge into this fight with the heroes we are most comfortable on and try to make a statement on our way out the door? Because if Fisher Fiends wins this map, we do have to say goodbye to Georgia Tech Gold.
Look, Septulins, I think when your back's against the wall in this instance, you don't play the meta. You don't play the game. You make the other team play your own game. You make the other team play your game. I think that's what you need to do, in all honesty.
I think you're correct. Honestly, truly and completely, I think it's important that Gold comes in here and they play the composition that they are going to feel comfortable with, because if this map ends against them, there is no map number 4. They are at the bottom of the hill and the rock is right in front of them. It's time to start pushing. Georgia Tech, it is time to bring out the absolute best roster and plays that you can. Jumping into Esperanza here. Not seeing as many changes as I'd like, Nerdy.
I'm not either, and I understand the want to run the Sombra on this map. I've seen success with it, but I just think that under pressure, teams start, your decision making becomes worse the more pressure you're under, the more anxious you become. And Snell, I don't even want to try to understand what was, oh, I get it, there's a Sombra somewhere and you're looking for them. But nonetheless, your decision making gets harder. That makes Sombra all that much harder to play. As we see All-Star already forced out and actually forced into the spawn by Snowl, who was looking for you very early on, probably was grumpy that they didn't initially get you in the spam spray they were doing into that corridor.
The spray onto All-Star is going to hurt, but the elimination of Kill Switch or Rego will be a lot more valuable. The Kiriko has fallen. Fisher Fiends are pushing Georgia Tech already back into their spawn, and this should allow them somewhere in the free range of 40-ish meters, worst case scenario. I think we're going to be approaching Fisher Fiends on that first point cap any moment now.
And once again, I'm eating crows because it's like either we have a 8-minute long neutral at the first
that
point.
Was close.
That was, and I think All-Star might have learned their lesson from how the last engagement went. You really need to be waiting for your Winston to come up here or someone else to make noise. Because if you get in too early, someone's going to chase you. Last time, we immediately saw Snow go after All-Star, but All-Star this time actually disengages towards their own team, which is a lot smarter to make sure they stay alive as opposed to into enemy territory disengagement.
Something interesting of this scenario is All-Star, nearly 2 minutes into the game, is barely 1/3, not even 1/3 of the way to an ultimate. So looking at that Sombra to be the playmaker, unfortunately, gonna get Haymaker to buy Fisher Fiends. Atlas able to put down a double kill. Both supports have fallen, and that allows Fisher to take this fight in stride. Faded does go down, but at this point, that hardly matters. All-Star caught out. The Mega is stolen, and Otis with some true supportal combat. A 3K in a 5-man fight is a very powerful statement from Fisher Fiends, and they are not playing around. They are not pulling these punches, and they are ready for a 3-0.
Okay, so We saw it on Oasis City Center. It took 3 fights for us to get this EMP online, and then our target priority in that EMP was we took extra cooldowns in the EMP from ourselves in order to try and get a kill that we ultimately did not end up getting. All-Star, you really got to pull the rabbit out of the hat on this one and make the most god play of an EMP for me to actually respect the Somber pick, because I really had hoped at this point you would swap, as we have all Atlas with Pulse Bomb in tow, waiting. Snell with that overclock. Everything is online for Fisher Fiends. I know I'm a little bit percentiles off here and there with momentum, but nonetheless, every ult is online. Georgia Tech is dragging, and it is because the timing needs to be so perfect with everything for their comp right now that I think that's what's biting them. But Atlas has fallen. That's a great sign, but Snowl getting dangerously low as well. It's not a good sign for Fisher Fiends, but a great sign for GTG. GTG, this is our moment to shine. We have the Primal Rage come in. Atlas is getting some hacks out. We hear the Suzu get popped. Faded is eliminated, but that has only taken 1 ultimate from us, and there was another ult already from Otis in response, and momentum's fallen. That's going to GTG, and I'll be honest, we've seen Otis do some advantageous Kitsune rushes a little too early, and that is when we've seen Otis get eliminated.
Yeah, I think you bring up a really good point there, Artie. It is consistently Otis kind of dropping in just a wee bit early with those ultimates, and those make a big difference at the end of the day. Unfortunately, though, Fisher Fiends, they do find 59 meters on the board, so that is a pretty large deficit for Georgia Tech to answer back with. The bright side, an ultimate we've been very critical over, is this EMP, this electromagnetic pulse from All-Star. Georgia Tech has 3 ultimates to work with it. We see them jump into the backline. Kitsune rush out from Rego. Is that going to hold the EMP, or is it going to give you an even better opportunity to use it? Hack is missed. Virus still in the pocket, and EMP sits silent. 4 minutes gone. Georgia Tech, 1 ultimate used to be answered by another.
No!
An All-Star deleted. EMP non-existent here in this engagement. Atlas is going to go down all the same. It's a 1-1 trade. Can Georgia Tech find the turnaround with an ultimate used and an ultimate wasted?
We saw everyone from Georgia Tech disengage off that high ground, and the only one up there was All-Star. But now we have a beat coming out from the Fisher Fiends on momentum to allow Faded and company to just claim the high ground, disengage, and go back up as needed in this moment. That extra healing did not help out, though, for Schnell and Otis. We see the Pulse Bomb go down. Faded is going to get eliminated shortly thereafter. This is Georgia Tech still hanging on. They have a thread. They have a chain. The lifeline is currently there, but the question is, are they going to get a little too big for their britches? As Mikey gets a little too far forward, they are going to disengage and stay alive. The yellow line, it is right there. The stop line has been marked. Georgia Tech is almost completely caught up. We have the forward spawns now. Can we get that little bit of extra forward push?
Now that's
momentum
EMP.
is eliminated. The EMP, yes, was beautiful, but All-Star falls to Snell right after we find the elimination on momentum.
The 3MP there was incredible. The target focus gets a little bit weird, but hey, it's a 1-for-1. Kill switch finds Snowell. They found Mikey, so the dominoes falling on both sides. 4v3 in favor of Georgia Tech Gold at this time with a Primal Rage in their pocket. They should be able to shake a few more players out of the fray. Faded going to be stuck wide into the corner, will be going down with the help of Rego, and Georgia Tech Gold really grabbing this bot by the reins and starting to take a dominant fight win. That's now 2 in a row, maybe 3 in a row that Georgia Tech has been able to win, but Atlas dumping a late pulse bomb is going to flip this fight right back on its head. Anybody's game.
But momentum is actually going to get eliminated by Mikey, and Atlas goes to Mikey thereafter. Snell will find All-Star, but I'm sorry, Mikey, All-Star, Mikey already came in and just, eviscerated everybody else. So you taking a moment, a breather in spawn is totally fine in this moment. I'm just getting real concerned about some of these, the target focus. You mentioned it after the EMP from All-Star that we kind of lost the focus. It is really paramount that these players know exactly who they're looking for, and that their shot caller, which is typically, the person who is leading the charge. In some instances, it can be a Lucio, it can be your Tracer, or it can be your tank. But whomever is that person, after the initial EMP and target call comes out from the Sombra, the follow-up calls need to be clutch. Let's see if we can get those cleaned up as we're 30% on the EMP. But we have the Kitsune Rush coming in from Otis first. A response Kitsune Rush from Rigor Morris shortly thereafter. No, never mind. It's the other way around. Rigor Morris is going to find themselves in the Shadow Realm. Snell thereafter. Hayden also gone. All-Star is eliminated. Georgia Tech is all back in the spawn. It is just Mikey who's forced to use the recall, trying to stop this forward spawn to being claimed once again by the Fisher Fiends. Did the best they could, but now it is Fisher Fiends once again regaining that lead.
Fisher Fiends back in the lead. Only a third of the game remaining here. This lead will continue to grow somewhere up into maybe 85 or 90 before a true team contest can make an appearance. Snowell getting a bit overconfident with the help of Faded. They're trying to claim the high ground. Kill switch goes in. A surprising play, and it may cost them their life, but instead Faded is going to jump out to make sure it doesn't cost them their own. 3 minutes left on the clock. An overclock in the pocket, and momentum has the beat drop to keep the team alive. Georgia Tech Gold, almost no ultimates to work with. An overclock here. Jumps in early. Faded trying to find the additional damage. They've got to take the Winston down before he goes into prime. Primal Rage. Otis is gone. All-Star with the help of the Winston will take them out. The Primal Rage will come out as well. Momentum is going to be able to drop the beat in hopes of changing the momentum of this fight. 5v4 still in favor of Georgia Tech. Faded has fallen 5v3, now 5v2. All-Star tearing up the battlefield, hacking their way through every single member on the Fisher Fiends roster. And with the Sombra we have been begging to bring a play to the table is helping us eat. Not a single crumb left.
Septons, I think I finally figured out what we needed for Georgia Tech to be successful. I mean, notoriously, we've seen the Fisher Fiends, and Fisher across the board is a squad with all of their teams thrives in chaos.
Oh, no.
But I think Georgia Tech is a team that thrives even more so in chaos. They want the cacophony of just abilities, ultimates, all on the field, where there is overstimulation up the wazoo, where someone who is observing is like, I have no idea what is happening, and that is when Georgia Tech says, you may not know, but I know. And that is All-Star dropping it with an EMP, immediately looking for Faded. Faded falls. Lucio is going to be the next target, gets it behind into safety. They have the high ground. We see the target focus coming online. Both supports are looking there, looking mighty tasty. Do you want some fried frog legs for dinner? I think you do if you are a kill switch, but unfortunately, the frog is going to hippity-hoppity away from that property as we Kitsune Rush, I think, a little too late. And I might have been a wasted ultimate, unfortunately, from Rigor Mortis.
There were a couple of very mild errors there that make all the difference. Winston leapt up, he hit the sign, so he lost the majority of his momentum moving forward, and then additionally, Kitsune Rush came in maybe 2 seconds late. They weren't able to take the space they had because the Winston backed up due to the misplaced leap, etc. All-Star, though, creating another great opportunity for Georgia Tech to take the lead. Otis has taken down the virus. Targeting has been really strong from All-Star since that weird EMP. Snabble is gone, and Georgia Tech, with only 77 seconds left on the clock, are going to be trying to take the lead once more. Should be able to win the fight. They're going to win the battle, but they need to win the war because, as I mentioned earlier, this is their swan song, and they are trying to show us that they've got plenty left to sing. A lead taken with only a minute left on the clock.
Look, Georgia Tech, if y'all are going to make me eat crows for leading into the Fisher Fiends, I am not going to be sad by any means. I have cast the Fisher Fiends enough times at this point to say, yeah, go ahead and beat them. I love them. I appreciate that squad. But y'all, you are honestly making miracles happen right now. But Atlas has a miracle in their back pocket in the form of a pulse bomb, and there is a Winston who's extremely low right now, looking like they are the target of this intended ultimate. But instead, we unfortunately lose All-Star a little bit too early. If we just bought a little, like 2 more seconds of time here, 1 extra cooldown, I actually think Georgia Tech might have sustained a little bit more here. But Killswitch actually has one of the sustainabilities online. As Mikey drops that pulse bomb, it is going to be circumvented with that Suzu. Faded falls. Killswitch, you had the primal. I don't know what happened. You've been eliminated. That's both of the front lines gone. Hayden is also going to be eliminated. We have 5 ults online for the Fisher Fiends. I think at this point, they're just looking to drag out this fight a little bit longer, force some Q buttons out from Georgia Tech, but Georgia Tech is reading them like a book. They all immediately started to fall. They gave themselves up. There is a chance that we will see Killswitch come in with this Primal Rage and touch this point. They have 1 second to do it, and
he doesn't have to. He doesn't have to. No, Georgia Tech losing that fight was Georgia Tech losing that fight was ideal. Georgia Tech losing that fight is perfectly fine. They've got the numbers advantage. They had the forward spawn for a majority of their players. They don't have the ultimates, but they've got 2 fights to try and get them. So they go into this fight dry. They force out ultimates from Fisher Fiends. They're gonna have 1 more chance with the Primal Rage to make it happen. There's an ultimate already. Overclock out from Snowell, and it looks like it's not gonna be a particularly valuable one. They try to find an opportunity to strike. Nobody's gonna be in their line of sight, and that's an ultimate down the drain. 4 left on the clock for Fisher Fiends. So now Georgia Tech in an even better position. The EMP out, it's 4 players hit, but unfortunately the one you needed isn't going to be the one to get taken down. Momentum drops the beat to keep the team alive. Faded and Snowell going to be able to find eliminations of their own, and Georgia Tech throwing everything at the wall, praying that anything is going to be able to stick. Snowell with the railgun will find Mikey out of the equation. Primal Rage comes to a close, and Fisher Fiends a beat drop late from Hayden is a move of desperation. Kitsune out from Otis on the high ground. Suzu is able to keep the team alive for 2 more seconds, but Hayden with some true supportal combat is finally going to take the team out of the fray. It's going to be a 4v3 in favor of Georgia Tech Gold. Winston's trying to make sure that one of them walks away victorious. Momentum. The last player left standing will go down, and Georgia Tech Gold desperate to try and win this. Killswitch is in. Killswitch is finding 2, and Georgia Tech Gold is winning map number 3. We are going at the very least to map number 4.
I really think it came down to the unfortunate timing of an overclock used in what we can consider the last 1.5 fight, but we can take a quick look at Otis. Otis, you had some bad luck with your Kitsune Rushes for the majority of, I think, map 1, map 2, a little bit here and there. You struggled, but this one, Supreme, you stayed alive throughout the entirety of the animation and plus the ult itself. Look, as I mentioned, I'm a support player. I know plenty of times where I've hit that Kitsune Rush and immediately blew up, but at least the animation went off. And we're going to get a replay here of Atlas on this Tracer saying, giving a wave goodbye to Rigor Mortis and Hayden thereafter, but look, I said it before, I'll say it again. These Tracer players, absolutely dominant. They are the reason why we're able to clean up a lot of these fights, and I really do think if Fisher watches that VOD over again, they're going to notice that the unfortunate timing of the overclock is really what lost them that map. Had we done it from the high ground, just waited an extra second and claimed that space, we would have been okay.
Yeah, I think the overclock maybe was one of a couple of micro changes there that, you know, obviously shoulda, coulda, woulda, hindsight being 2020. But Fisher Fiends, I do think they put themselves in a scenario, as you mentioned, the ult usage, well, it was good. I think spacing was a big issue with it toward the end there, using them kind of either as soon as you hit 100 or holding on to them too long. It felt like Fisher wasn't really able to find that comfortable middle ground, which opened the door for Georgia Tech Gold, who now going into our 4th map type, if I'm correct, it is Escort coming up next. I'm trying to make sure I'm correct on that. But yeah, Flashpoint next. Excuse me. So Flashpoint and then Escort. So this will be interesting because Control wasn't particularly close after stage number 1. It was Fisher able to walk away with a 2-0 victory. So moving in to Flashpoint, Artie, we're probably not seeing compositional changes from, I think, either team.
Look, Flashpoint is just Control Point on steroids. It's, in all honesty, if you struggle on Control Point, Flashpoint is going to be 1,000 times worse. If you feel like Control Point goes too fast, well, I introduced you Control Point's cousin, and that is Flashpoint. So best of luck, but as a quick reminder to everyone, we are, you know, of course, wanting to support across the board all the efforts of everybody here, and you can do that by following us here on Twitch, following also along on the YouTube channel of OW_esports, and then also hitting us up on X or Twitter, whichever one is your cup of tea. Be sure to follow so you can get all of the stories, the behind-the-scenes action as well posted up on those timelines in case you miss anything during the broadcast.
Yeah, without a doubt. Nerdy and I both eat, sleep, and breathe Collegiate, and we hope all of you do too. This could not happen without many people just like us and just like you guys that are continuously helping and supporting the Collegiate scene. So we appreciate you so much. We appreciate our players so much that we're going to go ahead and give them a break here because clearly this series is going to be a long one where they are putting tooth and nail until the bitter end. So we're going to give them just a couple of minutes to cool down, let their heart rates lower, and get ready to jump into map number 4, which we'll be back with in just a couple of minutes. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Overwatch Collegiate Spring Playoffs. I'm still Septilence, joined by Nerdy Bird, and we are jumping into map number 4 of Fisher Fiends versus Georgia Tech Gold. Now, Nerdy, we've gotten confirmation already. It's going to be Flashpoint. We have gotten confirmation further. It's going to be New Junk City. So what compositions do we feel like we're looking at going into that matchup? Because you've mentioned already, Flashpoint, if it's one thing, it is fast. Yes,
it's 1.8% capture per second. So that means you have, like, what is, I'm not going to math that. I can't math that in my head. If someone wants to math it out, as opposed to 100 seconds, I think, what, you have, like, 70? But beyond that, the compositions here, normally we see teams lean into Servasa more than we see New Junk City. So I think if you're willing to go New Junk, that means you have a composition that you feel like is very dominant on this map. And I do think point 1, this is something I've said before, I think the first point and the second point are actually kind of null and void when you have teams that are very equally matched or very comfortable on this map, because you're willing to give up those 2 points, because it's a little bit of a 50-50 shot of whether or not you're going to get the closer point to your spawn or not if you lose it. So with that in mind, I think we might actually come out with the Winston on one side, but honestly, I think if you're GTG, we can roll out on that Sigma here so long as you play it a little bit slower. Yes, not as slow as you want to on a control point, but it's because it's Flashpoint. You get that pepper damage, the poke angles, you lock them down, and you make the enemy team use their cooldowns first, in this instance, the Fisher Fiends. You really can set yourself up for success. On the opposite side of that, this is New Junk City. Yep. There is a queen of this place, and if we could see a JQ come out from either team, I would be very happy, because I love me some Junker Queen action. Yeah, we talked a lot about Junker Queen during that break, and the possibility of her making an appearance here on New Junk City is quite commonplace, at least in the collegiate scene. That was obviously before these most recent patch notes, so maybe the teams are feeling a little bit different about what we're going to be seeing. I think on the side of Fisher Fiends, I'll be shocked if we get any critical changes. I think we are going to be seeing Winston, Tracer, Sojourn, Kiriko, Lucio. I think that's very much where they're comfortable. Maybe Winston is Ramatra. Otherwise, we have not seen a single swap the entire time. It's up to Georgia Tech Gold to really get freaky with it, to really bring out something unique and interesting, put a Sigma on the board, or maybe bring that Sombra back to the equation, whatever it may be. And I said this last map, I have to hit that nail on the head. Again, this is Georgia Tech's last chance, and it will be until the series is over, win or lose. They are fighting uphill battles from here on out, but as New Junk City gets ready to open, kill switch back on that Sigma. You called it, and I was thinking it too. Are we going to see the Ramatra? I was about to say for first point, I do think we are going to see the Ram, and then dependent on which point we go to next, Faded may swap, especially if the Fisher Fiends end up losing this one. Kill switch coming out on this Sigma. I also love Mikey on that Torbjorn. Taking the off angle, setting up the turret, makes Atlas's life all that much more harder, as we have Faded already going into that net form and getting instantly rocked in the face and forced to disengage. There goes a massive cooldown. Thankfully, Momentum did not use the amp speed in that moment. Yeah, it's going to be cooldowns on both sides used here, but all 10 players still standing. The first elimination obviously going to be the one that dictates which way this will fall. And it's Atlas who sneaks into the back line, able to take All-Star out of the equation early on, and the Nemesis Punch is going to put some damage onto Kill Switch, but not nearly enough to turn the tides of this engagement quite yet. Fisher Fiends with 5% and counting. Georgia Tech Gold barely able to make it out with their lives. Going to have to go for a group reset. It is important to keep in mind the way that the Sigma comps always tend to roll, which is, though the Lucio pick, I'm pretty sure, is just because of how far the spawn is in comparison to other map types. So we don't have that opportunity to have the Zen Discords coming out, which are absolutely paramount when it comes to these SIG compositions, to working out as much as possible, which is why we don't have the Tracer in tow. But they rely on the long fights, but when you have All-Star falling not once but twice early on, there goes a lot of your forward damage. You're forced to disengage, and you need to disengage quickly without losing anyone, as we see the Immortality field's going to get used to keep our team alive. Although, I will credit where it's due, Georgia Tech, all of y'all have managed to stay alive every time that we have lost one player. It's 2 eliminations on the side of Georgia Tech, and they're both all-star right now. I mean, the rest of the team is doing a splendid job staying alive when it matters. But the issue of this kind of slow trickle-in play style, Nerdy, is that Fisher Fiends, we're looking at 5 ultimates on the board. Going early into this engagement, I'm looking at the DPS ults to be the ones to make an appearance. Kitsune Rush or Annihilation to come out if they kind of lose a fight, or if an ult is used against them, just like that. Committed Flux out, Pulse Bomb in. We see the overclock here. It's going to be the Immortality Field. That is caught. Double support ultimate commitment on the side of Georgia Tech Gold is going to make this their last chance scenario, but unfortunately, there's not even a chance on the board. Fisher Fiends, they come in large and in charge, and every ultimate under the sun may be used, but a victory is theirs, and that is worthwhile at the end of the day. Fisher Fiends 100-0 on Flashpoint point number 1. All right, so we can roughly math this out now. It takes about 3 fights to fully cap on a control point. It takes 2 and a little bit of change to capture a flashpoint. So there you go. With that in mind, All-Star swapping over once again to the Sombra. I'm getting worried because we've seen you consecutively take 3 fights to get this EMP online. So that is almost an entirety of a point locked down for a team if you do not get this online. We have no ults. We're going in drive for Georgia Tech Gold in this instance, but Faded has this Annihilation online. And speed opportunity is going to be taken away because Momentum gets caught out by All-Star. Okay, All-Star, keep doing that sort of damage, and I will stop talking about it because you're already 40% on the EMP, but we lose Hayden.
This is the 3rd or 4th time this series we've seen that exact scenario go down. Momentum is eliminated, and Georgia Tech, they just lock on sights to find that Lucio as fast as possible, or Fisher Fiends, excuse me. When Momentum falls, they go to find Hayden ASAP, and they were able to do so. Hayden, the first of all 5 to go down, and Fisher Fiends with 15% and counting here. And Annihilation still in the pocket because Nerdy, they simply have not needed to use it.
It is definitely a feast or famine ultimate as well on this, especially on this point, because of just the staging of the squad in comparison to GTG in that instance. If you used it, you might have picked up 1 person and then it was going to be over, and you wouldn't find anything else. But All-Star, 60% on this EMP. We could see this come in line with Mikey or with a Pulse Bomb, and it could absolutely dominate and eviscerate the backline for Fisher Fiends. I'm curious if we'll end up seeing that. But Atlas has that ult online. Kill switch, though, falls after Momentum. That's not good.
I mean, the story is the same, right? Georgia Tech Gold, they do find an elimination, and Fisher takes out one of their most valuable players in that same breath. All-Star deleted. Atlas throws the Pulse Bomb, doesn't really need it, as the fight is still going to end in favor of Fisher Fiends. Snowl just being an absolute stealth striker here, has not been lighting up the leaderboard until they have to, and it's pick after pick after pick. So all things moving forward, we see Fisher Fiends really dominating this scenario in that situation. That fight was theirs. 100-0 back-to-back. Nerdy, it is 11:59 in Georgia Tech. That carriage turns back into a pumpkin at midnight.
I mean, when Snow Owl is caught off guard, you can see the Fisher Fiends start to fall apart a little bit. And right now, Snow Owl is not getting pressured enough. It's difficult to path your way towards Snow Owl, without getting caught, actually spotted, as All-Star currently on the Sombra and Mikey already kind of getting spotted out as well. You cannot apply pressure to Snowl without dedicating so many resources, but finally, you see the 3-player commit on the Snowl. That's what we need, but now you need the next target online immediately. Who are we going after next? Next one was Momentum. Who's the follow-up pick? We may not need one because it looks like the Fisher Fiends are just going to disengage and wait for everyone else, but All-Star, I see you. I see that EMP online. I also noticed that you are outside, which is where your composition is going to thrive. Who's going to be the target? We're going to hack someone first, but you might get eliminated if you overstay your welcome. No, Atlas is gone, and you're disengaging. Perfect.
Atlas traded out for Mikey. I love when we're on the same page as the players. You know, we agree. Snowell's got to go. They said, heard. They said, we are taking him out of the way. Snowell goes down in the blink of an eye. This could be, I think, a 3MP, but it's only going to be 2 that are clawed out. Unfortunately, Momentum is not one of them. So the beat drop does come out. EMP from All-Star, not able to find that value. Double support, ultimate commit on both sides. Makes this a really difficult scenario, but he seems to fight. It's essentially a dry fight because everybody has the exact same advantages in their pocket. Both tanks really holding steady on these ults. Faded brings out the Annihilation, finally kill switch in an attempt to counter it. Forces that Ramatra out of the fight, but unfortunately the rest of the team just can't get far enough away. Kill switch included, it seems. Now things are going to be falling on the side of Georgia Tech Gold. 80% on the board, and you got to feel pretty good about that.
I was getting a little scared when both the tanks were ulting in a small corridor. I mean, I get it. That is where Faded's ultimate's going to work out best, and that's where Kill Switch ultimate's going to work out best. But Faded's worked a little bit better. They got 2 eliminations into Georgia Tech. I was giggling when you said it's a dry fight because both teams have the same ult online, because you're right. But I've never really thought about it in that capacity, because then it comes down to a moment of luck, to quote one of my favorite
animes. It comes down to seconds.
Yeah, like, who does Lady Luck shine down onto in that moment? It looks like Mikey might be having Lady Luck shine down on them, being able to disengage perfectly around a corner with the recall as well. But Mikey, you're getting dangerously low. And if you overstay your welcome, we could lose one of our very dominant players early from Georgia Tech. Oh, instead we're going to lose All-Star instead to Snowl. Again, we got to dedicate a lot of resources to the Sojourn.
This is working really well, though, for Fisher Fiends. They've got less than 20 seconds to be in charge here. They found 2 players already. It's a 5v3, 5v2. Basically a 5v none at this point with only 14 seconds less than on the board. Fisher Fiends, I think they've got the win in the bag here. I hate to say it, but even if Georgia Tech does recontest, it's a delay of the inevitable. They don't have time to recontest at a full 5, and hell, they don't even have time to recontest, period. That is Fisher Fiends with a very strong victory here on New Junk City. 3-0 on the board, 3-1 on the series. And Fisher Fiends get to live another day.
And it's Snell coming in with that play of the game.
It's the 3K on second point.
Most definitely.
No,
well,
it's
actually,
not!
No, it's not.
No way!
It's the overclock into the amplification matrix from the other side. I think that's counted as, like, the game favors it because there are so many ults against Snell in that moment. But honestly, to any other teams watching, you saw where the Fiends struggled. It was when Snell got decimated, and in order to decimate Snell, it was a 3-player commitment. Just understand, when you jump in and your job is to explode the enemy squad from the inside out, you better make sure you have your second target online, because if not, the rest of the team will turn and burn you, exactly like the Fisher Fiends just did.
Fisher Fiends really doing a great job there stabilizing. You know, we talked about this team being led by Momentum and being led by Faded, and both those players really stepping up into those IGL roles to highlight and elevate the rest of the team. I think they really showed up strongly there, and it's a team that I think we could be seeing a lot more of. I think looking this good in the lower round 1s, I suspect easily lower round 3 they move into Rutgers University, a team they have already beaten many a time before, at least Fisher has. Fisher Fiends, I don't know the exact numbers, but if they can play even half as well as they just did, that could be another victory beneath them.
All-Star, when you came alive, and I hope when we see you in the future, we can see more Sombra play like this, just outside in open spaces where a lot of these the dive comps thrive. And when you had those opportunities, you absolutely popped off. It's just a matter of learning how to create those opportunities. So DTD, I understand that your journey here in this playoff series is done, but nonetheless, you did a fabulous job. It was great to see you come alive near the end of the series, but perhaps, you know, you need to generate that pressure and the anxiety a little sooner. As much as I try to, like, convince players to act like it's game 1 and that, you know, just play your best, perhaps you need that anxiety and that little devil on your shoulder saying, just go for it, make the risky play.
Yeah, and the risky plays, I think, worked really well for Georgia Tech Gold at the end, but unfortunately, luck was simply not on their side. Those risky plays were not worth the rewards reaped in enough time, so unfortunately, Georgia Tech Gold's time does come to a close. But Fisher Fiends, they move on once more. We're even going to have the opportunity to chat with one of them in just a couple of minutes, so don't go anywhere, folks. We're going to be right back with more Overwatch Collegiate playoffs in just a bit. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Overwatch Collegiate Spring Playoffs. I am Septilence, joined still by Nerdy Bird, and there's a player that we honestly talked quite a bit about, and I'm actually very glad that this is the player we're going to get the chance to chat with. We're going to have the opportunity to chat with Snowl in just a moment here, who, or Nerdy, I think just really led the charge in a lot of great ways for Fisher Fiends.
I think with the way Overwatch currently is crafted, it definitely is a game for the DPS to pop off and make plays.
Yep.
For a long time, we've heard DPS players say they feel like their role isn't impactful enough. Well, now it is all about you. You find that first elimination. Honestly, it's like the first DPS to find successful damage, I think, honestly, that people can follow up on that wins any one of these fights. And we saw how much dedication and like resource Georgia Tech was willing to put into Snowl to eliminate them. That I think it goes to show just how much of a dominant force Snowl was across the board for this entire series.
Yeah, Snowl, I mean, last map in particular, I think part of the reason maybe they were chosen for the interview was just that performance back on New Junk City. And as we kind of get ready to dissect it with Snowl, the Sojourn play was impactful. We know that. Viewers, you know that. But now we get the chance to hear from Snowl, to hear a little bit about what he has to say about being locked into this Sojourn. First question, Snowl, brother, how we doing?
Pretty good. How about yourself?
Good. Good. I'm doing okay, man. Thank you so much for asking. So my first question is a somewhat simple one, but obviously you are very, very talented on the Sojourn. Is that your choice or is that a team choice?
Partly my choice, mostly team choice. I mean, we have the option between Sojourn or Cassidy,
right.
And I myself am a lot more confident on the Sojourn, so mostly team choice.
Okay, so my question is definitely a different direction than Septilence's question. It is within respect to the final map when we were on New Junk City. I basically was begging Georgia Tech Gold to dedicate everything they could into getting you eliminated. And there was one instance where I actually saw 3 players commit to eliminating you. I know how frustrating it can be to be the person that, you know, everyone wants to die, but in moments like that, do you actually find yourself kind of feeling a little bit more proud that it is taking so much effort to find you and get you killed than the rest of your teammates?
A little bit. If I die, it doesn't feel great. But if I'm able to live and I get the value that I need to get, it feels great. I mean, it does take a lot.
Okay, so then my next question for you. So Substance and I had a little bit of a back and forth because we know this wasn't your map pick, but we ended up on Esperanza for push. Out of the 3 push maps that do exist, do you prefer Esperanza or would you more of like wanted to see New Queen Street or Coliseo, in particular for you as a player, as the domineering Sojourn that we've seen you play?
Okay, so our team has the most experience on Esperanza. I don't think we're that good at it, but we have the most experience on it. Personally, my favorite is Coliseo, and I would always prefer to play that map.
I love it. That's my favorite as well, actually. So we shared that, the preference of Coliseo as a favorite map. And I do want to ask, speaking of Esperanza, it was arguably the most back and forth-ist map, to the point of you guys actually losing that point, having to go to map number 4. You, in the last 10 seconds of the game, the bot is being pushed through mid, ready to approach bridge, and you pull overclock a little early. So I was wondering maybe what the mindset was on that, or kind of what the strategy in the moment was of that overclock making such an early appearance.
Yeah, I was worried about getting EMP'd, and I wanted to at least have the presence of that, but it was definitely at least 5 seconds early. I was hoping to kill the Lucio in that moment.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense, because honestly, watching it, it was one of those plays where I was like, he was doing something. I'm not sure what it was, but something was happening there, and that definitely makes sense. Looking for the Lucio, looking to dodge that EMP, but Snowl moving in next, I believe you guys are playing Rutgers University. That's a team that at least Fisher College is very familiar with, so how are you guys feeling going into that matchup?
We're confident, we're ready. That's tomorrow, so we're looking forward to it. Yeah. It's going to be a good time.
You love to see it. Well, hey, Snowl, thank you so much for taking the time to join us. A big congrats on a very impressive performance, and we're excited to see what you're going to do tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you. And with that, folks, if I'm not mistaken, we are going to go ahead and maybe toss it to another break here for just a couple of minutes. We've got our second and I believe final broadcast series of the day coming up in just a little bit. Grand Canyon University versus University of California, Irvine. So 2 teams that I have the opportunity to be very familiar with. We'll talk a little bit more about that when we get back. We'll see you right back here in just a few. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Overwatch Collegiate Spring Playoffs. I am Septilins, joined by Nerdy Bird, and we are getting ready to jump into our second and final series of the day. The good news is there's plenty more tomorrow, and I believe even more this upcoming weekend, so we've got a whole lot of things to look forward to. But, Nerdy, first and foremost, we've got to talk about our teams a little bit. Grand Canyon University versus University of California, Irvine. Two teams that are, dare I say, becoming more and more recognizable in the collegiate Overwatch space.
I think across the board in multiple titles, both these teams are actually coming to the forefront a little bit more. And I think this is just the state of the ecosystem as it is. A lot of players are getting the opportunity to go to college and come to these awesome schools. I'm really excited to see what GCU brings to the table, but UC Irvine, we've seen them quite a few times at this point. So I expect a lot from them. But because GCU, I don't have as much intel on them. While I do know they are a strong team, it leaves a lot for me to question about them, and so it opens the door for a little bit more, I guess, flexibility with what they can bring to the table.
Well, I'm glad you bring this up about, kind of the flexibility they need to bring to the table, because GCU has had a difficult journey to get this far. They qualified through a 4-way tie in their group to be here, and that's already winning out in a 4-3 scenario. So statistically, they are the underdog going into this matchup, and I have seen them take down some very talented rosters. I got to watch them take down the University of Texas Arlington firsthand just a week ago. But coming into this, University of California Irvine, this is a talented team in a meta that works really, really well for specifically one of their players. Their main tank player is actually going to be subbed out so they can put in Romani, I'm guessing, so they can put in Romani on the Roadhog, because Romani loves to play Hog, and this is one of the few times in Overwatch history you can actually do that right now.
Well, also, to kind of balance that out, I know Remington 1 on GCU side also likes to play Roadhog. So if we get a Roadhog v Roadhog duel, I also anticipate that we're going to seeing someone who is just hard stuck on Kiriko and just doing nothing but throwing paper and hanging onto that Suzu for the second anti-nade that drops on your Hog to keep them alive. Because, I mean, when you have a Roadhog, if you don't go Kiriko and you know the enemy is going to play Ana, or they swap Ana, your Roadhog's going to get eviscerated. So have fun, Kiriko's. Your healing stats and your mitigated damage stats should be through the roof in these coming games.
So if we're hitting the hypothetical Hog v Hog, that means the first map, the control map's a no-brainer, right? I mean, it's got to be Ilios for map number 1. Surely, if we're hitting Roadhog v Roadhog, we're going to be seeing that Ilios matchup. But we'll find out in just a couple of moments what the map is going to be. Grand Canyon University, I had the opportunity to work with this team just a week ago and spend quite a lot of time with them. I got to know these players quite well. Coming in, I got to chat with them, and they are definitely looking to make a statement here this weekend. We're looking at Remington 1, most played hero, Roadhog. So exactly as predicted, we've got an Echo Tracer Curie Lifeweaver as well. Now, Q-Tip, I do know he does actually play Lifeweaver, but I think he's putting that there as a meme instead. I don't actually think we're going to be seeing Lifeweaver. The rest of them, pretty darn likely, though.
Okay, hear me out. I always love to throw in a little bit of the craziness in these situations. If we actually want to throw this comp out on the table, I do think Q-Tip presents a very interesting opportunity. Say your Tracer is forced to use Recall too early, or your Kiriko is forced to use that Suzu too early, and your Roadhog's asleep. That life grip becomes a lifesaver. And not only that, if you're on pedal and the enemy team does not have verticality, you can pull someone to safety and pull them out of a fight and keep your whole team alive. Plus the maneuverability of the rest of the characters, if it is the tank that we're focusing this life grip on. Theoretically speaking, you pull the tank out, everyone kind of soft disengages, and you re-engage when your tank wakes back up, and it is, no holds barred. The barnyard doors are open, and it is open season, so to speak. So I think if we have Q-Tip on this Lifeweaver, if they are not taken care of, because a lot of times I see Lifeweavers are just on their pedal and no one pays attention, could be a make or break point for that team.
Yeah, it absolutely could. And speaking of make or break points for teams, I talked about Rhino maybe being in. If Rhino does play, I wouldn't be surprised to see him on this Winston. I think, he picks Winston as most played for a reason. But on the other side, we're looking at XCal coming into this, who I believe is an Trick Room player, if my memory serves. I believe it's something along those lines. So a very impressive player on that roster. So we could be seeing a lot of performance in the Ashe department, as we did with Petal earlier. And on the other side of UCI, I believe starting just earlier this year, they picked up McGravy as a coach. Anybody who's been around in Overwatch for a while certainly knows the name McGravy, and he has taken a team from good to great. So I'm looking forward to seeing if UCI can continue living up to that caliber. And I know that roster we're looking at isn't a guaranteed team lock, but I think that could have been a pretty good roster. I mean, if they bust out those 5 heroes, I think that could be really valuable. But
well,
again, that's assuming Rhino's in.
I think both the rosters would look fine on Ilios. I want to see the Roadhog v Roadhog. First one to go into the pit wins type, well, loses.
It's like a Torb Hammer
here.
fight scenario?
Yeah. I mean, earlier last weekend, you and I both got to experience the gentleman's agreement of both squads agreeing to go Roadhog, and then eventually one tank is just getting diffed too hard and breaks the agreement and goes Mauga, and the supports even agreed, like, my tank was getting diffed, so we had no choice but to swap and, like, concede the moral victory to the enemy team in that instance. So if we see the Roadhog v Roadhog here, it'll make my day, and I'm pretty sure, like, both these teams having a Roadhog player, it would be actually quite enjoyable to watch.
Yeah, and it looks like we're going to be kicking things off here in Ilios as predicted by me. So I'm excited to see if we kick off on the Hog map itself, because I do think Ruins of the 3 isn't particularly Roadhog friendly. I think there's actually a lot of ways to take him out of the equation early on. But as UCI and Grand Canyon University get ready to duke it out in our final series of the day, the Overwatch Collegiate Playoffs, we are waiting to see which one of these teams will be our final on-stream victor. It is Ruins.
Wait.
Uh-oh.
Rhino? The Maga?
Rhino, please. Rhino, please. Let's talk about this. Let's talk about this, please.
I mean, my heart is going to weep. I'll respect it, but I also kind of hope you blow up because it's Mauga.
No, I mean, it's been a while since I've seen Mauga. I really do like him, and I think there's a huge opportunity to be playing him right now, but he's definitely a powerhouse on the field against Remington on the Roadhog. Remington sticking to the Hog play at the very least could be quite valuable for this team one way or another. A couple of great shots early from XCal, the player that I said we should be keeping an eye out for. Hasn't taken anybody's eye out yet, though.
When you're playing Roadhog into a Mauga, if Mauga still has that shout online, you cannot shoot at the Mauga. That's the thing. If you're Roadhog, you are literally giving them heals. But on the flip side, we're going to have Otters, who has heals on demand, going after this Tracer, forces the recall out. So it's Tracer's a sitting duck on point, but XCal is not able to pick anything up. It's just kind of being a force to reckon with. We see the deflect use doesn't end up finding XCal in the return fire shot, but Supremacy did end up getting eliminated for UCI. Well, Supreme got eliminated. And then we see the Tracer also fall down, so it looks like this should be an opportunity for Grand Canyon to lock this point back in their favor.
Come on, baby. XCal, a beautiful shot onto Snowballs there. Otters is going to find one onto Twinkerbell all the same, so the damage does flip here in favor of UCI. They've got a 5th of the point already under their belt, and while it took a while, you got what you needed at the end of the day. No ultimates expended, and a couple of staggers in your pocket all the same.
All right, we've got Widow v Widow, but XCal is going to hit the infra sites early, trying to deter people from walking down main. Wall hacks have been initiated.
Check his PC. Check his PC. XCal popping that infra site here, though. Oh, beautiful shot from XCal onto Synecdoche. Takes them right back to the spawn room, and GCU puts themselves in a tough position. XCal not missing a darn tootin' shot high in the sky, ready to say goodbye to anybody that puts their head in his line of sight. UCI just having a field day on Ruins thus far.
Synecdoche, I have... enemy Widow has sights. Do not grapple for the high shot when the enemy Widow has sights. A lesson learned, I hope, as we have literally played the touch the spawn door challenge, and XCal is taking a bold position very far forward. Does have that grapple hook cooldown online, though, so is able to get out of danger after they take the initial shots. Is actually choosing not to do so anyway. Goes for the grapple hook shot, does not find contact. Instead, is going to be chased around a little bit. Manages to outmaneuver Remington 1. I say that it's a character model diff because you're able to hide behind a box.
Q-Tip goes down here, though, at a really pivotal time. Doesn't get the chance to farm that ultimate. Remington gets the elimination onto XCal, giving GCU an equal matchup for the first time in a long time. It's a 4v4 for the time being. The domain expansion from Rhino comes out early. He looks for the whole hog to be canceled out. Beautiful play from Remington, actually. Takes that Maga ultimate and completely deletes it from the fight. The stun is through. Whole hog disrupted. All players still standing. Double support ultimate commit on the side of GCU. GCU. The beat drop from UCI doesn't keep Supreme alive long enough, but the Widowmaker not long for the Mortal Coil all the same. UCI 99 on the board, the Genji Blade pulled. Already Twinkerbell goes down and out, and it looks like the Hog Hook will take Psy away. XCal falls, and Grand Canyon University by the skin of their teeth will emerge victorious in this fight.
Look, Remington, I respect the Roadhog, but I think after you die this time, you may want to go for just a slightly faster tank. So we have Supreme actually swap over to the Moira, one of my personal favorite supports, as everyone seems to either love or hate her. I definitely adore the Moira pick in this instance, but you still got to be careful, because I think Moira, after you use his Fade, you are definitely a target for Remington 1 to try and just hook you and eliminate you, and you don't have a safety net. You don't have Suzu. It's Otters who has to save you, but XCal does not have anyone to come save them. Instead, they're actually going to be eliminated very early, with both DPS committing to that elimination.
Went through the Widow Trap, down to 12 HP, I believe, at a point there. So Twinkerbell in the back line, keeping themselves up into the mix-up here. 99% on the board. Sights from XCal. All they can really contribute to this fight as they are walking back from spawn. Psy finds one. It looks like Supreme desperate to find some damage on. Another brings the Moira out, but it's going to be Psy who's just cleaning house in the back line. The 3K on the board. The Genji looking for 4. He's hungry for blood, and there's going to be more. UCI able to take this fight in stride. Slowly but surely, all 5 players fall, and I believe that should be a guaranteed victory for them here on Ilios Ruins.
Otters was so... Well, sorry, not Otters. Q-Tip was so close to actually managing to hit that point.
Yep.
I was holding my breath, hoping that we'd end up seeing that Lucio clutch touch, but it didn't end up happening. Now I'm really hoping we go to well. I'm hoping, and my hopes are dashed. We're going to Lighthouse instead.
All right, UCI throw. UCI throw this this stage. We gotta get to the content map. We gotta get to the content map.
Acceptance is not just for us. People in chat were requesting that we get to a 3-2 in this series, probably because they want drops.
Oh yeah.
I see you, chat, but I mean, I want well. I really want to see well.
Yeah, I really would like to end up on Ilios well as well. But UCI making a couple of critical changes to the composition here. We're seeing the swap away from the Mauga back onto Winston. So a bit of a return to the original form of Overwatch 2.
Well, Supreme gets those stickies in the face, gets very low, is managing to sustain. I mean, if you got the Winston and the Ana, it's no... You have to go with the Brigitte, the shield maiden coming in. Yes. I would counter that and say Kiriko also works, but if your Ana's a little scared of a Tracer, then I get it. Yeah. With that in mind, right now it is Remington 1 on point, but is getting cut off. That Winston bubble locks down those heals, makes it difficult to sustain. Has no choice but to disengage. Does get antied and is able to go back in, but we've lost Twinkerbell currently for Grand Canyon. That is not good. Losing a DPS early or losing a support, losing anyone really is a nail in the coffin for that first fight, going in favor of someone else unless you somehow get the trade instantly. And it looks like UCI, they're going to manage to stay. No one's going to fall down, so the trade did not come through for Grand Canyon. Supreme is not getting pressured. That is the other problem.
Yeah, you kind of beat me to the punch here, Artie. This is Supreme's just hanging out up here. Typically, you kind of go Brigitte to kind of peel for the Ana, but right now it's the Brigitte who's desperate for a peel. Going to be pinned into the backline. 3 players commit from the side of GCU. They flank deep into the backline. They remove Otters from the equation. XCal not far behind, but a guaranteed point flip for GCU. If they can find, let's say, one more elimination without losing any of their own. The swap comes through. What? The hook goes clean through the body, but Psy still going to lose that transformation. Echo shouldn't make it out alive, and Psy certainly will not. Grand Canyon University finally getting a point flip on board, and Twinkerbell doing a beautiful job just pumping out unbelievable numbers of damage.
I think Otters learned their lesson of overstaying in a certain position and not being by their Ana, because, I mean, Break is powerful, but in very specific instances, if you have a full 5-man squad pulling up on you, you need to disengage and disengage fast and start playing the runaway game. And if you're the Ana who is looking at your Break dying, you also need to start rotating, because your only option at that point is to go down and go into your team and pray. Hopefully we don't see that happen to UCI. They don't get caught off guard, but we're playing over by the ledge here, looking for the opportunity to salute and eviscerate the Roadhog. Roadhog took a nap and sent to the spawn in that moment as the Nano Boost comes through as well. Tinkerbell uses the copy, is immediately taken out. We have XCal with the Nano Boost on this Tracer, and I think Nano Boost and Tracer are so underrated. People do not understand how deadly this truly is.
Yeah, absolutely. Suzu going to be used. Swift Step all the same. If they chase that Kiri far enough, she's got nothing in the pocket. Barely any HP to stay alive as well. With Snowballs will emerge to the rest of the team. 55% on the board for UCI. 3 ultimates in the board here. Or nearly 4, excuse me. Asai and Otters are neck and neck. But Xcal and Rhino going to be the people to try and save the day. Grand Canyon University, 2 support ultimates in the pocket here already. So I'm looking to see if Grand Canyon University forces any out early. Remington misses the hook. The Kitsune comes out from Snowballs. The beat drop as well. There's a double support ultimate commit from Grand Canyon University, and it seems to be working well. 1 player already out, a transformation gone as well. Sai has to recontest the point. With a Bionade onto Remington, they themselves have to dismiss themselves from the fight. Primal Rage comes to a close with no ultimates in the pocket or eliminations. Twinkerbell gone to Sai, and Grand Canyon University, a fight that felt won, just might not be. Well, uh-oh. Well, okay, a lot.
Mistakes were made. They happen. It's all right. If you're UCI, you're going to use the Pulse Bomb, try to make it through this one. Unfortunately, it's not going to work out, but Rhino is going to be eliminated. It looks like Otters is almost sent to the drink instead. It's just going to be thrown up against the wall and eliminated. And this is where GCU's comp gets a little scary because of the just northern wall that a Roadhog presents when there is no Ana in play in the moment. They can take so much space and be unapologetic about it, but they're playing smart. Grand Canyon has backed off, but I think they've backed off a little too far. Their cooldowns are back online. It's time to take back a little bit more space, not just wait on point, because UCI, they're able to surround and conquer, and Otters doing what I talked about earlier. I think Kiriko comes in clutch when you really don't need to worry about anyone pressuring your Ana, because Supreme, honestly, has not been pressured as much as I think Ana should be. Right. So Kiriko, you're a free game.
Nano comes in early here. Select the key already taken out of the equation. Oh, and transformation null and void, except for a very well-placed sleep dart, eliminating nearly half of that Nano in Sai's entire life. No, barely able to stay into the fray here. Q-Tip gone. Twinkerbell falling. Xcal has disappeared, so the 4v3 in favor of UCI. 1 more elimination for Grand Canyon University could keep them in the mix, but unfortunately, it's a trade. Sai and Remington give their lives. Rhino with a 2K may very well secure a victory for UCI here on Ilios, our first map of the series. Synecdoche desperate to stay alive, but a desperation it is going to be. Might be able to get a last-second touch. Goes in for the dive. Q-Tip gives their life. Synecdoche not alive for even a second, and even the Doom Swap just going to be a delay of the inevitable. Doomfist down. Primal in the pocket, and they don't even need it. Transformation from Sai is insult to injury, and UCI wins Ilios 2-0.
They won 2-0, but particularly, let's take a look at the percentile here on Lighthouse. It was 99 to 97, well then 197, so it was very close. Yeah. And honestly, when Sai fell off the map, I thought that was going to Grand Canyon done and dusted. But let's take a look at Xcal here on this freaking Widow. Yeah. This is what I'm talking about. I mean, you've got some stones to do a grapple hook shot against a Widow that has sights online and already has the advantageous positioning, and you don't know where they're at. Let's just not do that again. I don't want to see it again.
Just plays like that make me blush. Oh my goodness. Xcal, just some beautiful headshots there. Able to take 2 players out of the fray in a single clip, if you will. Grand Canyon University really got a run for their money on Ruins and gave a run for their money on Lighthouse, but unfortunately fell just 3% shy of a victory going into map number 2. It's going to be up to them to choose which hybrid map, I believe, they would like to be jumping into.
All right. Not to be that caster, but I mean, why not go Kings?
Listen, I'm never going to argue against Kings Row. It's been a day of Hollywoods, though. I unfortunately missed the first series of the day, but the UT Dallas matchup was Hollywood. Our first matchup was Hollywood. So will we be seeing Hollywood again? The numbers say that we very likely may, but I think going to something safer like Kings Row could be really good. But if we keep Remington in who wants to play Hog, Kings Row is just not really a Hog map. I think there's a lot. I think it's actually not a good map for Hog, especially if Ana stays in play. There's a lot of great spots for Sleep Dart and Bionade and etc. I could talk about hypotheticals nearly all day long. But what I do want to talk about a bit more is these compositions, Nerdy. We saw a lot of versatility, a lot of swapping, but the tanks stayed pretty static. We saw a little bit of change from Rhino. We saw the Maga. We saw a little bit of Winston. But overall, how do we feel about Remington sticking to the guns on this Roadhog?
Honestly, there's a certain point where you need to accept that it's just not working and make a swap. And I think we just, on Ruins in particular, we got really close. And on like, there, I think it was at like the 60 percentile mark in favor of UCI. We finally got the flip in favor, but at that moment, I also said, when you die, you need to swap. It's just not Okay, well, I'm sad. I look crestfallen because we got the confirmation of the next map, and Settlins, if you could just pull the Band-Aid off for me here.
Hey, I mean, listen, it's nice to be right sometimes, you know what I'm saying? Hollywood is a very popular map, one that was out of the competitive pool for a while, so I feel like a lot of these players are probably just excited to get the chance to play it again. And Nerdy, what I'm hoping as we return to Hollywood is that we get to see a little bit more of it.
Oh, yeah, because, I mean, we were just on the first point. We didn't... The big door never opened. We stayed here the entire time, and I think if we want to see that opportunity to progress further through Hollywood and get the second set of doors possibly to open, and maybe even make it all the way to the trailers in the back where all of our lead actors are getting ready for the show, we need to be ready to make some swaps, some changes, make adjustments. I think Overwatch is one of the rare few games that gives you the opportunity to swap your characters mid-map for a reason. It is because if it ain't working, they're going to give you a cookie, and they're going to tell you, hey, if it ain't working, fix it. If you don't take that cookie from the cookie jar, that's your own fault. So let's not stick on the Roadhog here if we aren't getting these picks early, if we're getting blown up. I mean, we saw the one shining moment where it was a full 5-player commit coming from GCU to go to the high ground to find the Brigida who is out of position. And it's not like UCI is perfect. They will make mistakes, but it is the ability to identify them in the moment that becomes extremely difficult. And when you're playing a team that is, when you're playing a composition that is so slow, capitalizing on those mistakes becomes harder and more difficult, especially on a map like Hollywood, where there is so much high ground control. There's a lot of natural cover. You can go in and out of buildings, and because we have no object permanence as Overwatch players, we forget you exist. So with that in mind, perhaps we don't go Roadhog here.
Yeah, I think probably not going to be seeing Roadhog. But while we jump into Hollywood, I am going to bring up one of my favorite fun facts about this map that a lot of people don't tend to know. Is the little car that you're escorting on this map. There's a little robot guy in there. His name, I think, is HAL9000, and he's yelling at the players. A fun fact is he's voiced by very popular voice actor Travis Willingham, which a lot of people don't often know, so I like to share that fun fact. If you know who he is, that's very cool. If not, well, you've got some Googling to do. But UCI ready to be jumping into this matchup here on the defense, and XCal on the Ash. I have been praying we were going to see this, and by golly, Nerdy, what a map to bring it out with.
Man, I was hoping to see some Bastion, but okay, Remington has opted to stick with the Roadhog. There was a time in Overwatch 2 where I called this matchup Barnyard. Is Barnyard coming back, even though Orisa has been, you know, nerfed quite heavily? Well, Remington 1 is going to tell us whether or not that is true. As we have the hook onto XCal between the team, threading the needle, taking down the Ash, and Remington 1 is getting a lot of damage pushed onto him, but he doesn't care. He's just gonna walk away and use that take a breather to sustain, and now Orisa using cooldowns on point means this is an opportunity for Grand Canyon to push in.
Yeah, this is definitely surprising to see the Orisa making an appearance here, but with the Roadhog on the opposing side, I get it. A lot of what Orisa does cancels out a couple of tanks very strongly, Roadhog being one of them, Reinhardt, of course, being another, and with a disgusting hook onto Supreme, that is going to be Remington taking them out of the equation. Grand Canyon University almost immediately granting my wish that we get the chance to see a little bit more of Hollywood. Not even a minute off the clock yet, just hitting that marker, and first point already belonging to GCU. Talk about a steamroll.
Honestly, Rhino.
No, XCal, no. Oh.
Are you sad that we don't have that we got the swap?
I am.
Really?
I really am. I really want to watch XCal play Ash.
I'm not. You know why? Because it shows that they're willing to swap. Rhino, though, 94% on this Terra Surge. Let's be honest. The changes. Oh my goodness! The drop down from the heavens above. That is a scary situation. That horse is undeterred by the fact that you exist. And Twinkerbell, she's like, oh, heck nah. I need to go help out my team a little bit. Uses that copy, is able to be a force to reckon with. But as we have the Spear Spin come in, it eats a lot of damage, but eats just not enough. As Rhino is getting sent to the pasture up north. Remington also going to be sent to the slaughterhouse in tow. So both tanks gone. The front line is eviscerated on both sides. It's just coming down to the pure firepower of both these teams. So unfortunately, Twinkerbell is going to fall. Supreme is going to fall. We're going to have Kitsune Ashram Snowball to try and circumvent the loss of these teammates. And it might be just enough, but unfortunately, they lose their Tracer because everyone is pushed out of the rush.
Yeah, no, we've officially reached the point where I, even as a caster and an analyst of this game, I'm kind of getting to the point of like, all right, let's reel it in a little bit, because Grand Canyon University, they're feeling very scattered, they're feeling very not team-oriented, and they really need to regroup to reemerge in this engagement. If they continue to trickle in, if they continue to kind of let that water leak further and further in, they're going to end up sinking. They've got 4 minutes on the clock, they've got a lot of time to work with, but every second's going to count. Hollywood third point is one of the hardest points in the entire game to cap, if you even get that far. The time on the clock does not matter. It's going to be about how quickly they're able to do this. Otters goes down to Synecdoche in the back line. That is a colossal elimination. Ant Matrix now offline. Remington sacrifices some high ground for the attempt at an elimination. Not able to find it. This is going to give that Baptiste time to recontest. Remington, where are you, dog? Why are we this far in the back line? Has to run away. The Pigpen does get a little bit of damage and a slowing effect. This chaos trying to work for GCU. While they're split, they're easy to pick. And just like that, Twinkerbell will be going down 5v4 UCI.
I think it's one thing to be Remington 1 and able to do the silliness, I'm going to flank hog the entire map, so good luck to my team. But the issue is that your job as a tank is to create space and take the space. And when your DPS don't have you there as a literal bullet shield in some of these instances, you will find that your Echo is going to get eliminated. I mean, Cassidy has no pressure being put on him, so Xcal is just able to find Twinkerbell quick and easy, and then Tracer also has to struggle because there is no dynamic duo in existence to pull attention left and right.
Yep.
And that's where things get scary. So Remington, you've got to step up your game as we have a very bold beat drop come through from Q-Tip, and Psy and Otters both fall. It works out because unfortunately we lost Twinkerbell, but well done, Q-Tip.
No,
you have a vision.
I like it. Yeah, Q-Tip had a vision, and I mean, it turned into a work of art there. The beat drop comes a little bit early, but it's going to be able to give GCU the additional shields they need to play hyper-aggressive into a composition that has a Risa Brig at the time. So, what the heck is that? Psy hooked through the wall, pulled into the whole hog, and sent back to spawn. 3:49 on the clock. GCU's Remington 1 continuing to move further and further into the backline here, just creating as much space as they possibly can for the rest of their team. UCI, they've had these 4 ults for nearly 2.5 minutes, Nerdy. They really need to use them.
I think they ultimately lost that second objective because they were unwilling to hit these ultimates, and now GCU has rotated them, and Twinkerbell already has another ult online, but Psy is going to hit the copy onto the Roadhog, but is unable to find targets. It's just going to be a horse present in tandem with their horse. As that copy dies down, we do see that 2 eliminations came through. We lost our Kiriko, we lost our Echo if you're looking at GCU currently, but they're going to come back. They have copy, they're very close to Pulse Bomb. They also have this Kitsune Rush. We'll have the Deadeye as well as the Terror Surge in conjunction with one another. Will Deadeye find a lot? I mean, if it's perfectly timed with Terror Surge, perhaps it will. Echo, you're gonna say goodnight.
Well, Synecdoche's got a hit, at least a clip and a half there. Was able to find the first. I think I'm done commenting on the Roadhog hooks. They are really blowing my mind today. Just shot after shot. Twinkerbell, though, finding a couple shots of their own. Baptiste gone. Echo gone. And Synecdoche gives their life for the cause, but it definitely seems to be worthwhile. The high note. My goodness, Twinkerbell doing a beautiful job on this. Cassidy! Supreme is gone. Xcal is gone. That's got to be play of the freaking game. Grand Canyon University able to immediately alleviate all pressure on their offense and get this cart grooving and moving once more.
Look, in these instances, a lot of times I'd say it's ping diff when it comes to these Roadhog hooks, but I'm pretty sure the pings are about equal for these teams considering where GCU and UCI both are. But Remington, these hooks should not be doing what they're doing. Fortune is smiling down upon you in some of these instances, and I have to say, Blizzard, why does hook work like this? It is scary. We have another sneaky Tracer play. This is what I was talking about. You disappear. You disappear somewhere, and people forget that you exist.
Absolutely. In the chaos of this game, Synecdoche just patient. Hits the hello before blinking into the fight. The beat drop in from Q-Tip to give the encouragement they need to dive into the backline, but Supreme is going to be able to have a beat drop of their own. Whole Hog out, Twinkerbell down, and the Whole Hog going to be disrupted by the Javelin for just a moment there. A lot of the space is made. Unfortunately, Remington not able to find the necessary abilities, but Synecdoche goes down all the same. The value was found there in order to fight, not won. The space has been made. 74 meters, only a couple to go, and even if they lose before hitting that 3rd meter, they have set an unbelievable win condition.
I mean, when it's that close, Sepulence, I'm pretty sure you can agree with me on this. You might as well count it as actually getting the 3rd
That's what I always say.
Yeah, I mean, you're in the parking spot. It's not the best parking job, but it's there. Now the question for GCU is, can you do it? But Supreme has made the swap over to the Zenyatta. I love me some Zenyatta gameplay because this is the epitome of the creation of the supportal combat, I think. You have a healing ability, but your job is to do damage and make sure your team knows who they need to be firing at. We have the turret get taken down, and we have Snowball is actually going to hit that Kitsune Rush. The response from Xcal is hit the Deadeye, try to take away space, but you are going to take a quick nap. Thankfully, once again, no one is killing these sleeps. Instead, you're just taking a sweet nap and able to take a quick breather.
Able to take a quick nap there, but the High Noon Disrupted does put another ultimate down the drain. And speaking of ultimates, we're looking at Molten Core and Terra Surge, most likely in combination, in tandem with one another, going into the end of this fight. Twinkerbell has that transformation online. xCal, what are you doing here?
Twinkerbell waiting patiently on the rafters. We see the Molten Core come through from Zai in order to prevent people from going in, but the copy for Twinkerbell, and they're able to get on top of the RV. They get dangerously low force out of copy. No Terra Surge, but that might have been the opening play we needed.
Great Terra Surge. Great
Yeah, Rhino,
pull.
that was huge.
I mean, it was just Rhino said, hey, if I'm going down, guess who's coming with me? 2 Tickets Express. And that's going to be 3 players now down. Remington 1 has fallen, and the win condition has been set. Grand Canyon University ending the card in what I would say my favorite spot, because it's going to take us all the way to the very end if we get that far, and it prevents overtime, which is also great. Keeps us a little bit more in the mix-up of the game, but with 2.9999999 meters found, the win condition is not easy for UCI from here on out.
Look, Rhino, I know I was saying I don't think the horse is the pick, but I mean, the horse came in clutch, I feel like, here on the 3rd point, specifically for the fact that there is not high ground behind you that can be taken over. The ability to surround and conquer you does not exist. It's all in front of you. And so that is the horse. The horse is looking strong. But I think on point 1, we're probably going to see something something a little different from Rhino. We could theoretically see a resurgence in the Maga on this because of the charge. It's very powerful, but I'm going to act like I never said that. Control, delete that from your memory if you're currently watching and actually hearing what I'm saying, because Rhino is once again coming out on this Orisa. Remington is also on the Roadhog. It is Barnyard. I am shocked that we're seeing this consecutively, but I do understand the dichotomy that these 2 takes present. I mean, someone gets hooked, you try to spear the Roadhog and prevent your teammate from dying. But Remington 1, for some reason, has the gods of the game smiling down upon him on this day, and every time he lands a hook, it is on a squishy, and he is that poor innocent soul is just obliterated in a moment.
Yeah, the single moment turns into a painful one, but Grand Canyon University bringing out a very similar composition to what we've been seeing. Q-Tip, they're on defense, so Q-Tip's actually playing Lifeweaver here. Very excited to be seeing what's going to be happening with that, as Roadhog, one of his biggest weaknesses is going too far into the front line and not having utilities or abilities to get out. So if Q-Tip can just snatch you up, pull you right back into the team, that'll be really beneficial in terms of keeping Roadhog alive. Great shots early from xCal, making it a little bit harder for the team to emerge, and the slingshot pull onto Remington does get them onto the high ground here. A lot of damage out, but xCal's the first one to fall. Otter's not far behind. Snowballs does give their life for the cause, but it's 2v1 now in favor of Grand Canyon University, and the Kiriko, she can swift step her way right back into the fray. Rhino has the temporary high ground, but they've kind of boxed themselves into a corner. It's fight or flight time, and Orisa, she is a flightless bird looking to take down anybody on her way out the door.
This is a very similar rotation from what we saw from Remington earlier as well. It's just the
He's
issue.
going too far.
Yeah, in this instance is we're staying too far in enemy lines, because now you're in a pincer position where everyone from spawn is able to come back and help out Remington, and Rhino will fall. We did lose Q-Tip, so there goes some of the survivability for Grand Canyon out the window. But what also almost went out the window is that Lucio's life from that hook. Honestly, you'd be thanking your lucky stars and your Kiriko for getting that Suzu on you. Q-Tip is going to concede. We're not going to get the tree of life coming out. Instead, we're going over to the Lucio to help our team, as we do see that 33%, a little bit, and some change has been capped here in favor of UCI. So it's now a situation where you need to start getting back and maintaining control of this point.
The second tick now found. The third rapidly approaching. The recontest from Grand Canyon University does feel a little bit scattered. They're just desperate to try and delay what feels currently inevitable. Kitsune Rush comes out from Supreme, giving UCI even better odds. We see the whole hog emerging. 2 players already down from GCU, and the whole hog just not really going to be able to GC do very much, as this is UCI emerging victorious in this first fight win. Just about the same amount of time off the clock as we saw from Grand Canyon.
It's intriguing to see that we're choosing tanks that don't have as much mobility as other tanks, but we have highly mobile DPS for GCU, highly mobile supports on both sides.
Yeah.
I mean, xCal is our hit scan specialist. I don't anticipate seeing xCal really swap onto a more mobile hero. Maybe a Tracer if you absolutely need it. But these compositions, a little hybridy as they are working out very well. So it's going to come down to still a game of mistakes. We got the high ground positioning, very similar to what we saw earlier when they were on defense for UCI, trying to go find this this Roadhog and take him out. Instead, Roadhog's just running away back to the point. This copy from Twinkerbell.
Ooh.
She's going to be on the high ground. 67, 79, 80% on this Deadeye, which could just be used as a zoning ultimate. The deflect's used. Can we get the Genji? We can't.
We gotta get Twinkerbell just on the Cassidy. I don't know what's up with the Echo gameplay, but every time she locks in the cast, it is insane. I would love to see a little bit more of that play coming into this matchup, but the Echo, of course, Echo, one of the consistently strongest DPS in the game. Not a surprise to see her in the, quote, meta, end quote. But double support ultimate commitment here from Grand Canyon University would be par for the course. They really like to use those at the same time, but University of California Irvine, 4 ultimates in the tank here. I'm looking at probably the Dry Blade or the High Noon to be the first one to make an appearance.
I talked about flexibility of GCU earlier, and I think that is why Twinkerbell is on the Echo, because it allows you the flexibility to make up for it if someone is dead on your comp. But somehow, Romington does not find the elimination from the hook,
This is
and we
really
have a
smart.
Deadeye. We have flipped the point currently for GCU.
Yeah.
They have taken the offensive position from the enemy team here, from UCI, and taken over the high grounds behind them during that Deadeye moment. Used this opportunity to rotate, and Suzu's out. We have Pulse Bomb. There's the blade
That's
stick
lethal.
is pinnacle here for GCU to pull out this fight and be on top and prevent the second objective from getting locked down.
I mean, that was perfect timing from Synecdoche. They double blink in. I thought, oh, a shoe, and they're going to throw that pulse right onto Otters, but they held it. I wondered why, and that question was answered immediately. Sai pulls Blade, catches a pulse bomb, and gets sent express right back to the spawn room. Now swapping to the Echo, so we've got the battle of the Valkyries here in the air. Both Echoes ready to try and find an elimination, and I've got to say, Grand Canyon doing a really good job burning time.
Look, I'm just shocked that we've actually managed to stall out the payload before this doorway, because keep in mind, earlier, when we hit this door, once we had that first door drop, everything just started falling like dominoes. But this hook, we're fly fishing now, because Sai ends up getting eliminated, and now we are off the point, but we have the copy come out from Twinkerbell. This is what I'm talking about. The flexibility presented is like, okay, we need a little more frontline presence here. I'll give you a frontline. Let's copy this horse, and Rhino falls, Excal falls. That's a triple kill currently for Remington, and everyone's getting boxed into jail and actually pushed completely out. Hook onto Lucio's unsuccessful, but there's a Kiriko right there in tow, looking very tasty for this Roadhog, getting turned into pulled pork. That is another fight win for GCU.
I mean, that's another fight win for Remington. That's another fight win for Remington. One, I think he found 4 in total. The other 2 found by snowballs there. So just a tank and a support, truly all you need sometimes, especially when the whole hog is active. We're down to 74 seconds left on the clock here, but the good news is GCU didn't cap all 3. They ran out of time, so all UCI has to do is cap this second at all. There doesn't have to be time on the clock. They can do it in overtime, but they just need a chance at that third. The pull goes in, and the swift step has to go out, and I feel like the Suzu is probably panic used there as well. Synecdoche jumps onto the high ground, clears out a lot of space. Could really just huck a pulse down there if they wanted, but gonna try to go for the stick as well. That's a stick indeed for the Suzu. Just a little bit stronger, not gonna be used in panic, saving 2 team members in this fight. 5v5, Kitsune rush into a beat from the side of Otters. University of California Irvine, 3 ultimates in the pocket. Grand Canyon University just wanted it to beat drop in a couple of seconds. Terra Surge up, Q-tip down, beat drop non-existent. With a High Noon in the pocket here, UCI should be able to dance those last couple of meters into point 3 here on Hollywood. 2 minutes on the clock, 74 meters to go, and UCI on top.
Oh, honestly, that was a phenomenal showing currently from Excal, hitting that Deadeye just in time to buy the team space necessary to lock down the point here. But you talked about it earlier, and I really want to touch on it during this whole period. The fact that UCI doesn't need to fully cap, but the issue is that the showing from them is coming at the last second. And if that showing comes too little too late, they could be forced back towards their spawn door. We have seen how Remington and company will circumvent everything in the mid and go around these edges to literally force your team back against a wall, and you won't see it coming until it's too late.
Adaptive circuits engaged. Tracer.
75 seconds here on the clock for UCI. They're going to be trying to move in here, but Rhino able to find the first elimination on a Synecdoche. Taking that Tracer out of the equation makes it a lot easier for UCI to do what we refer to as tunnel vision very often. The goal has become so much clearer. You don't have to worry about a flank in the backline, but Sai on the Tracer are going to lose their own transformation. The hook is out. Remington is down. Blink and you miss it. Nobody able to touch the point. The eliminations pour in too quickly, and UCI win Hollywood.
Let's take a look at this play of the game, and then Twinkerbell, I think this might be that one of the double kills that we saw her pull out multiple times throughout this series. Yeah, this was the first fight, I want to say, yeah. This was absolutely incredible. Just going to the high ground, finding your counter player, taking them out, and then just turning your attention to not one, but 2 other people on the field in that moment. Absolutely beautiful. I do think the one thing, though, is that the way Remington likes to play, I think, might have been the downer for the composition in this instance on defense, because Remington likes to play off the point, which I respect. I mean, look at this. You let your team take care of the payload. I get it. Let them take care of the objective. Let's have you play around everything else, disappear and reappear in different angles, hook someone where they should not be able to get hooked. Like, let's be honest, that was through a wall. And eviscerate the team. But when you are not present on a point, because look at Rhino here. Rhino was present. Rhino ate the ultimates, was willing to sacrifice their entire health pool to make sure this payload kept going. That's the difference maker. There are times where you just need to bite the bullet and be on the payload, and I think the Roadhog just didn't cut it in this instance.
And I gotta say, though, a big shout out to our production team for putting together a Remington fan cam of the game we just watched moments ago. Unbelievably impressive, and we are so grateful for you guys. But, Nerdy, I have to agree with you, and this is, I don't know how to say this. I'm gonna say it, and I hope it makes sense. We're in a scenario where the hog isn't working, and it's not Remington's fault. You know what I mean? Like, Remington is really out there doing everything they can possibly do, but unfortunately, it's just not working enough. And that's the problem right now. So either Remington needs to change to something that'll work better for the team, or the team needs to change to something better to elevate Remington. We're in a very weird kind of middle of the Venn diagram right now.
So what do you do in this instance? Because it's not that the hog is bad. They are this team, GCU is doing great in their own right.
Yeah.
I mean, the one thing I will say, which is counterproductive to what I mentioned earlier, which is the flexibility of GCU and the composition and like the fact of having the echo, which is literally, you don't have a tank on the point, well, let me give you a tank on the point.
Right.
Maybe Twinkerbell, we saw you pop off on the Cassidy copies. Maybe you just go Cassidy.
Yeah. I said it earlier. I meant it too. It wasn't even a joke.
Yeah.
I would love to see Twinkerbell jump over to that Cassidy, but do you guys know what else I would love to see? I would love to see all of you guys. Oh, Nerdy read my mind. I would love to see all of you guys drop some follows for Collegiate Overwatch. Please, this is my favorite place to be in the entire world. You can drop a follow on Twitch or YouTube where you're watching. You can drop a follow on Twitter or X as well, because Overwatch Collegiate Playoffs, I mean, we are just kicking off what the Overwatch Collegiate space is going to be. We've got this week. We've got next week. We've got even more after that. It's going to be a wild ride, and we would love to have you guys there with us for the entire time. But the problem with that is, Nerdy, we're not going to have both these teams with us for the entire time. And right now, one of these teams looking a lot more likely to be the one we see more of.
You're right. UCI is definitely looking like we're going to see them more, but they have to prove it to us. This is the opportunity. Yeah. This isn't like their make or break, but this is the last bastion, so to speak, if you are GCU. GCU, you've come very far. Do not let the fact that you may end up being eliminated during this process, whether it be today, tomorrow, whatever. You've come so far with a roster that there wasn't a lot of intel on, and you've shown us that you are a very well-rounded team.
Yeah.
Am I here for more Roadhog play? Yes. Do I think Esports has an opportunity to do it? Not so much. I feel like Roadhog actually does not find as much success here without being, as you put it, elevated by the team. And one way you can do that is actually committing to the Lifeweaver play from Q-Tip. I think that might actually become a necessary evil in this instance, but that also relies on the fact that you know where you need to be to not die as Q-Tip on the Lifeweaver. So theoretically, we could see that, but, you know, Remington, maybe we do give up the Ghost in this instance, and we swap over to something else. Just maybe.
Maybe. Maybe. It's the name of the game so far. Maybe. Hindsight is 2020 after all, and these players, they have to look back at what they've learned and the changes they've made to see how valuable or invaluable they could be for this team. Esperanza, I don't think we're seeing much of a shakeup from Grand Canyon University. They have played the exact same comp, except for Lifeweaver, the entire time. This is very similar to what we saw last series. We saw Fisher play the exact same comp, except for Ramatra, the entire time. And we're getting that same feeling here from Grand Canyon University. If they're gonna make a change, it needs to be right now, because this very likely could be their last map of the bracket. We are already in lowers. There is no safety net beneath this. This team needs to find a victory here. University of California, Irvine, they're just one map away from a 3-0 victory.
The thing that I said with in regards to the Fisher Fiends, though, with respect to their composition and lack of wanting to change things up, was if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But in this instance, it is a little broken. It's not like in shambles, but we need some Craggle glue coming in here right now to fix something. There is a missing piece. I don't know really what it is. Is it how we execute the comp? Is it our presence on point? Well, unfortunately, you know, similar to that of Hybrid, you need to have a presence on the bot. Not all the time, but at certain points in time, you need to dedicate someone there. And typically it is going to be your Tracer player, more of your divey player to do that. But don't tease me like this with the Bastion. Don't tease me.
It would actually be the first time I've seen Bastion all day today. I'd actually be really excited to see Bastion make an appearance here,
yeah,
but...
nah.
Yeah. Of course, he's not gonna. Rest in peace, Bastion.
It's the exact same composition that we saw earlier. Rhino, though, is changing it up slightly. I mean, we've seen the Winston before, bring the Winston back, but the dynamic of UCI is a little stronger. They're willing to make slight adjustments without completely swapping their comp.
Yeah, and something we talked about earlier is we saw Ana Brig from UCI. We said, oh, well, if it's not going to be Brig, it could be Kiriko. And UCI clearly agrees. They're going to bring the Kiriko out to play. A great hook early. I mean, XCal making it out alive. It feels like a miracle, but they are going to be able to stay 5-5. Not sure who that was meant for, but Supreme is checking every corner, terrified of a possible flank happening. 10 meters on the board for Grand Canyon University, and this is actually a really good sign for the team. They've got the wheels moving, they've been able to take space effectively, and if they're able to continue, even chip damage counts here, right? A couple 10 meters here, a couple 10 meters there, that can be really beneficial for Grand Canyon University, but the defense from UCI does come out, the Bionade's there, you know the cooldown, you've got a lot more space to get hyper-aggressive on the Hog, and XCal is going to learn that the hard way. The Big Pen is up, the Sojourn is down, Q-Tip is traded, Twinkerbell back to spawn, and unfortunately GCU just too split to be able to do anything as a team. They're going to lose too many players and probably have to go back to the drawing board.
I mean, the drawing board is still all the way back in spawn, though. They're not swapping, and they're choosing not to even take a look at it. They're wanting to get back over to Remington, who's going to take a quick nap, but gets woken up. But the anti-nade shortly thereafter is really what spell Remington's undoing. But the take a breather comes in clutch. The damage reduction is going to be clean, but not enough as you drop down to 100 health. Yo-yoing there. Manages to sustain. Finds Rhino, but Remington is shortly thereafter also sent back to spawn. Sai will fall, Q-Tip will fall. This is a lot of trading back and forth, but currently, technically, GCU does have the lead. But, I mean, when we talk about it, it's the team that gets that first objective point.
Yes.
And in my opinion, it's more than that. It's the team that gets under the bridgeway first through this initial choke here. And when you're running a Roadhog in particular, regaining the space can be difficult.
Yes.
And if you get the space locked down first as Roadhog, great, but if you're trying to take it back, it's all that more difficult. I
think you're spot on. I think when you have Roadhog playing into a team, kind of putting yourself in quotes, like defense in a way of trying to play that capture the flag scenario, it's really hard to get that space with Hog, but luckily, you've got one of the largest space-making ultimates in the game in your pocket, so that whole Hog does get a little bit of clarity, but unfortunately, no eliminations. Q-Tip goes in to try and help. Remington goes down to a quarter HP, gets back into the fray, and with 28 meters already on the board, GCU really has to get some eliminations. That's a clean Nano Blade here in 2024. It's going to be snowballs finding one, Q-Tip down another, both supports missing, and I think a third not far for this realm. Twinkerbell down and out. Remington gets a single elim. Sai took the rest of his team down in that moment, and it looks like UCI will continue to emerge the cart movement here. Remington, I think, just kind of staggering himself.
Honestly, should have backed off and disengaged. Could have lived, honestly, over by that central pillar, not making any noise, and then reconvened with the team as they came back through what is now the choke point behind this Winston of Rhino currently. Would have been fine, but that stagger really was the undoing for your squad. I get it, you wanted to find the Ana, but they got forward spawn anyway. It makes no difference. Instead, you just made it harder for your team to recontest, and this is where it gets hard for Roadhogs. The high ground control defaulted to the offensive team in this instance. The hook, opportunities to land these hooks gets harder. As much as we've seen Remington pop off with them, there is a large margin of error trying to hook people from this high ground.
Without a doubt, we see Twinkerbell swapping on to the Sojourn here, a little bit more of the defensive player, the space making, then elimination taking, and it looks like they're going to be able to get a lot of stacked value off the back of the GCU, not able to get any space found off it. Remington looking for a pick of their own, but just taking too much damage. Q-Tip has to drop the beat to keep the Hog alive. Sai goes critical, but it's going to be able to dive out of the way. Rhino, Primal Rage in the back line, a lot of chaos on the board, 2 ultimates in the pocket of GCU, and this is the only ultimate UCI has of all 5 members of Grand Canyon can survive. Synecdoche is not going to be able to get anything with that pulse, and it looks like Q-Tip may go down soon. No, Rhino has to get away. Supreme missing. This is a huge opportunity for Grand Canyon. They just need one more pick to stabilize, and Otter is desperate to not let that happen. Kitsune Rush out on the board, and UCI continuing to get progress in a fight that they have not had the numbers in for almost a minute.
I think it was the willingness to pay the ultimates in exchange for the life of your teammates that really helped UCI sustain through this opportunity. But now it's a matter of disengaging in a manner that is advantageous to the positions that Grand Canyon's taking, because they're flooding one zone. It does mean that Psy might find themselves on the receiving end of a death. They will, in fact, also be sent to the spawn. But now they've chosen, I think, one of the worst spots to have to cope with a Roadhog. But the mistime from Remington's hook actually makes it so that they'll live a little longer. But the Road, why?
I mean, I see the vision, but, like, make sure they're coming first. Like, just at least pull it out in an opportunity where you know they're going to be around that corner. I think it was a really bold play, very high risk, with unfortunately no reward here for Remington. So an ultimate that I really think they're going to want back. The hook into the pig pen, taking too much damage, has to get out of the equation. Kitsune Rush from Snowballs is going to be able to help take Otters and X-Call out of the equation. The cart continuing to move has finally broken that middle threshold once more, which means UCI has lost their forward spawn, and Grand Canyon finally going to get the bot to start pushing just a bit more.
Okay. Now my question is, will we see a pulse bomb onto a Genji blade like we saw earlier? This time you don't have to cope with the nano in conjunction with the blade as well, which is great if you're on the receiving end of the slice and dice. But everyone's posting up here inside of this choke point by the Mega Pack. Tracer's trying to get that poke damage, 98% on this pulse bomb, but the copy comes in from Twinkerbell first. Almost finds an elimination, but can't do it. Twinkerbell actually is forced out of that copy early. No ult in sight. They've locked down that area. They're still trying to round this corner. The pulse bomb does not land on Excal, but Psy has been eliminated, so Otters will pay with the Kitsune Rush to try and make up for the lack of power with the amplified speed of these abilities, but I don't think it's enough, as it looks like they're just going to wait it out, and as everyone has walked away from the rush, they re-engage.
And this is exactly what Otters has been doing so far. Every time a DPS goes down, they pop the Kitsune to make up for that missing damage, and this time Excal has the overclock in the pocket as well, so it's really a great time to use that Kitsune Rush, give the team the one-player advantage. Excal really overstaying their welcome, though, going to give their life, and unfortunately, Grand Canyon University is going to find an opportunity. UCI, this is exactly the kind of deficit they do not want to fall in. Grand Canyon University, they're able to find a fight in mid. This should get them somewhere to around 40 to 50, maybe even 60 if they can keep this damage moving. But this is not a good sign for UCI. That is officially 2 fight losses in a row.
But if you are our viewers who are wanting this to go to a 5-2 or a 3-2 series, you're rooting for GCU right now. I don't care where your loyalties lie. You need to be rooting for GCU if you want them drops. And right now, I'm wanting to see GCU find that extra leg up. Find the missing piece of their recipe. It should have hit, but for all the times it shouldn't have, I'm going to take it. You know, Remington, you've gotten heckin' lucky with some of these, but unfortunately, we've lost Q-Tip early. We do have this whole hog, but it's not in a spot that I think Remington wants to use it, so I think we're relying on this pulse to open up a floodgate for us here if you're GCU.
And it's going to be really difficult because we saw Q-Tip go down. Twinkerbell was, what, 5 HP maximum. The hook is going to be missed out by Remington, who's now out of position for this play. Has to hold hog in an attempt to not be eliminated today, but it's going to be Q-Tip who goes down just in time to get back from the fight. Goes down again, so 2 players down to Psy. Remington only able to find 1, but it was the Winston, so 1 more elimination for GCU. Could really GC do it, but 44 HP, a dash away, a breath still taken, and the lungs still filled. 2 minutes left on the clock. GCU, they've won a lot of fights, but UCI not letting them really move the cart. For all this effort, they've only gotten 47 meters, barely half of what UCI has brought to the table. Wow.
GCU's been playing tug-of-war around this central tower for so long, despite that is now what, I'm going to say 3.5 fights that they have won in a row, and we still have not crossed this threshold on the opposite side. We're just continually getting stuck here and ping-pong back and forth. They need to find something, an intro, and I think Twinkerbell, I hate to be that bearer of bad news, but I think you need to be the one to get a copy out and find another double kill or a triple kill like we saw you pull out on Hollywood. That is what your team's waiting for. We need you to create that space for us in this moment. I see the copy.
Here it comes.
You have a vision. Have you gone to the optometrist today to make sure your vision's in good sight in 2020 format right now? Because there's a Winston in front of you. There it is. There's the copy. You see the squishies were going into the back line, but everyone has run away because we weren't tracking the cooldowns.
Yeah, beat drop from Supreme. Honestly, trading transformation for beat drop, kind of huge, I think. Overclock from Excal is going to be able to take Senki out of the equation, so the Primal Rage from Twinkerbell has to create the space, but unfortunately the transformation will be taken away in the blink of an eye. Beat drop from Q-Tip keeps the team alive. Excal goes down. Supreme has been traded, and Twinkerbell not in the ultimate, but finally Ladder is going to be able to find 2 eliminations to give Grand Canyon University the first advantage they have seen in quite a while. It's poor Rhino that just will not go down. That is the player they need to take out of the way. As soon as they do, they can really get this cart moving and grooving. Psy deleted from Esperanza once more, and with only 41 seconds left, Grand Canyon University keeping it close, finally getting ready to approach that forward spawn advantage.
The one thing that we haven't really been touching on, but I've been noticing, is during these fights where UCI knows they've lost, they send someone to bot to just pull it away. Make it go further, make it harder. That is why GCU, despite the multiple fight wins, has been struggling to gain a foothold here. I think they finally recognize what's happening when they lose someone in the fight. They cannot break away from it, but they need to clean up faster. Remington goes in, and the Pigpen triggered. Supreme is sent to the spawn. Are we going to pay an ultimate right now if you're UCI to regain control here? You don't have to, but the issue is the floodgates are now open, Septilance. We have Pulse, we have Whole Hog, we have Kitsune Rush and Whole Hog online, and there is just meters between GCU and victory on this map.
No, UCI did the right thing. They got out, they waited for the fastest player to return, so luckily it was the Lucio that went down. Now they re-engage with the Kitsune. It's going to be canceled out by Snowball's Kitsune, but now they've got Sai approaching the backline. Pulse Bomb is going to be whiffed by Synecdoche. The Pigpen out, the Whole Hog through. They're trying to force the team off point, but Rhino can jump right back in with that Primal Rage if he so chooses to use it. UCI trying to look for an opportunity to strike, but Grand Canyon University boxing them out of the equation. Primal comes in late. One pick for UCI could be the beginning of the end, just like that. Synecdoche has been eliminated from the fray. Twinkerbell out on Winston of their own. Sai finally getting ready to pull that blade. One more elimination will do it, and there it is. Twinkerbell has fallen. The Kiri's got nowhere to run. She's got nowhere to swift step, and even when she gets there, she's got no Suzu. What's she gonna do, Zu? Once she jumps into the middle of the fray, Xcal with a double kill for UCI. The overclock in the pocket. It's insult to injury. Grand Canyon getting ready to say goodbye to UCI, and UCI will emerge victorious 3-0 in our series today.
Man, GCU was like within striking distance.
Every time.
The stripe was right there. It was so close. Sorry, chat. But that's a 3-0 sweep. We can take a look out on Remington here on this Roadhog. I'm pretty sure it's going to be one of those whole hog kills for the play of the game, but I digress nonetheless. We've seen a lot of fan cams today for Remington, so my heart is not weeping missing that.
Yeah, I mean, Remington really just doing it. Fortunately, that map loss in particular goes back to what we talked about, that kind of ring around the rosy, around that clock tower over and over and over. If GCU had gotten 10 extra meters, any of those 3.5 fights they won, they win that map and we go to map 4. But unfortunately, hindsight is 2020 after all, and that is not the timeline we are living in. So that is a 3-0 victory for the University of California, Irvine, whose next opponent, we forgot to bring this up earlier, if I'm not mistaken, is St. Clair, which is, I mean, St. Clair's no joke, folks. If you don't know, you're gonna learn.
And here we go, Remington fan cam coming in, but Sai on this Genji, I
this
feel
was
like
great.
Genji, in the best way possible, is a character that in the right hands absolutely deadly, but in the wrong hands is going to lose your team the game, and obviously Sai was not that Genji. But Remington, I don't know what we need to do, what the secret sauce is that we're currently missing for your squad, but y'all have it. It's just, I don't know, you need a tablespoon more salt here in this mix, because this Roadhog is phenomenal. The whole composition is great. It's just, I think there's just not enough attention being given to the objective.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely correct. I think a lot of what we're seeing from Grand Canyon University was, I think you kind of phrased it like 10% shy, just barely not able to meet that marker time and time again. But this team continues to work together, continues to improve, and continues to get rid of a couple of just those micro mistakes, a couple of weird ult usages. Overall, GCU has a lot of potential and a lot of promise, but UCI, they've been through that journey. They've got McGravy, the coach. They've been through their progress and their improvement. This is what the team is going to look like. They have gone from good to great, and I've got a hunch they're going to continue to do so. Now, I believe we're going to go ahead and throw it to a break here before we jump into an interview with one of the members from the University of California, Irvine. So use this break, get up, get a snack, get some water. We'll come right back here because we've got more Overwatch Collegiate playoffs in just a couple of minutes. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Overwatch Collegiate Spring Playoffs. I'm still Septilence, joined by Nerdy Bird, and if you're just now joining us, well, you missed a banger of a day. We had some great series on the board. Nerdy and I had the chance to cover GCU versus the University of California, Irvine. That just ended a couple of moments ago in a 3-0 victory for UCI. I mean, Nerdy, this team from the very first stage that we saw today was giving us jaw-dropping plays.
I mean, the shots were on target. Again, we've seen the squads today that have come out on top have a composition. They're confident in it. They'll make slight adjustments, but they're willing to stick with that composition through to the end, and it works. It means that they don't have to fully rock the playstyle of what they're doing in order to adjust to the enemy team. It's the little tweaks here and there that is making these squads successful. For UCI, it was changing out Xcal based off of what the enemy DPS was pulling out. I mean, we did see Otters also make a swap after a mishap, but nonetheless, predominantly, this is what we saw all day long from UCI. This is what we also saw coming out from the Comets earlier in their own match that went to a full 5-map series.
Yeah, I mean, it is just a battle of the collegiate bands so far, and we are super excited, Nerdy. You and I both, as retired tank players turned support players, who better for us to talk to than one of the support players from UCI, almost exclusively on the key to go with a bit of Brigida on the side. We are excited to talk to Otters from the University of California, Irvine, to see exactly kind of how this feels from the perspective of a support. The DPS are the flashy ones, but without the supports, they wouldn't be a darn thing. We're going to be joined now by Otters from UCI. Otters, first of all, congratulations on a very convincing win.
Yo, thank you so much. You know, we didn't expect our first match in the losers bracket to be against Roadhog all the time, but that's what you get sometimes in collegiate. So here we are.
Yeah. Absolutely. That is what you get in collegiate indeed. And I actually did just misspeak a moment ago. I said you played mostly Kiri, and I don't think that's true. We saw Kiri, we saw Ana, we saw Brigida. So you as a support player, you know, who do we typically expect to see you on? Because I feel like you did a lot of jumping around today. Who are you typically most comfortable bringing out?
Well, we're going through a transitional stage of the team right now.
Right.
So I used to play flex support. I got to main support. We've had Romani playing hit scan. We've had everything these couple of weeks. But currently, right now, I'm mostly playing Lucio and Kiri. Yeah. Just Kiri whenever Supreme wants to play Ana, because that's the type of stuff he likes to play. But yeah, we don't talk about my Brig, though. We don't talk about that one. I think it was obvious today that my Brig ain't really my specialty. So...
Okay, I will then jump over my first question because it was involving the Brig on Ilios, but instead I will actually ask, was your team planning on... I'm sorry, I play support, so I know the pain. But was your team actually planning on...
I got caught. It's all right.
It was pain.
You got caught.
I felt the pain in that moment.
It was painful
but
for me
my
too,
question...
like, you know?
I'm sorry.
I'm going through it. I'm going through it.
You won.
You
won, though.
Okay.
That's what matters. Okay, so was your team anticipating? So you started on the Maga, and honestly, I was begging for a swap because I feel like Maga into Roadhog, instantly I knew Roadhog was going to get eviscerated, and it might not have been fun, so to speak, to fully watch that. But was your team actually anticipating having to be on the Battle Cattle, the Orisa, as long as you were today? Because I've seen a lot more teams shy away from the horse, especially today and like as a whole since the nerfs came out on her. So was your plan really to fall back on Orisa, or did you start out really thinking it was going to be a Winston-type day and then have to adjust with the Orisa considering it was Roadhog all day long from GCU?
I mean, it was kind of weird. We kind of just pick, today we kind of just picked comms on a whim, whatever we thought we wanted to play. The first map, we kind of just wanted to practice some Maga because we've been seeing that it's very good lately. No matter what you're playing it against. It's kind of like the old Orisa or how it was. But the Orisa was kind of just a Rhino call. He just wanted to play it. He thought it would work. We played a lot of Orisa before from the last patch. So, yeah, it was just kind of a whim thing. Romani couldn't be here, unfortunately, today, so we couldn't bring out the Roadhog v Roadhog. I'm sure as a lot of people would have loved to see on Twitch.tv, but yeah. So it was all Monkey today, all Orisa today. Rhino was here to perform.
So tomorrow, I know that you have a difficult matchup, but what is the kind of post-game victory ritual that you have when you know you have a full day coming up tomorrow for your squad? Like, what do you guys like to do after you win it wasn't a hard match, but you have a really tough match coming up tomorrow. So what's the plan tonight to prep for tomorrow?
Obviously we played against St. Clair quite a bit. Well, we know their players, they know us. We know what they're going to play. They know what we're going to play. A couple of times we'll talk over our Coach McGravy, what we think is going to be good, what we should look into, what each player wants to do specifically, what our comp structure should look like against a team like that. It's all the normal stuff that any team should really be doing and going into a match that we are going to play against. I'm not sure if we're the highest seed or I think they're the higher seed, so we need to think about what control map they're going to pick, everything like that. So, congratulations, we won our match, but we still need to lock in for tomorrow because that's the match that's really going to matter.
Yeah. I like that a lot. St. Clair, one of the best teams in the nation right now, in multiple nations, I guess, being a Canadian roster and whatnot, but a very high-caliber team that I think you guys are really going to give us a great series against. Otters, I did want to ask, out of just my own curiosity, really, being on the Kiriko here in a composition where your tank is one spot, you've got an Echo somewhere, you've got a Genji somewhere, how are you kind of keeping calm in moments like that? How are you picking target priority of this person needs my support first? What does that breakdown kind of look like mid-match for you?
Well, I think it kind of just depends on who needs the help at the time. I mean, Kiri, when playing it with an Ana, I think it's mostly you play to help your DPS, right? Your Ana is playing to help your Monkey. With the Kappa comp we were playing, obviously that was a little bit different today because of the type of stuff they were running with speeding the Roadhog around. And the kind of comp they were playing was mostly just a coordination check or like a comms check. Like, can your team tell you where the Roadhog is so you don't get hooked and die? It's kind of what we were going for. So sometimes we failed that check, sometimes we won that check, and that's kind of what it is. Especially playing Kiri, because sometimes I can save somebody even if we fail the check, right?
Right. Actually, we saw you do that several times, including some pretty outrageous hooks. Your Suzus definitely were there to keep the team, failed check, but hey, we're rolling an advantage right now. We have the opportunity to try again.
Yeah, that's kind of how Roadhog has been in the last couple of years. There's just so many abilities in the game from supports that are so broken that Roadhog just has to take when he just has to accept. I'm sure Remington had a great time every time he got an insane hook and it was just blocked by like a boop. Awesome. Yeah.
Awesome. Great. Well, hey, Otter, speaking of awesome performance from you and the team today. Great job. We're excited to see what you guys are going to be able to do tomorrow, and we wish you luck against St. Clair.
Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you. And with that, folks, before we bring today to a close, I'm sure a lot of you are probably wondering, what does the bracket even look like right now? Because not only is there an upper bracket and a lower bracket, but we've got a decent number of teams left. So, Nerdy, if you're ready, let's take a look through these brackets and what we can expect to see more of tomorrow.
Yes, I mean, I'll be transparent. I'm excited to see some St. Clair happening tomorrow. But for the semis, it's going to be Fisher Esports versus Northwood University. Whichever team wins that progresses into the finals. And it's Winthrop University versus Maryville.
Ooh.
Now, this is a matchup I wanted to see already happening, so I am stoked for this. The amount of hype that I have running through my veins, despite the amount of cold medicine that is in me, it actually overcomes the cold medicine. Seriously, I'm so stoked for that. And then that winner will go on to the finals. But we cannot forget the lower bracket. The teams that were knocked out a little bit early, they don't have a safety net. That thread, they're still hanging by a thread. It's still there. It's going to be Illinois State University taking on Arizona State University. And then it's going to be the winner of the Fisher Freaks against University of Texas to battle it out in round 3. And then it's Rutgers and the Fisher Fiends. We saw Fisher perform today. They did a great job. But then we're going to go down, and the last game is going to be that St. Clair Saints versus University of California, Irvine. They'll move into round 3. Then they have to battle through quarters, semis, and finals to make it back to the upper bracket through the redemption arc that is trials and tribulations of having no safety net, no second life on the line. It is do or die for all of these squads down here in the lower bracket.
The lower bracket, always my favorite to watch. Exactly why you just said, Nerdy. These teams are playing tooth and nail until the bitter end. But folks, if we're closing the broadcast today and you're in chat right now, you're thinking, hey, what are we doing? What are you doing tomorrow? What time are you going live tomorrow? The best way to find that out is to follow the socials, folks. If you're watching on YouTube, if you're watching on Twitch, if you're live tweeting /Xing or whatever it's called, follow us there as well, because there's a whole lot more Overwatch Collegiate playoffs coming at you guys in just a bit. That does finally bring today to a close. We, of course, want to give a big shout out to every team and every player that was able to make it here. Of course, a big shout out for our entire production team in the back line. You would simply not believe how many people are putting time and effort into this event if I told you, because it is tens of people just doing the absolute most and making people like Nerdy and myself look good. And of course, thank all of you for watching. We love each and every one of you. Check your posture, drink some water, don't forget to love each other, and we'll see you guys tomorrow.